Now, today, we are gonna see. What if Abondened Harry Potter was raised by Weasleys? Harry x Hermione. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. What if a pregnant Molly Weasley had went to visit Lily Potter on that fateful Halloween day? What if she got there delayed to help her friends, and came across a crying baby Harry? What if she told Dumbledore that in no uncertain terms would she allow him to take baby Harry to his Muggle relatives? What if she took him in and the Weasleys adopted Harry after that night, and raised him as one of their own? Well, I hope that this story will answer those questions, and show what Harry's life would have been like if he had been raised in a household full of love. Thank you for reading, my faithful readers, and I hope that this story will brighten your day. Unlike most of my stories, I will not be having Harry and Ginny hook up, for one because she will be his adopted sister, and for another in this reality that would be wrong. Please enjoy the story. Donald. Arthur, I'm going to go visit the Potters for a while. Can you watch Ron and the twins while I'm out? I should be back in a couple of hours. Molly Weasley was in her 9th month with her 7th child. She was hoping that this time she would have a daughter, but wasn't holding her hopes up. She had been friends with Lily Potter for a couple of years now, and her son Ron and Harry were playmates. She was going to visit them tonight so that she could see Harry's Halloween costume, and to visit Lily before she had her baby anytime soon. She heard her husband say a reply in the positive before she went to the fireplace to flow to Godric's Hollow, where the Potters were in hiding. She wasn't able to get to their house exactly, but only had a short walk from the town proper to their dwelling. She was bundled up warm for the weather, and hoped that everything was okay. When she stepped out of the flow in the small wizarding tavern in town, she nodded hello to the friendly barkeep as she headed for the door. She was walking at a leisurely pace towards the Potter's house, and decided to stop by a little store that had a few cute little teddy bears in the window. She went in and picked up 5 of them, one for each of her babies, and the one coming, and one for Harry. After she paid for her purchases, she headed on her way again with her packages in her pocket, shrunk. She was getting a little bit nervous as she approached the little house, and especially when she saw the mark in the air. Oh my God, it can't be. How did he find them? She ran as fast as she could to the house, knowing that there wasn't anything that she could do. She knew what the dark mark in the sky meant, and was hoping that for some reason that she could help. When she got to the Potter's house, she walked in through the door, and saw James Potter dead on the living room floor, with his wand still in his hand. It looked like it had been an intense battle, but he wasn't able to do anything about the killing curse. Lily, are you still here? She went looking around the house, hoping that Lily Potter was able to get out of the house with little Harry before the Dark Lord was able to find them. She had a foreboding feeling about it though, as she saw no one else downstairs. She made her way upstairs, and as she was looking around, she found Lily in the nursery along with another body. What happened here? Who is this other person? Molly was about to look over the dead body of the stranger in black when she heard the soft crying of a baby. She ran over to the crib, hoping beyond hope that she would find Harry Potter alive. When she looked down into the crib, she saw something that made her heart leap. Harry Potter was sitting there, crying but alive. She picked him up and started soothing him as she heard popping coming from downstairs. She went downstairs to see who was the first to arrive. Albus, I'm so glad to see you. Molly was crying almost as much as Harry was. Molly, what are you doing here? What happened here? Albus Dumbledore was shocked to say the least when he found James Potter dead in the living room, but to see Molly Weasley walk downstairs with a baby in her arms, he was a little happy to find one of the Potters alive at least. Please tell me that you and Lily were out when this happened, and you came back to find it like this. Please Molly, please tell me that. Dumbledore was pleading with the lady when she just shook her head. I'm sorry Albus, I came to visit to see Harry's Halloween costume for tonight. I came in too late, and they were already gone when I got here. The funny thing is, I found little Harry here crying in his crib, and a strange man in his nursery dead along with his mother. Who would it be that was here? There was a twinkle in his eye when he heard this. That, my dear Molly, was Lord Voldemort, and it seems that young Mr. Potter here has started the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy. Come now Molly, I will take him someplace that is safe for him to be raised. He will be raised with his Muggle family. You will not, Albus. I don't know what happened here, but I will not let you take him to live with his muggle relatives. Lily never liked her sister, and her husband despises everything magic. Arthur and I will take him in, and raise him as our own. We will adopt Harry Potter, and make him our 7th or 8th son, depends on what this little one will come out as. There is no arguing with me, Albus, and you know it. Molly was cradling little Harry in her arms, and cooing to him. Don't worry, Harry, you don't have to go to your aunt and uncle's house to live. You will have a big happy family to live with. Harry looked up at her with those deep emerald eyes, and she fell in love. If you have a problem about this, there is something you should know. Lily and James had named me as his godmother, and it is my right to raise him. Albus Dumbledore just sighed and relented. Okay, Molly, you will probably be the best for him. If you're going to do this, I need to let you know what the prophecy says, so you can tell him when he gets old enough to understand what's going on, and what he has to do. I'm sure with your family's love and support, he will be able to handle this before he goes to Hogwarts with your youngest son Ronald. This is the prophecy that was told to me by Sybil Trelawney many years ago. Some might think her a fraud, but she does have true sight sometimes. It goes like this. The prophecy, taken from the book Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, page 841. The one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Well, what do you think, Molly? That is one of the only prophecies that she has ever made, and I trust that it's true. So you see, Harry has been marked and been made the one that the prophecy speaks of. Dumbledore had a sparkle in his eyes as he said this. Do you still want to take him in as one of your own? Please think about this hard, Molly. This will put your family in more danger than before. Yes, Albus, I'm sure that we want to take him in as one of our own. I know that it will be hard, but he can't go and live with those muggles. So Albus Dumbledore handed young Harry Potter to Molly Weasley, and she took some of his things and flowed back to the Burrow. She told her husband what happened and that they were going to take Harry in as their own to raise for the Potters. Arthur Weasley was more than willing to take in another little one into their family. He also knew the Potters, and thought it would be great to raise him. So Harold James Potter came to be raised as an Weasley. He became Harold James Weasley, the youngest son to the Weasleys. November 1, 1981 found Molly Weasley going into labor with their 7th-born child and had her at around noon that day. Ginevra Molly Weasley was born as the only daughter to Arthur and Molly Weasley the day after Lily and James Potter were killed on Halloween in 1981. Harry was raised in the loving family of the Weasley, and he was told all about his parents when they thought he would be old enough to understand. He understood that he was brought in by the Weasleys, and was excited watching his older brothers going to Hogwarts. He couldn't wait for the day when he would join them as well. Okay everyone, I hope that you liked this story. The next chapter will be when Harry gets his Hogwarts letter, and goes to Diagon Alley to get his supplies. This chapter will also have the first train ride and the sorting feast. This story probably is going to be a long one, and go through Harry's 7th year. Thank you for reading and reviewing. As always, I look forward to your reviews. Donald. Harry, Ron, Fred, George, Percy, come down here, your letters are here. There were 5 sets of running feet coming down the staircase at that announcement. Harry and Ron were finally getting their first letters telling them that they had been accepted to Hogwarts for their first term. It was July of 1991, and Harry had been living with his adopted family since his parents were killed by the Dark Lord Voldemort 10 years earlier. Mrs. Weasley had come there the night before his little sister Ginny was born, and found him in his crib with his mother dead, along with the body of Voldemort at the foot of his crib. Harry didn't know how he survived, but all he ended up with was a lightning bolt scar on his forehead for the experience. He was now a part of the Weasley family. They had adopted him soon after Molly had Ginny, and he became their 7th son. Harry loved his family, for they were the only ones that he had known since he was a year old. Good morning, Mum. Does that mean that Ron and I got our Hogwarts letters? Harry was very excited about the possibility of going to Hogwarts. He had looked forward to this day, since Bill had gotten his letter so many years ago. He knew that he possessed power, for he had been doing accidental magic since he was 3 years old. He started with turning his hair red like his adopted family, deciding to keep it that way after his mum had taken a picture of him with red hair. It made him look more like his adopted family, and it was less unruly than the black hair. Molly let him keep it until he turned 11, but made him change it back. Because she said that he should be proud of his black hair. He knew that he was famous for defeating the Dark Lord when he was only 1 year old. He was able to disguise his scar pretty much with his bangs, and was happy when she told them that yes, they both got letters. Harry ripped into his letter and pulled out 2 sheets of paper. Dear Mr. Weasley, Potter. We are proud to inform you that you have been accepted to go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for the coming term. The enclosed list is the books and supplies that you will need for your first year at the school. Please send an owl with your intentions to join us as a first year. Yours truly, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry looked over the list of stuff that he was required items, and noted that he was only allowed to have a cat, toad, or owl as a pet as a first year. Harry smiled as he looked over the list and looked at how excited Ron was. We made it, Ron. We're going to go to Hogwarts. Ron was as excited as his brother was, for he had been waiting for many a year to go there. He already had his pet to take there in Scabbers, his family's rat. Looks like we will be going there this year. As Harry and Ron were talking, they saw a smile creep across Percy's face as he pulled out a badge. Mom, I got prefect this year. I got my dream of being a prefect. Percy pinned the badge to his shirt and shined it up. That's great, Percy. We will have to get you something. What would you like? Didn't you say you wanted your own owl? Yeah, Mom, that would be great. I would love to have one, and that would mean that I could write to friends without much problems. Percy didn't want to let his brothers or sister know that he had a girlfriend yet, and that he actually wanted it to write to her. Okay everyone, now that you all have your letters, we will be making a trip to Diagon Alley to get your school supplies today. Quickly finish your breakfast everyone, and we will get going. Everyone finished up their breakfast, and flowed over to Diagon Alley to get their supplies. The first stop was Gringotts Wizarding Bank to get their money. When they entered, Harry went down to his vault with one of the goblins to get some money. When he saw how much he had, he scooped up 3 bags full of money, so that he could help buy his brother's supplies as well. He also took some so that he would have some for the school year. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, they ran into a blonde-haired boy that knew who they were, and was an ass to them. They finished their shopping without much further incidents, with one exception. When they were in the wand shop, the proprietor told Harry that the wand he purchased was the brother to the one who gave him his scar. As they were making their way down the alley to go home, Harry was drawn to a beautiful snowy owl in the Owl Emporium's window, and asked his mom if he could get her. I don't know, Harry. Please Mom, it's like I'm being drawn to her, like we were meant to be together as owl and friend. Please please please. Harry eventually got Molly to agree, and he went in and got his owl Hedwig a cage and treats. They headed back home, and had dinner before they went to bed, ready to leave the next day for school. Okay, next chapter will be the train ride and sorting feast. Thank you, Donald. Train trip and sorting ceremony. Harry Weasley. Chapter 3, Train ride and welcoming feast. The Weasley clan all piled through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 onto platform 9 3/4 towards the Hogwarts Express. They all said their goodbyes to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley before boarding the train. Once aboard, Ron and Harry said goodbye to the twins and Percy before going and finding their own compartment. The older Weasleys didn't want to hang around with their younger siblings, so they left them on their own accord to find a compartment. When they found an empty one, they took their stuff in and sat down. They were talking when the lunch trolley lady came in asking if they wanted anything, and Harry bought a bit of everything for them to snack on while on their train ride. Excuse me, have either of you two seen a frog come in here? A bushy-haired girl came in asking them. Nope, sorry. Why has someone lost their frog? Ron asked her. Yes, a boy named Neville lost his toad Trevor and can't find him. Name's Hermione Granger, by the way. May I ask yours? She came in and sat down, offering her hand to the boys friendly enough. Ron Weasley, and this is my brother Harry. Hermione looked at the two of them with a bit of concentration. You two don't look alike. Are you sure you're brothers? Sorry if I sound forward, but you two look nothing alike. No problem with that, Hermione. The Weasleys adopted me when I was 1 year old, and my parents were killed by Voldemort. Harry had a ready smile for the young lady, and a twinkle in his emerald green eyes. "Did you say that your parents were killed by Voldemort when you were a baby? What was your last name before you were adopted, Harry?" Hermione was interested in finding out whether or not this was who she thought it was. "Before you ask, yes, I was Harry Potter before I was adopted. I also know that I am famous for defeating the Dark Lord when I was 1, and surviving the killing curse. It still is a pleasure to meet you, Hermione. Maybe we can be friends." Harry smiled and shook her hand. "Really, I don't have many friends. I am Muggle-born, and don't know much about the wizard ring world. I have read all I can, of course, but it can't be a substitute for what you can learn growing up in the world. So what house do you think you're going to be in? I hope that I'm in Ravenclaw, because they're the ones with all the people that like knowledge above all else. If not them, I want to be put in Gryffindor. They're the house of the brave and honorable students. Actually, I don't really care, as long as I'm not put in Slytherin." Hermione had a pretty smile, and Harry and Ron thought that they would be good friends. "You don't have to worry about that, mudblood. Slytherin will never allow one such as you into its house." A blonde-haired boy was standing in the doorway with two of the biggest boys standing behind him. "My name is Draco Malfoy, and these two are my friends Crabbe and Goyle. I had heard that the famous Harry Potter was going to start school here this year. Why don't you come with us, and be one of my friends, instead of hanging with the mudblood and the Muggle lover?" Draco sneered as he said this. "I know who my friends are, and it's definitely not going to be you. Now you can leave me and my family alone, along with our new friend." Harry was standing at that time, and was about to punch Draco, when Percy came in behind them. "What's going on here? There isn't to be fighting on the train. Harry, what is going on?" He looked at his younger siblings with a bit of worry. "Nothing, Percy. This person was just about to leave if he knew what was good for him. He had just insulted one of our new friends, and I was just going to show him some respect." Harry smiled at his brother as he said this. Percy was one of his favorite older brothers, even though he loved them all. "Yes, we were just about to leave. Just remember this, Weasleys. Watch which side you hook up with in this war. If you hook up with the wrong side, you will end up hurt. Come on, Crabbe and Goyle, we don't want to soil ourselves with these people." They turned and brushed past Percy quite rudely, which got them uncharacteristic scowl from the older boy. "Well, as long as you two aren't getting into trouble before we even get to the school." Turning to the young lady, Percy put on one of his smiles and introduced himself. "Hello there, I'm one of these three older brothers that are at Hogwarts this year, Percy Weasley at your service, Gryffindor 5th-year prefect." He bowed, and kissed her hand. Hermione giggled as he said this. "Hermione Granger at your service, sir. It is nice to meet you. You said there are 2 others on the train with you all. Who may the other 2 be, if I may ask?" "That would be us, Fred and George Weasley, ma'am. It is a pleasure to meet you also. It is nice that our younger brothers have made such a pretty friend before they even got to school." The twins walked in right after Percy and bowed to Hermione also. Hermione blushed at this and thanked them for their compliment. Fred, George and Percy left shortly after that, and the other 3 talked for the rest of the way to the school. They told each other about their lives so far and what their families were like. When they were close to the school, they changed into their school robes, and rode the boats to the school. As they went into the school, they saw many different sights that brought different oohs and ahs from the different first years. When they were called into the great hall for their sorting, they all walked in behind the older lady that had a stern but kind face. The sorting hat was sat on the stool and started singing his sorting song. When it was done, the whole school went wild. "Welcome to the sorting of the new students for the new year. Now if you would kindly come up to the stool when I call your name, you will be sorted into your house." Abbott, Hannah. Hufflepuff, Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff, Crabbe, Vincent. Slytherin, Finnegan, Seamus. Gryffindor, Finch Fletchley, Justin. Hufflepuff, Goyle, Gregory. Slytherin, Granger, Hermione. Gryffindor, Longbottom, Neville. Gryffindor, Malfoy, Draco. Slytherin, Parkinson, Pansy. Slytherin, Pottle, Padma, Ravenclaw. Pottle, Pavarti. Gryffindor, Weasley, Harry. Gryffindor, Weasley, Ronald. Gryffindor. After the last of them were sorted, the great hall went up in eruption of applause, and Professor Dumbledore raised his hand to quiet the hall. Yes, Thank you and welcome to Hogwarts, new students. I have a few beginning of terms announcements before we eat. First off, the corridor on the 3rd floor is off limits at the cost of your life possibly. Second, the Forbidden Forest is forbidden of course. Third, Mr. Finch has a list of products that are forbidden in the halls including magic between classes. Fourth, Hogsmeade weekends are for only those 3rd year and above that have permission slips signed by their parents or guardians. With that said, dig in. Their plates in front of them filled with many foods and drinks in front of them. They dug in and ate till their heart's content. Once they all were done eating, Dumbledore told all the prefects to take the students to their dorms and have a good night's sleep. The Gryffindors followed Percy and the female prefect up through the hallways and stairs to the fat lady's portrait and to the entrance. When they went through the portrait, they were told that the boys were up the stairs to the right, and the girls to the left. Their stuff was already in their rooms and that they were to go to bed and get rested tonight. Ron and Harry said good night to Hermione and their brothers on their way up to their dorm where they slept good that night. A.N. Okay, that was my 3rd chapter on this. I'm sorry if I got something wrong. I hope I didn't. I always welcome reviews, so please read and review. Thank you. I also know that a few people were OOC, but this is my story, so there. Donald. First day of classes, Harry Weasley, Chapter 4, First day of classes. A.N. Okay everyone, this is going to be my longest story ever. I have an outline of what each chapter is going to be titled, and so you get the gist of how long this story is going to be. It's going to cover all 7 years. So if that doesn't help you, it's 300 chapters long. Year 1 will be Chapter 1 through Chapter 26. Second year will be Chapter 27 through Chapter 64. Year 3 will be Chapter 65 through Chapter 108. Year 4 will be Chapter 109 through Chapter 146. Year 5 will be 147 through Chapter 191. Year 6 will be Chapter 192 through Chapter 266. Finally, Year 7 will be Chapter 267 through 300. I hope that this explains what the years are going to be like, and to say that each year will start with the summer holiday, and end with the ending feast. Please read and review. Donald. The second morning found them at breakfast eating when Professor McGonagall walked up and handed them their class schedule. Harry, Ron and Hermione looked it over and found that they had double potions first off with the Slytherins. Then they have Transfiguration, lunch, and Charms that day. Sounds like it's going to be a long day. Well, at least we only have the Slytherins for one class today. Ron smiled as he said this. Yeah, it shouldn't be that bad today. Well, shall we head down to the dungeons to get a good seat? Harry asked his 2 friends, and they agreed. On their way down to the dungeons, they came across Neville and he joined them on towards the classroom. When they got there, they found that the Slytherins were already there, and they weren't able to get very good seats. They ended up sitting in the back waiting for Professor Snape. Snape came in with a snarl saying, "Okay everyone, bring out your books. This class won't be waving your wands around, chanting silly spells. You will learn how to heal the sick, muddle the mind, and win the riches. Now let's see if everyone's here. Malfoy, Draco. Here, Potter, Harry." Snape said with a snarl and looked directly at Harry as if he was dung on the bottom of his shoes. "Well, Mr. Potter, you seem to be a celebrity, let's see what you know." Snape asked Harry questions that he had no knowledge of, and Hermione kept raising her hand to answer the question. Snape got madder and madder when Harry kept being unable to answer even the simplest of questions. "It seems, Mr. Potter, that you don't know jack about potions. You are one of the most inept people that I have ever met." Just then the bell rang ending the period, and Snape yelled out, "I want 3 feet of parchment on what you can figure out about potions by our next class, dismissed." "That man is a greasy git, I can't stand his class. I know that I will have to put up with him for at least the next 5 years, so I will show him. I'm going to put my all into his class, and become one of the best students that he has ever had." Harry stated this to his friends as they made their way to their next class. "At least we have a class with our house matron as the professor next. I hear that she is strict, but at least fair," Hermione said as they entered the classroom with the rest of the class. They had entered 5 minutes late to the class and found that the teacher wasn't there yet. "Phew, it looks like we made it before the teacher." Ron said this as the cat that was on the front desk at the front of the class turned into their professor. "Well, Mrs. Weasley's, why are you late?" "We got lost, Professor, sorry." The staircases kept moving on us. The boys looked at her with innocent looks on their faces. Well, maybe you two need a map or a watch to let you know when you will be late to make sure you won't come up with useless excuses next time. I will only give you a warning this time, but next time it will be both points loss and detention, do you understand? Me? Yes, Professor, we won't be late again, the two boys said with the utmost sincerity. Good to hear, now sit down so that we can start classes. She smiled at the thought of those two and what they were going to be like when they get farther along in their studies. She was going to have to watch those two, but no more than she would have to their older twin brothers. She was glad that Harry was taken into the Weasley household so willingly, and shown so much love of a family. He seems so much more adapted to the wizarding life than if he had been raised by those muggle relatives of his. Maybe the wizarding world will have a chance now that he knows about it so much more. The rest of the class went quite well, and they went down to lunch with a spring in their steps. At lunch they met up with Hermione, who had left the Transfiguration classroom rather quickly after class to go to the library. Did you find anything interesting in the library today? My own? Harry asked her with a smile. He wanted to go to the library also, but didn't get a chance to before Ron dragged him down to the Great Hall. Not much yet, Harry, just getting a little light reading for tonight. How are things going for you two? Not bad, I like the classes so far. After lunch they made their way up to Professor Flitwick's charms classroom where they learned the levitating charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Remember Ron, Wingardium Leviosa. With a swish and a flick. Try it again. Hermione was rather nice in what she was doing in helping her friends with their spells. She had already gotten it right on the first time. The class ended with Neville blowing up his feather and everyone got a good laugh. The rest of the day went by quite well, and they went to bed that night with a smile on their faces. Okay, I know that some of the people are OOC, and that the trio didn't become friends till after the Halloween incident, but this is my story, and this is the way I see it happening in this universe. Thank you for reading and reviewing. Donald. Flying Lessons, Harry Weasley, Chapter 5, Flying Lessons. I have a few comments to make. It isn't going to be just a rewriting of the books, but with the Weasleys adopting Harry. I know that it seems like it in the first few chapters, but if you look, you will find some subtle differences. I will be trying to put up at least 5 chapters a day, so that it won't take too long to go through all 300 chapters. I know that it seems like a long story, but I think you will like it. Please, as always, read and review. Donald. The next morning at breakfast, Neville got an owl post that dropped a package into his eggs. Neville looked at the package and opened it up. It's a remember all that is a cool gift, Neville. Who sent it to you? Ron asked this of his friend with a bit of enthusiasm. My grandmom sent it, said that it will help me remember if I forget something. The problem is that I can't remember what I forgot. Neville looked a bit taken aback, but stuck it into his robe pocket as he finished his breakfast. What's first today? We have flying lessons with Madam Hooch this morning. I can't wait. I love flying. Harry had a glint to his eyes when he said this. After their breakfast, the Gryffindor first years joined the Slytherin down near the front doors to the castle. They stood each to one side of a broom, with some having a bit of nervousness at the thought of flying. When the boys, Ron, Harry, Draco, Seamus and Dean stood next to it, they were all smiling because they were all looking forward to this, and were going to try out for their house teams when they had the chance right up. Madam Hooch was an interesting lady to say the least. She walked up to the class and told them, "Welcome to the flying class, students. This is your first test of skill in your wizarding life. You will be tested, and must pass with at least a bit of knowledge of flying a broom. Now place your wand hand out over your broom, and when I blow my whistle, yell up. Now on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. On 3 she blew her whistle and there was a chorus of ups from all the students. Only one person was able to get it up on the first try, but they all eventually got the brooms in their hands within 5 minutes. Now students, mount your brooms and just stand there. When I blow my whistle again, you are to gently push up with your feet, and go up 5 feet, hover a few seconds and then come down. Okay, on 3, 1, 2, 3. When Madam Hooch blew her whistle this time, everyone did it, except Neville, who lost control of his broom, and went flying off. Neville Longbottom, get down here this minute. Neville for his part was trying to do as commanded, but the broom wasn't cooperating. The broom took them on a wild goose ride, and eventually was deposited on top one of the towers, and the broom took off. Neville hung there for a few minutes, as his remember all fell unseen by him to the ground at Malfoy's feet. Malfoy picked it up with a wry smile as they watched Neville fall from the top of the tower, landing on different gargoyles, and eventually landing on the ground with a sickening thud and crack. Madame Hooch ran over and got a stretcher, telling her students, "While I'm gone, I don't want any of you to take off on your brooms, or if I hear of it, you will be expelled." She looked serious when she said this, so no one wanted to tempt her. Well, almost no one. There was a mischievous glint to Malfoy's eyes when he heard this, and he gave a wink to his two goons, Crabbe and Goyle. After she left, taking Neville to the hospital wing, Malfoy told everyone what he found. "Look here, I think that little Longbottom lost his remember all. What shall we do with it?" "Give it here, Malfoy." Harry spoke up at once. "Why, what will you do if I don't, Potter?" "I will take it from you. I would like to see you try." At this said, Malfoy took off on his broom, soon followed by Harry trying to get the ball back. "Give it back, Malfoy, before I take it from you. I will knock you off your broom if I have to." "You want it that bad, Potter? Well, go get it then." Malfoy threw the ball as far as he could, and watched as Potter took off after it. Malfoy landed quickly so as to not get in trouble and watched as Potter made an extraordinary catch of the ball, inches from the onlooking eyes of Professor McGonagall's office. Malfoy thought that Potter was in for it now, and was smirking with his cronies about how Potter was going to get expelled for certain now. Harry landed with the ball to the applause of all the Gryffindor and the sneering of the Slytherin. When he was finally able to get away from the crowd, he found his head of house glaring at him. "With me, Mr. Potter." She led him off to what he thought was his expulsion from the school. A.N. Okay, I know that I said that I won't be going by the book with this story, but there are certain parts of the books that will have to be gone at least as far as I can by the book to help the storyline. Donald. Youngest Seeker Ever. Harry Weasley. Chapter 6, The Youngest Seeker Ever. "I'm sorry, Professor, but Malfoy had taken advantage of Neville while he was down, and took his rememberall, and I had to try to get it back for him. Please tell me that I did right. If you do, I will not complain too much about breaking the rules and being expelled. I really love this school and don't want to leave, but if I have to, I will." Harry was almost in tears now, because he really did love Hogwarts and would do anything that he could to stay in school. He didn't want to disappoint his adopted parents by being kicked out for such a stupid mistake. "Don't worry, Mr. Potter, you're not being expelled for your actions. Please follow me. I have someone for you to meet, Professor." McGonagall led him down to where the Dada classroom was at, and he was wondering what she was doing taking him to Professor Quirrell's classroom. Harry hadn't met the professor yet, and was actually looking forward to his class later that day. As she knocked on the Dada teacher's classroom door, Harry was getting a bit nervous. "Please excuse me for interrupting your class, Professor. I was just wondering if I could borrow wood for a little bit." "Why yes, Prof. Sir McGonagall. Wood, you are dismissed for the rest of class. You can get your homework assignment from one of your classmates later, I'm sure." Wood left the classroom a bit confused when he saw his head of house and young Harry Weasley. "How may I help you, Professor?" Wood was a bit curious, but respectful of his teacher. "Nothing's wrong, Oliver. In fact, I would say that everything is right. I have found our house their new seeker. Meet Mr. Harry Weasley. He has shown to be one of the most skilled broom flyers that I have ever saw. He has also shown that he has the reflexes needed for a top-notch seeker, once he has some training. He caught a remember all that was thrown by another student with no problem, being able to track it without knowing exactly where it went. Harry, this is Oliver Wood. He is the Gryffindor Quidditch team captain at this time, and I was wondering if you would like to join our team as our new seeker." "Are you serious, Professor? I would love to. Do you think I really have the skills to do this? I mean, I may be good on the broom, and a bit nimble on the broom, but I don't have the proper training in it." Harry was hoping that this wasn't some kind of big joke. He knew that his twin brothers Fred and George were the beaters for the house team, and they would be ecstatic about it. Heck, his whole family would love to hear about this. He thanked his professor and Wood profusely and asked when can they get started on his training. "Well, Harry, I think that you can start coming to the practices, and maybe some off-time private training sessions. Your first practice is at 6 p.m. tonight on the Quidditch pitch. Be there 30 minutes early, so that we can see about getting you set up with a broom and your Quidditch robes." Oliver was just as excited to see what young Mr. Weasley was capable of doing. If the professor was so high on him, he should be good. Professor McGonagall led Harry down toward the trophy room to show him something. I think I can take care of the broom problem. Harry, so don't worry about it. You see, your father was a great player also, and when he was killed, his broom was brought here to be stored for his son to use until he got his own broom. It's not the fastest broom, but it is still faster than the school brooms. Ah, here we are. McGonagall led Harry into a small room that held different things in it that were marked James and Lily Potter. These will all eventually become yours, Harry, but not until it is thought that you would need them. She handed Harry a broom that looked like it was well taken care of, and he was happy to learn that it was of his father's. Is it okay if I look around here for a while, Professor? Is there anything else that I could have at this time? Harry looked at her with anticipation. Well, Harry, there are a couple of things that you can have during your first year. They're in that box over there in the corner. Each year you will be allowed in here to get the stuff that is designated for you to have it each year. I will leave you in peace while you look over the stuff you have coming to you. Beware, Harry, you won't be able to get into any of the other boxes until the year that it is designated that you are able to open them. McGonagall smiled at the young man as he went through the box that was for his first year. She knew what was in there, and thought that the school years were going to get interesting with young Mr. Weasley getting his rightful heritage and supplies left him by his parents. She slipped out of the room, and led Harry to his thoughts and musings. Harry was looking in awe at the box that was in front of him. He started going through it with abandon, looking to see what was left for him. Along with the broom, there was something called an invisibility cloak, a piece of parchment with instructions on how to use the Marauder's map, books galore on different things that will help him in his studies for his first year. He always learned from a note from his mother that he would be given books each year for his use and the use of his friends that might want to also use them. There was also a stack of gold galleons so that he would have the money he would need for the school year, besides what was in his vault, a book on the Marauders' first years and their smaller pranks. Harry wasn't sure who the Marauders were, but he was going to read that book to find out. That was all in this box, but there was a small note in the box from his father that had a charm on it giving him a wink, telling him to read it in private. Harry thought that he would be no more in private than right now, opened the letter and started to read it. My son, if you're reading this, then your mother and I have been taken out by Voldemort before your first year. I hope that you were taken in by a nice family, and raised right in the wizarding world. Well, that's not why I was actually writing this letter to you. You see all those boxes that are for your later years, well, there is a way to get into them early, but only if it is absolutely necessary. Don't go looking into them unless you are in absolute need of them. There are books in there that will teach you how to become an Ani-Magi, but I wouldn't suggest doing this till at least your 4th year, and do it the right way, and become registered unlike the Marauders did. Among the 7 boxes there is about 20,000 galleon in it, and in the 7th box, there is a special small box in it, that has our engagement and wedding rings in it, so that you can use them on a special someone that I hope you were able to find before then, like I did with your mother. In the 4th box, there is another small box that contains a promise ring in it. If you find that special someone before then, it will be found in the box that is for that year. Please remember that you are my son, and your mother and I are always looking out for you, even if you don't see us. Your mother sends her love and all, saying not to use the boxes unless in a dire emergency before their time. The keyword to open them before their time is Marauders forever. Memorize that and then destroy this slip of paper so no one will find it. Take care, my son, and may you live up to the name of the Marauders. Your loving parents. James and Lily Potter. Harry had a tear in his eye when he noticed a small box in the bottom of the box. He opened it up and let out a cry of surprise. He found the promise ring that his father was talking about, and it confused him. Does this mean that I have found my soulmate already? I wonder who it is. Harry pocketed the ring and everything else before leaving the room and heading to his next class. He found that it was time for lunch, so he headed down to the Great Hall for lunch, and had a smile on his face. He had stuck the cloak and everything else into his book bag until he could get back to his dorm to put it away. He sat down between Ron and Hermione, and gave them both a smile. When he smiled at Hermione, he had this strange feeling come over him like they were going to be good friends for the rest of their life. Okay, I know that some of these things he doesn't usually get till later in the books, but it goes with the story. I hope that you like the idea I had with his getting the stuff over the next 7 years, but has a way to get them in an emergency. Yes, there will be emergencies that come up, and you will find them coming up in upcoming chapters. Thank you for reading and reviewing. Donald. Halloween Trolls Harry Weasley Chapter 7, Halloween Trolls. A.N. Hey all, I thought I would answer and acknowledge all my reviews and reviewers before I go on with this chapter. Please as always read and review, and every couple of chapters I will acknowledge my reviewers and their reviews good or bad. Thank you Donald. For my very first reviewer of this story, I would like to acknowledge Nightwing 509 and say thank you for all your reviews of this story. I always enjoy reading positive reviews and that people like my stories. I also appreciate on how you have put how you liked different things that I have done with the story so far, from how I had Molly raise Harry, to how I had Harry stand up for Hermione. You my friend will find out if you stick with this story till the end, that this last event that you made mention of, is quite significant in my storyline. This is a Harry-Hermione romance fiction along with being an epic story after all. To Athena Kitty, first things first, as your review for my first chapter brings up. You don't have to worry, the Dursleys will be making absolutely no appearances in this story. For your other review, thank you for the correction on the spelling of Slytherin, and yes, Dumbledore will let Harry know a whole lot sooner than in the books about why Voldemort is after him. To GG Fanfic, I know that it seems that I am neglecting my other stories, but I can assure you that I will be working on them also. I also know that I seem to be putting up stories more than I am finishing them, but I can guarantee you and my other faithful readers that I will be updating all my stories soon. I can't guarantee when, but soon. Counting Sheep, thank you for your review and I am updating as much and as fast as I can. Like I said in the beginning of a previous chapter, I have all the names of the chapters outlined, and I am working off my list for each one as I get done with them. Angel Kitty 27, thank you also for your kind review, as you can see that I am trying to update soon. Black Padfoot, thank you Andy for your comments, I do update as soon as I can. Padfoot, thank you my AOL friend, I hope you like the rest of the story as much as you like the chapter. Beth 5572, I hope that this is going as well as you think it has from the beginning Terry, I always love hearing from my reviewers. The Magic Bringer, I know what you mean about Dumbledore not telling Molly about the prophecy, but that is just the way that this story is going to go. It makes complete sense in the long run, believe me. Shadow of the Black Abyss, yes Harry will be taking his schooling a lot more seriously than he is in the books, but remember he is still the son of a marauder, I can't just have him being a bookworm you. No. Night Goddess, as you can see I have been trying to update at least one chapter a day. But sometimes there are extenuating circumstances where I can't update so much. Keep up with your review. I love getting them. Lace74 thank you for your comments, yes it does seem to be turning out great. Gryffindor Mom, actually yes I did sort Harry, people may know that he is Harry Potter, but in this story, his legal name is Harry Weasley. And that was the name he was sorted by. Thank you for pointing that out though. Tigger's Angel 2001, I am trying to post them fast and close together. In fact with this chapter, I am going to be trying to post at least 10 chapters today. I hope you like them. P.S. I love your author screen name, I am a fan of Winnie the Pooh. Oh. I hope that this story's writing will get better, I know that sometimes it may seem that I need a beta, but my writing isn't anywhere as bad as some of the errors I find in people's stories. I hope that this doesn't stop you from reading this story farther. Anonymous. Thank you also for your corrections in my spelling of the houses, I really appreciate that. HP Story Guy, thank you for being glad that it is so long, I don't see many epic length stories on this site, and I actually like reading them. I find that this story is going to be around 300 to 350,000 words. What I consider epic length is 100 or more chapters for you that would like to know. Shivani, no this isn't just a copy of the book, even though it may look like it. There are some parts that can't be messed with and would have to look like they were taken from the book, even though I put my own spin on things. You will also find that I might put things that happen in the wrong order, but they are put in the order that I think that they happened. I am sorry if this offends anyone, but it is my story and I'm sticking to it. Smiles. Hermione Girl, okay I can take constructive criticism, but saying that I suck because I like Harry, Ginny being together is a little harsh. So you won't be calling me even more bad things. I can guarantee that this will not be a Harry, Ginny story. Well that covers all my reviews so far for this story, and I will be doing this again probably in about 10 or 20 chapters. I have a special treat for all my readers, I am going to give you the major pairings that are going to happen in this story. They will be Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, Ginny, Neville, and I think I am going to let Draco's love life be a surprise to you for later in the story. Thank you all again for your reviews. Donald. It was Halloween and everyone was happy and excited about the upcoming feast that was going to happen that night. The trio was spending part of the day getting some last-minute homework done so that they could have the whole weekend for themselves to have fun and enjoy it. That night, as the feast was going into full swing in the Great Hall, Draco Malfoy was being a git as usual in his teasing of Hermione, and she was just not being able to take it much, so she left the hall in tears. As she ran off, she headed to the girls' bathroom in tears to cry about how much she hated Malfoy and that her only two friends were boys. She was in there when the commotion started in the Great Hall, and didn't know what was going on. All she knew was that after a while, she wasn't alone anymore, for there was a big troll in the bathroom with her, and she wasn't able to do anything about it. She was cowering in the corner under one of the sinks hoping that it didn't notice her, when something happened that she couldn't believe. Ron and Harry came in and helped her. A few minutes earlier in the Great Hall, Professor Quirrell came rushing into the Great Hall in a huff saying that there was a troll loose in the school. Then he fainted dead away. Of course there were a lot of screaming and shouting from the students, and the headmaster raised his voice to get everyone's attention. Now everyone follow your prefects to your dorms in an orderly fashion and professors come with me to take care of this problem. As the students all followed their prospective prefects to their dorms, the professors followed Dumbledore in their quest to find the troll, all the professors except Professor Quirrell, who was still out cold, and Professor Snape, who had slipped out through the side door of the Great Hall on his own mission to get the troll. As Ron and Harry left the hall and were following Percy, they remembered that Hermione was out there still somewhere on her own, because she didn't know about the troll. We have to find Hermione, let's go. Harry dragged Ron off practically to go find their friend. When they rounded a corner, they found a shadow and a rumbling coming from around the next corner, indicating that they had found the troll. They decided to hide and wait to see where the troll went. When they saw him go into the girls' bathroom, they decided to lock him in and get a professor. When they locked him in, they heard a muffled scream that sounded like a girl's scream and unlocked and rushed in to see if they could help. They had found Hermione in a corner under one of the sinks, trying to defend herself against the troll, but being quite ineffective. Present when Hermione saw her two friends in the bathroom, she let out a scream, and the troll turned around to see what she had saw. When he had seen Ron and Harry, he started after them with a grunt. Harry raised his wand, and was immediately picked up by his ankle, and the troll was about to brain him with his club when Ron cast a Wingardium Leviosa spell on the troll's club to levitate it above the troll's head. The troll just looked at the club running above his head with a stupid look on his face, and then the spell disappeared and the club knocked him senseless on the head, and he dropped with Harry. Luckily Harry had the reflexes to get out from underneath the troll. When the troll started to wake up, Harry stuck his wand up his nose, knocking the troll out again. When he pulled the wand out of the troll's nose, Ron said, "You troll buggers." Hermione ran and gave them a big hug in thanking them for rescuing her. As she was hugging Harry, Professors Snape, Quirrell, McGonagall and Dumbledore came in wondering what had happened and how the troll was not there snacking on the students' bones for a snack. Hermione was the first to react and said, "I'm sorry, professors, I thought that I could take care of it by myself, and Ron and Harry came in to rescue me." The four professors looked at her with disbelief, but couldn't deny that it is possible that is what happened. So Snape was about to punish the students, when McGonagall said that they were her students, and that she would take care of the punishment. Snape gave his usual snort and stormed out of the bathroom with Quirrell on his tail. McGonagall turned to her three favorite students and said, "There won't be any punishment for this. In fact, I award the two Mr. Weasley 20 points each for taking down a fully grown troll, and furthermore, I award you Ms. Granger 10 points for your loyalty. Now you fours go off to your tower and don't mention anything about what happened here tonight. Do I make myself clear on this?" The three students just nodded their head and said their good nights to the two professors as they ran out and to the Gryffindor common room and off to bed. They were just glad that they weren't killed tonight, and were awfully tired. They all had some interesting dreams that night about what happened, and not all of them were nightmares. Learning Quidditch. Harry Weasley. Chapter 8. Learning Quidditch. Harry and Wood met down on the Quidditch pitch the next Saturday to learn the basics of Quidditch. Harry had been to one practice already, but was still having some problems with the concept of the game. He was enjoying the experience of flying, and found that the game was exhilarating. He had always found that flying was interesting and fun, and he found that he was a natural. Okay. Now Harry, the game of Quidditch is played on the field that you are on now. There are 7 players, the keeper, which is me, 3 chasers which you have met, they are Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet, 2 beaters, who are your brothers, Fred and George, and the seeker, which is you. The beaters protect everyone else, while trying to keep the other team from scoring. The chasers are the ones who take and do all the scoring except when the seeker catches the snitch, which not only ends the game, but also scores the team that seeker catches at 150 points. The keeper keeps the other team from scoring, by protecting the 3 hoops from the other chasers from scoring. Now the balls are 2 bludgers, 1 quaffle, and the golden snitch. The only other pieces of equipment that there are besides brooms, are the beater bats which they use to bash the bludger away. The game goes on till one of the seekers catches the snitch, and ends the game. Now, this usually wins the game for the team that catches it, but not always. Sometimes the team that catches it is too far behind in points, where the 150 points still doesn't catch them up, or it ties them with the other team, in which case it either ends in the team losing, or the game ending in a tie. Now I don't want to lose when we play, so we will try our hardest to keep the other team from scoring, so that you don't have to worry about us losing even though you catch the snitch. Do you understand the game now, Harry? Oliver was great at explaining the intricacies of the game, and Harry was fascinated from what he had been saying. Harry nodded and asked, "So when can I get some more practice with trying to catch the snitch?" Harry had a smile on his face when he asked this, and Oliver found that it was contagious. "Well, we still have the field for about a half an hour, so you can go up and try to see how many times you can catch it in that amount of time. Just keep an eye out for it, and be sure to catch it at least once in that time, because we can't just leave it out there when our time is up." He had said this last part with a gleam in his eyes. So Harry went up into the air on his broom and started looking for the snitch as soon as Wood let it go. He sure was a natural at this, Wood thought as he saw Harry catch it within the first minute, then again 3 more times in the half-hour time. He had done some spectacular dives and catches that were heart-stopping when he pulled them off. "We're definitely going to win the cup this year, Professor." Wood turned to see his head of house watching from the sidelines and called Harry down when he had last caught the snitch, telling him to go hit the showers before heading off to spend the rest of the day with his friends. "So what do you think, Professor? He seems to be quite natural on the broom, and did you see how he flew?" "Yes, he does, doesn't he? Yes, he looked just like his father did on the broom, and I'm glad that he is on our team. I agree with your assessment about us going to win the cup this year. I have a feeling that we are going to see great things come from Mr. Weasley there. He is going to prove us right in appointing him as the new Seeker." McGonagall had one of her smiles going, and it made Wood happy that she saw what Harry could do. He could just imagine what the year would have been like if Harry had to wait for his second year before he could try out. Wood had a smile on his face as he went in to take a shower before he went off to meet his friends in Hogsmeade. Wood was happy that his team would finally be able to get the cup in his final year with the help of the boy who lived, Harry Weasley, one time known as Harry Potter. Wood finished up quickly and joined the rest of the team in Hogsmeade to let them know about how well the session had gone. They were all happy and enjoying themselves at the 3 broomsticks. "Too bad Harry can't join us for another 2 years, you." "No. These cool-down sessions won't be anything without the whole team. Do you think you can talk to Dumbledore to see if we can get permission to have Harry join us in these sessions, Wood? I mean, these are meant to be sessions to unify the team, and he was the one who suggested them last year." "I will talk to him, but I don't think it will do any good. This is the first time that any team had a student on them that was under 3rd year since he started that policy. But I promise I will talk to him as soon as we get back." Wood wanted to bring their Seeker along on these excursions, because not only were they bonding times for the team, but they also served as private strategy sessions that were in a relaxed atmosphere where no one would really bother them. He was contemplating what he would say to the headmaster when the door opened to the 3 broomsticks and the said person walked in with no other than Harry. Professor Dumbledore walked up to the group followed by Harry and asked if they could sit down. When Wood nodded, he let Harry sit down next to his brother Fred, and he sat at the end of the table. "I know what you were thinking, Oliver, and I am only going to agree to let Harry come on these trips on 3 conditions. 1. You take responsibility in his safety. 2. Don't take advantage of this, and try taking him down here for other times. And 3. No one in the school is to know about this, or I would be getting asked by everyone and accused of favoritism in my ideas. Do you agree with all these conditions? Harry can get out of the castle with you easily on these days with the use of a certain something that he has in his possession that belonged to his father. Dumbledore had the ever-present twinkle in his blue eyes, and was smiling under that long beard of his. No problem, Professor, and thank you for this. I don't know how you seem to know everything that happens with your students, or know when they need something, but we all thank you for your gift. Is there anything else, or would you care to join us for a butter beer before you head back to the castle? No, there isn't anything else, Mr. Wood, and I will have to take a rain check on the butter beer, but I thank you for the offer. With that said, the headmaster swept out of the room, leaving the team to strategize about what they were going to do in their first match against Hufflepuff. They also spent the time telling Harry all about Hogsmeade, and what they do around the village when they were done before heading back to the castle on these trips. They figured that they wouldn't get into trouble if they took Harry with them to Honeyduke's Sweets, and he can explain where it came from by saying that the team bought it for him since he wasn't able to go with them for these excursions. Fred and George also got some for Ron since he was the jealous type, also because they weren't always jokester. 3 hours later they made their way back to the castle happier and a bit more laden down with sweets and butter beer. Harry went up to his dorm to deposit his bag of stuff into his secret hiding place before heading down to the common room to join his two friends for the rest of the day. Christmas Holidays. Harry Weasley. Chapter 9, Christmas Holidays. November came and went quietly for the students of Hogwarts, and there was a list put up of who would be staying behind for the Christmas break. Since Hermione told Ron and Harry that she was going to have to stay here this year, because her parents were going to a dental conference for most of the holiday, they had invited her to the Burrow for the holidays instead. She accepted immediately, and used Hedwig to owl her parents about her plans of not staying at school for the holidays because she was invited to her friend's house for the holidays. The next day found the friends heading to Hogsmeade to take the train to London and then to the Burrow for the Christmas holiday. When they got on the train, they were singing Christmas carols with some of the other first years that were going home up and down the corridors of the train. They were a tired bunch when they reached King's Cross Station platform 9 3/4, and to the waiting older Weasleys to take them to the Burrow. All three of them were met with bear hugs from Mrs. Weasley when they got off the train. They all went through the barrier and off to the waiting ministry cars that were going to transport them home. Hermione was wondering what a Wizardry Christmas was like. Of course she had read about some of the traditions, but she was sure that it was going to be a lot better in real time. When they reached the Burrow, the boys took all the trunks up to the respective rooms, which meant that Hermione's was left in the only single female's room, Ginny. Hermione didn't know much about Ginny, except that she was a year younger than Harry and Ron. And she had the natural red hair of all the Weasleys. She was a bit nervous of staying in the same room of the other girl, for she was an only child, and didn't really know what it would be like to have a sister, or a friend that was that close. When she went up to the room that night after dinner, she found that Ginny had a nicely decorated neat room. "Hi, I'm Hermione. You must be Ginny. I'm Ron and Harry's friend from school." Hermione tried to smile, to hide her nervousness from the younger girl. "Hi Hermione, I have heard many different things about you from my brothers. It is a pleasure to meet you. Come on in, that is your bed over there." Ginny had a ready smile, and seemed like a nice person to be around. Hermione quickly warmed up to the younger girl and they became quick friends. They spent most of the night talking about different things and boys. Ginny found that Hermione had found a guy that she thought was cute, but didn't think that it would be appropriate to think these things at her age. She thought that if they became friends first, that it might turn into something more when they get older. She didn't let her know that the boy was one of her brothers, but she thought that the girl might have figured it out. "So are you two friends at this time? Is it one of my brothers that you are thinking about? Maybe I can find out if he thinks the same about you. You don't seem like the girl to go after the prankster type, so I will leave out the twins, and Ron can be just as childish as those two. You also seem to be the type that know when someone is too old for them, so I will leave Percy out of this. So that only leaves Harry, and I know from the way that he looks at you sometimes that it might be a mutual feelings. So is it Harry?" Ginny watched as Hermione blushed while trying to deny what she had said. "It is Harry. Oh my Hermione, this is big news. I'm so happy for you. Do you know about his history, and why my family took him in and adopted him? I know that his parents were killed by he who must not be named when he was only 1 year old, and that the killing curse was put upon him, but rebounded, vanishing the same above named Dark Lord, giving Harry the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. But beyond that, It isn't in the history books about your family and why they took him in. Hermione was in her knowledge-seeking mood now, and wanted to learn everything that the younger girl knew. Well, you have everything right about that night, and the reason that my mother took him in isn't in the books, because it was suppressed, rightfully so, by the ministry on need-to-know basis. My mom was 9 months pregnant with me the night it happened. In a matter of fact, she went into labor and delivered me the very next day. But that is besides the point. The point is that she and Harry's mom were best friends, and she was off to visit the Potters that night to see Harry's Halloween costume for that year. She had flowed to Godric Hollow where they were in hiding at the time, and had stopped at a small boutique to pick up some teddy bears for the kids and Harry. Well, by the time that she had reached the Potter's house, it was already too late. The Dark Mark was already over the house, and the Potters and the Dark Lord were already dead. She had found Harry's dad in the front room dead with his wand out, and found Voldemort and Lily dead upstairs with a crying Harry still in his crib. Well, she was trying to comfort Harry when Dumbledore apparated in downstairs, and she went down to tell him what had happened. Well, to make a long story short, it seems that my mom was Harry's godmother, and she told the headmaster that in no uncertain terms, she was going to take Harry to raise as one of her own. Ginny had a tear running down her cheek when she got done with that story, and Hermione gave her a hug while they sat there contemplating on what was said. Well, that explains why Harry is so well adjusted to the wizarding life when he came to Hogwarts instead of what could have happened. Thank you for telling me, Ginny, and I think that we should get to bed. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. I want to go do some Christmas shopping for the holidays. As Hermione fell asleep, Ginny heard her quietly say, "You're right, it is Harry." Ginny had a smile on her face as she fell asleep that night, glad that her brother found someone to at least be a good friend with, and possibly to be a sister-in-law in 6 or 7 years. Both the girls had dreams that night about the same raven-haired, emerald-green-eyed boy, but for different reasons. Ginny's were loving dreams of what her brother and Hermione's wedding was going to be like, and that she was going to be a bridesmaid. Hopefully, she fell asleep with a smile on her face. Hermione, on the other hand, was dreaming more naughty dreams, well as naughty as any 11-year-old could dream of, about her best friend that she has found out that she has feelings for. Her night was filled with some of the most interesting dreams that made her laugh on the inside and smile all night long. The next few days before Christmas Eve and Day were spent with decorating the Burrow and going shopping to pick up last-minute gifts for everyone and food for the feast. One of the funniest things about decorating the Burrow happened one day when Ginny's friend Luna Lovegood was over, and she was caught with Ron underneath the mistletoe. Of course, neither of them were able to move without kissing, because it was one of the twins' enchanted mistletoes. Everyone was there waiting with bated breath, wondering what was going to happen, when Ron looked at Luna and gave a lopsided grin and, while blushing, kissed her. Luna, on the one hand, has had a crush on Ron for some time now, and basically found out that the feeling was mutual. When the spell was broken, they were inseparable, not in the holding hands way, but in that they were seen playing wizard chess or talking while walking in the snow outside. They didn't share another kiss before. That, my friend, is for the next chapter. Christmas was a jolly one in which Ron and Harry were woken up in the morning by Luna, who had stayed the night with the girls, Hermione and Ginny coming to their room to wake them up by jumping up and down on their beds. "Oh, common sleepy heads, it's Christmas, time for presents." The boys grumbled as they got up in the PJs and grabbed robes before joining the girls and the rest of the family downstairs to open presents and have Christmas breakfast. There wasn't many surprises in what everyone got for Christmas until Harry, Ron, Hermione and Luna got their presents from each other. Well, from the ones that they liked. Harry got a book on the greatest seekers in Quidditch history and a new watch from Hermione. Hermione got a box of sugar quills, a book on advanced charms, and a locket with her and Harry on one side and a picture of the trio on the other side from Harry. Ron got a book on the history of his favorite Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons, a subscription to the Quibbler, and a wand holster from Luna. Luna got a box of sweets from the sweet shop in Diagon Alley, a collection of butterbeer caps, and a music box from Ron. They each gave each other a hug and the girls gave the boys a kiss on the cheek, thanking them for the gifts. The rest of the day and the rest of the Christmas holidays went quietly and well. I know that things are going quite well for everyone's favorite boy, but I thought that part of each section or book will be spent in niceties before the big things happen. Don't worry, things will be heating up pretty soon. Remember that the part about the first year is only 26 chapters, and I'm coming up on halfway there. Yes, they're acting a bit but this is my story, so there. Thank you for reading and reviewing all. I love the reviews. Donald. New Year's Harry Weasley Chapter 10. New Year's. The rest of the year went well for the four friends. Harry and Hermione got closer, for Ron was spending more time with Luna. They had a group outing a couple of days after Christmas where they went down to Ottery Street Catchpole to go see a movie in the Cinemaplex. They sat there watching the movie and enjoying themselves. When they got back that evening, the four of them were closer friends, and there were some close relationships that were beginning to form, even though they didn't know it at the time. They spent the rest of the day denoming the garden for Mrs. Weasley and then came in for dinner. Luna was spending a few days with, for all her father knew, Ginny, but was spending most of her time with Ron. Ginny wasn't feeling left out at this, because there was one other person that showed up a couple of days after Christmas to spend time with his friends also, one Neville Longbottom. Both Ginny and Neville became close friends more due to the fact that the others were spending more time together, and while not ignoring them, they weren't spending a lot of time with them. It was a couple of days before the New Year, and they had planned on spending New Year's Eve in London counting in the New Year. The morning of New Year's Eve found them all getting ready to go. They had decided that they would spend the day in Diagon Alley, and that night they would go watch the counting in of the New Year on the River Thames. They flowed over to the Leaky Cauldron for breakfast. As they all sat down for a hearty breakfast that Tom fixed for them, they were talking about what they were going to be doing this day. Well, I wouldn't mind going into London to do some sightseeing and maybe show you all around the areas that I know of. I know that you probably haven't been into much of Muggle London with checking it out, and since my parents are Muggles, I can show you around to the different places I like going to. But first thing, I think that we might need to get you all some more appropriate clothing. I mean, it's not that bad, but, with this Hermione got all quiet because she didn't want to embarrass her friends for their ideas of Muggle clothing. Well, I guess the best way to put it is that your style of clothing might seem odd to the Muggles in London. There she said it, and hoped that she didn't offend them. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and the rest of the clan had a good laugh at that and told her, "We know that we aren't the most fashionable of people, and we had planned on doing a bit of shopping for more right clothing today also. You don't need to worry, Hermione, we know that witches and wizards aren't usually the ones to ask about fashion sense. Thank you for being discreet about how you said it." Hermione was blushing by this time, and they all had a good laugh before they got done with their breakfast and went into London to do some shopping before they went back to Diagon Alley to spend the day celebrating. They had fun doing their shopping and each picked a nice outfit for the night's activities. When they went back to the Leaky Cauldron, they went up to the rooms that they had gotten for the night to put their stuff in them before heading out for the day. They had fun going to the different shops around Diagon Alley, going into the different shops and watching the different street performers performing different types of magic and shows all around them. Harry, Ron and Neville all slipped away from the girls for about a half hour to go do some shopping for themselves. "Guys, I think we should treat the girls to something special for the New Year. Don't worry about money, I will either lend it to you or make it a gift. I haven't told anyone this, but not only do I have my own vault that is full of money that my parents had left for my schooling supplies and whatnot, I also had found out about a room at the school that has a box for each of my years that my parents had left for me. It not only has the different things that they thought I would need, like books and the map and cloak, but it also has around 3,000 galleons in each box for my school years to have fun. So don't worry about it." Harry had a smile a mile wide when he told his friends this, and saw their shocked faces. They ended up in a small jewelry store looking at necklaces and pendants for the girls. "How may I help you boys this day? Is there something that can be helped with? Let me guess, you three have some young ladies that you want to find something for the New Year." She was a friendly lady, and helped them each pick out a nice necklace for their lady friends. When they left the shop, they quickly put the boxes into their cloak pockets, and went to look for the rest of their group. They found them at the ice cream parlor just getting ready to order their ice creams. They slipped in beside them and ordered their own. When the girls looked at them with a "Where have you been" look, the boys just gave them a grin and told them that they will find out later. After the ice cream, they went back to the Leaky Cauldron where they were to get ready for the night. As they entered the bar, the three boys quickly ran upstairs before the girls could get up there, and slipped the boxes onto each of the girls' beds before slipping out into their room. As the girls went upstairs to get ready, the boys heard a squeal and 3 sets of running feet coming to their room. Their door burst open and the girls threw themselves on their respective male counterparts and thanked them in their own way. Each of the boys got a kiss from the girls, and there were 6 blushing faces, but happy faces. The boys helped the girls put on their necklaces, and then they all walked downstairs with happy faces to show the rest of the Weasleys what the boys had gotten them. There were hugs all around and a few glances going Neville's way from the other boys, telling him not to hurt their sister. They all had a wonderful dinner before heading off to London to celebrate the new year. They spent the night on the Thames watching the fireworks and listening to the free concert that was being offered for entertainment. The new year was brought in with everyone having a kiss to welcome in the New Year's. No one noticed or cared that the youngest of their group had also got together in kissing. I know that this seems that they are too young for the way they're acting, but they're just friends for now. This is just setting up the different pairings for the rest of the story. Keep on reading and reviewing. Thank you. Donald. Norbert Harry Weasley Chapter 11. Norbert A.N. This note is in response to Teichi for the last chapter. In response to your review, I will tell you that I am not going to be putting Harry's childhood into this story, because it would make the story just too long, but for you and anyone else that is interested, I will be putting a side story when I get done with this one about his childhood. Also, he does know about what happened to his parents, and it will also be about how he was able to handle his celebrity status much more easily. Thank you for bringing this up and reviewing my story. I hope that this answers your question. Donald. When they returned to school for the new term, they were all happy and got into their classes again. It was around May when they had their final Quidditch match against Slytherin to see who would win the Quidditch Cup. It was a nasty little game in which the score was tight, but it was going good for the Gryffindor, when suddenly Harry saw the snitch and went in after it, but something happened. His broom all of a sudden started going haywire and tried to start bucking him off. Hermione looked over at the teacher's stand and saw both Snape and Quirrell acting weird. She saw Snape muttering something and thought that he was cursing Harry's broom to throw him off. She mumbled something to Ron about doing something about helping Harry, and snuck off to do something. She went behind the stands and snuck up behind Professor Snape, and caught his robes on fire to stop the curse. This happened when he found that his attention wavered, and so did Quirrell's, and Harry got back onto his broom and caught the snitch for a Gryffindor win of 160 to 150. There was an eruption of clapping and cheers from everyone in the stand except the Slytherins. All the Gryffindors went down to congratulate the team on their win of both the game and the cup. When the team was finally able to get to their locker room, they got their showers and headed for their usual end-of-game trip to Hogsmeade for a post-game calm-down drink. Harry had finally gotten permission for Hermione and Ron to join them on these, and the team welcomed them with open arms. Ron was welcomed as a future team member, and Hermione was welcomed as not only the team manager, but also as Harry's lady. They got back to the castle in time for dinner and had a good day so far. Hagrid had asked Harry, Ron and Hermione down to his cabin that night so that he could talk to them. When they showed up and knocked on his door, there was a ruckus going up from Hagrid's dog Fang. "Shut up, Fang, while I open the door to let our guests in. Welcome, welcome. Come on in, you three." When the three of them walked in, they found that the hut was a bit hot, and they were wondering why. "Why is it so hot in here, Hagrid?" Harry asked the big man, but as soon as they saw the egg sitting on the table, Ron and Harry knew what it was. "Where did you get the dragon egg? Does Dumbledore know about it?" Hermione was flabbergasted to say the least when they said dragon egg. She, being a Muggle-born, didn't know that there were such things as dragons. Even though she had read about them, she thought they weren't around here. "Where did you get it, Hagrid? Isn't it illegal to breed or raise dragons by a private witch or wizards?" "Calm down, Hermione, it's not what you think. I won it in a bet, and I asked you three down here to watch it hatch. I know that Ron and Harry's brother Charlie is a dragon handler in Romania, and that this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience." While they were talking, there was a loud cracking sound coming from the egg. When they all looked over, they saw the said egg was hatching. "Oh, Hagrid, it's hatching. We get to see a baby dragon hatched. You must be so proud." Hermione was a bit soppy about this, and she just gave her friends a smile when they sent a questioning look at her. "What can I say? I love little things, and look, it's so cute." She was looking at where the egg sat, and now sat a baby Norwegian ridgeback dragon. "Isn't he cute, guys?" The said dragon looked up at them and gave a belch of flame that had set Hagrid's beard on fire. Hagrid was just laughing at what happened, and was so excited. "I think I will call him Norbert." "How are you going to be able to raise him, Highroad? I mean, is it safe?" Oh, I don't think he will harm a fly, but, hold on a second you three, I think I hear someone outside the hut. When the four of them went out the door, all they saw was a blonde figure running off in the distance and into the castle. You three better get back up to the castle before you get caught outside the dorm rooms after dark. The three of them ran off to the castle, in hope of getting to the Gryffindor common room without being caught. As they were almost to the common room entrance, they were stopped by the sight of Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Wherever she was, Filch was sure to be close by. As soon as they rounded the corner, they saw him and he saw them. Come with me you three, you are going McGonagall's office for your punishment. Filch growled as he led them off to their head of house's office. When they got there, they found Draco Malfoy there also with his usual smug look on his face. Explain yourselves on why you were out after dark. We were with Hag. Hermione was stopped with a look by Ron and Harry when she was about to tell her where they were. They didn't want Highroad to get in trouble for the dragon. They had hoped that Draco didn't tell her about that little thing. They didn't have to worry. Draco had other ideas on what to do about that situation. Well, for your being out of the common room after dark, you four will lose 25 points each, and have 1 night's detention. Excuse me, Professor, but did I hear you right? Did you say the four of us? Draco's smug expression was quickly going away. Yes, Mr. Malfoy, while I commend you for your decision to bring this up to me, you still were out after curfew yourself, so you will have to have the punishment also. Now the four of you off to your common rooms, you will serve your detentions together tomorrow night at 9 p.m. The professor said this with a there will be no arguing attitude to her words. The four of them left her office quietly and went to their own dorms to sleep. Tomorrow will be a long day for them all. A Night in the Forbidden Forest. Harry Weasley. Chapter 12. A Night in the Forbidden Forest. The four students and Mr. Filch walked down towards the Forbidden Forest and Hagrid's hut the next night. When they got closer, Filch walked up to the half-giant saying, "4 to help you out tonight." Hagrid. Hagrid looked at the four students and nodded his thanks to Filch. Thank ye Argus, I will take it from here. Okay you four, come with me. We're going into the forest tonight to check on an injured unicorn. Hagrid hoisted his crossbow to his shoulder and called for his boarhound Fang. Okay, we are going in to find an injured unicorn. We will split up. Ron and Hermione, you two with me. Harry and Draco, you two go that way. Okay, but we get Fang with us. Draco was shaking in his shoes, but didn't want it to show. That's okay with me, but be warned, he's a chicken. Draco paled when he heard this, and then followed Harry and Fang into the forest. On their way there, they were finding that they were going in deeper and deeper, and it was getting darker and darker. Harry held up his hand quickly, and told Draco to stop. I think I might have found something. Harry knelt down near a puddle of silver liquid. Go get Hagrid. I think I might have found where the unicorn is. This is unicorn blood, she must be close. Take Fang with you if you are scared, just hurry up. Draco could tell that Harry was being serious about this, so he left rather quickly, not taking Fang. Not that he cared about Harry's well-being, he just forgot. Harry walked a little bit farther following the trail of the unicorn. What he came upon made his stomach turn. He found a cloaked man leaning over the body of the unicorn, which was obviously dead. Harry drew his wand, and was about to stun the cloaked person, but the person looked up before he could and came at him. There was a thundering of hooves that came out of nowhere to drive the cloaked man off, and all Harry saw was the back end of what he thought was a horse, before it turned around to show that it was actually a centaur. When the centaur turned towards Harry, he said, "This isn't a safe place for you to be, young Harry Weasley. What brings you to the forest this night?" "I was with Hagrid serving a detention looking for her. I guess we were too late." Harry looked sad at the dead unicorn, then realized something. "I don't know who you are, but we need to help her. It looks like she is about to foal, and I don't know whether it's possible or not, but I would like to try to save the foal if possible." The centaur looked at the young man and asked, "Do you know what you are asking to do? If we are able to help the young one, he or she will be on their own, unless someone takes care of them. Are you willing to take the young one in to help raise them? Think about your answer carefully, young Harry, because it would mean that you will be raising it as your own." Harry thought about this for a minute, and nodded his head. "I will take the challenge. It doesn't sound fair that one so young wouldn't even be given the chance to live. I know that I would have the help of Hagrid to raise it. Will you help me try to save it?" Harry looked up at the centaur with hope in his eyes. The centaur named Bane, so Harry found out, decided that this young man was going to be very powerful, and that he would help him in this in any way that he can. He led Harry over to the female unicorn and started seeing the young unicorn make its way out of his mother's womb, and they could tell that even though she was still breathing, that the mother unicorn was taking her last breath to make sure that her foal would live. Harry looked into the mother unicorn's eyes and felt that he was giving her assurance that her young one would be raised right and with love. The unicorn licked his hand and as the baby unicorn was born took her last breath. Harry and Bane cleaned up the young unicorn and waited while Hagrid and the others came in for the young one to take its first steps. "Harry, are you near?" Harry heard Hagrid yell out, and set off a few sparks to let him know where he was, then went back to helping the young foal. Hagrid and the other three came quickly thereafter and saw Harry and Bane standing over what Hagrid thought would only be one unicorn, not one with a newborn foal. Hagrid raised his crossbow and was about to put the young one out of its misery, because he knew that it couldn't bring itself up, but was soon surprised when Harry stood between him and the young unicorn. "What are you doing, Harry? This is the only humane way to do it." Harry only looked at his big friend and shook his head. "No, Hagrid, I made a promise to her mother and to Bane here that I would raise her as my own. I know that it will be a hard thing to do, but she has already bonded with me. I can't let you kill her, Hagrid, please, I can do it." Harry was pleading that his friend would understand. When Hagrid looked down into his eyes, he could tell that Harry would do his best to do as he promised. "Okay, Harry, but you are going to have to 1. Tell Professor Dumbledore, 2. Come down to my hut every night to help take care of her, and also during the day when you have the time, because I will need your help in feeding her and raising her, since you are now her mother basically. 3. Figure out something to do with her over the holidays, because I'm sure that the headmaster won't let you take her home with you, even though, if we could figure out a way to do it, it wouldn't hurt her at the Burrow. And last but not least 4. You have to name her." Hagrid smiled down at his young friend and was happy that Harry was being such a responsible young man for the age of 11. "Well, Hagrid, the first 2 will be no problem, and the 4th one, I'm sure that I can have help with thinking of a name. But the 3rd one, I'm not sure what Mom and Dad would think about me bringing home a unicorn, but I'm sure that they will support it." Harry smiled and led the young unicorn out of the forest followed by his 2 friends, Hagrid and a contemplating Draco. If they had looked at Draco's face at that time, they would have found the young man thinking about what was happening, and a look of respect for Harry and his friends. "Hey Harry, how about lightning, for the mark of the lightning bolt that has won her forehead?" Ron was the first one to notice the marking on the young unicorn, which was a lightning bolt-shaped blaze on her forehead. "You know what, Ron, that is a perfect idea." The young unicorn looked like she knew what they were talking about and nodded her head like she liked the name. When they got back to Hagrid's cabin, they led the young one over to the horse stables that were in the back. "Hagrid, do you think that it is possible that I can stay with her tonight? I mean, she is just a newborn, and I don't think it would be right for her to be without me at first." "That sounds like a great idea, Harry." Hagrid looked at Ron and Hermione and said, "I suppose that you two want to stay also." They both nodded, and to everyone's shock so did Draco. When the 3 friends looked at him, he just shrugged saying, "Maybe I'm seeing you 3 in a different light. I'm sorry for being an ass before, and hopefully we can start over." Draco looked at them with a rare smile that wasn't a smirk, and the 3 friends found that Draco seemed like a nice guy like this. "It's okay with me if he stays also, he's part of the group that saved her anyway. Welcome aboard, Ma Draco." Harry put out his hand and the other boys shook his hand willingly, smiling even more. "Thank you, Po Harry, you don't know how much this means to me. I don't have many friends in the Slytherins besides those that want to be my friends only because of my name. There is one girl that seems to want to be my friend anyway, but I don't know. Her name is Pansy Parkinson, and she may be a pure blood, but I have known her for many years, and she just isn't like that. I think she would like to meet you 3. I know that she hasn't been saying bad things about you 3 or the Gryffindor's house like the rest of us. I must say that I was before, but now that I see you all like this, my ideals have changed. What about you 2 goons? They seem to not be able to do anything without your consent, but they do seem to be a couple of bullies?" Ron asked with concern. He didn't like Draco that much, but was willing to start over with him if the others were. "Crabbe and Goyle, you're right. They're a couple of goons all right. They're not the nicest people, but they can be trusted not to do what they're not told. They won't be bothering your house anymore if I tell them to." Draco got a laugh out of this, and so did the rest of them. The four of them made up a bed of straw for the young unicorn, and 4 beds for themselves. They fell asleep pretty much right away, and even though Harry was up a couple of times that night to look after the young one, they slept quite well that night. The next morning was spent getting the unicorn more settled in, and then going up to the castle for breakfast. After breakfast, Harry and the other 3 went up to see Professor Dumbledore. When they reached the gargoyles, they kept trying to guess the password, with every kind of candy that they could think of. The pillars opened finally when they guessed lemon drops, and they took the stairs up and were about to knock on the door, when they heard a voice calling out, "Come in, Harry, Ron, Draco and Hermione." When the 4 students walked in, they found that the headmaster wasn't alone. Inside the office were Hagrid, the headmaster, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and their head of house, Professor McGonagall. "Won't you all sit down, please? I see that you all came here directly after breakfast to tell me something. By what you see with who is here, you probably know already that I know. I asked that your parents to come here, Ron and Harry, so that we can discuss your plans for the holidays with your new charge, also Professor McGonagall said that she will be informed why you are going to be gone sometimes at night." After this was said, Professor Snape came in wondering why he was up here with these 4 students, wondering what had they done now. He was totally surprised to see that Draco seemed to be friendly with the 3 Gryffindors. "What is it you need, Headmaster? I was in the middle of putting together some healing potions for Madame Pomfrey." Snape was a little confused, but wasn't going to show it. "Yes, Severus. I wanted you to be here so that you might be informed why one of your students will be out of his dorm room at night from time to time. It seems that young Mr. Weasley, Malfoy and Ms. Granger came across a dreadful sight last night while on detention in the forest. Mr. Weasley came across a pregnant unicorn that had been attacked by someone going after immortality, and she had been with foal. Harry and one of the centaurs were able to save the young foal, and Harry and the other 3 seem to have bonded with her. They will be taking care of her, and that is also why I wanted you, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, to come here so that we can make arrangements for the young unicorn to stay at the Burrow with Harry and your children during the holidays." They had spent the next couple of hours making plans, and the children went down to the Great Hall to have lunch. They were all happy, and it showed. Okay, I know that this isn't showing Draco and Pansy in their usual light, but I'm having them come to the light side earlier than some would have for the sake of the story. Please read and review. Donald. Nicholas Flamel. Harry Weasley. Chapter 13, Nicholas Flamel. The next day found the 3 friends up in the library finding out the different properties of unicorn blood for immortality, and why that person might have been after the unicorn in the first place. They were behind a large stack of books looking over different theories and histories of the use by the dark arts. They found an interesting story written by a person named Nicholas Flamel about how some people used to use it for the replacement of the use of one of his inventions. It seemed that Mr. Flamel invented the Sorcerer Stone, and that it had kept him and his wife alive for centuries. Or at least the after effect in a potion made of part of an afterthought was. This is interesting, guys. It seems that this stone can cause immortality and a few other things to happen, but only if used in a certain way. It says that it can bring a person back to their body also. I wonder who that was, and if they were trying to bring he who must not be named back. One never knows. But I wonder if it has anything to do with it. Harry was pondering when Hermione gave a squeak, when she was reading an article in earlier Daily Prophet. "Guys, look at this. It says that Gringotts was broken into on July 31st, but the people weren't able to find anything. The goblins said that the thing that the thieves were looking for was in a vault that was emptied just that morning. I wonder if this has anything to do with the Sorcerer's Stone, and what they were after." Hermione was excited beyond belief, and was thinking about it more and more while they were poring over the books. It says here that Flamel was last seen handing the stone to a strange man to keep safe, for he was afraid that some of he who must not be named followers were trying to get it off him to bring their master back. I wonder. We need to talk to Hagrid to see if he knows what is going on. He might know what is going on with this, for if I remember right, we were in Diagon Alley that same day doing our shopping, and we ran into Hagrid at Gringotts. He was all quiet and all saying that he was on official Hogwarts business and all. It seemed that he was hiding something, but we weren't sure what it was. Well, come on, we have been in here all day. Let's go down to dinner and get Draco. Then after dinner the 4 of us can go down to Hagrid's and look in on Lightning to see how she is doing. Maybe afterwards we can get a few words in with Hagrid before we go off to bed." The 3 of them put the books away and then went down to the Great Hall for dinner. After dinner, they asked Draco if he wanted to go see lightning, and he was eager. They didn't have to be quiet about this, because the whole school knew about it by now. Not that they couldn't keep it quiet, it was too big of news. Dumbledore looked down on the four of them as they left the Great Hall with a twinkle in his eyes and a smile. Looks like some inter-house rivalry isn't happening anymore. Looks like Gryffindor and Slytherin have found something for at least those students to find hope in. Don't you agree with me, Severus? Yes, it seems that Mr. Malfoy and both Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger have formed a friendship out of a mutual acquaintance in lightning. I know that Draco won't follow his father now into the Death Eaters if he is offered the chance. I also know that all the first-year Slytherins follow him as their leader, and that there are going to be less and less evil students in my house from now on. Snape was giving one of his uncustomary smiles, and the old headmaster liked it. Good to hear, Severus. Now I hope that Voldemort doesn't come back anytime soon. I know that the prophecy says that Harry will fight him, but I don't want to have that happen for quite a few years if we can help it. Dumbledore was left in his thoughts as he saw his students file out of the hall going back to their respective dorms. The four students went down towards the stables near the Forbidden Forest, and into the area that lightning was at. The young foal cantered up to them and greeted them each with a neigh. Good to see you, girl. Have you been doing good? The unicorn nodded, and rubbed her horn against Harry's palm as he rubbed her forehead. You're a good girl, I'm glad that we were brought together. You have done something that hasn't happened in over 300 years, you brought four friends together that were enemies in the beginning, and you also are promoting inter-house unity. All four of them were petting her and checking to see if she was all right. They had decided that they would spend their weekends sleeping in here with her until she was old enough, so at least for the rest of this school year. As the rest of them settled in and got things ready for the night, Harry excused himself, saying that he had to go talk to Hagrid for a few minutes, and that he would be back in a couple of minutes. Harry went up to Hagrid's hut and knocked. He was let in and they had a long talk. A Talk with Hagrid. Harry Weasley, Chapter 14. A Talk with Hagrid. When Harry walked into Hagrid's hut, Fang was jumping all over him, and licking his face all over. Get down, Fang. Down now. Hagrid was yelling at his boar hound and pulling him off. Fang went to the corner and watched the two of them. Now Harry, how may I help you? Tea, rock cakes. Harry sighed and took the offered cup of tea, but refused politely the rock cakes. Well, Hagrid, we were wondering, what do you know about the Sorcerer's Stone? Is that what you were after in Gringotts those many months ago? Harry looked at Hagrid, and from the look the man had gotten when he asked that question, Harry knew no matter what Hagrid had told him, that he was right. No, Harry, what makes you think that is what I was after? I mean, the only person that had it was Nicholas Flamel. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. Never you mind what I just said, it's none of your bother in what's going on with the Sorcerer's Stone, and with what is happening around here. So it is true then, you did go and get it. It was the stone that the burglars were after at Gringotts the day I ran into you in the summer. You were bringing it out for safekeeping. But Hagrid, I think that there is someone out there looking for it, and if they find out that you are hiding it here on the school grounds, they will go to no ends to get it. Are you sure that you want to endanger the students with the possibility of a fight in the school? Harry was really worried. Wait, is that why the third-floor corridor is off limits? It's being guarded there by something. That's it, isn't it? You have something crazy guarding the stone in that passage. Well, I wish you good luck with that, Hagrid. I need to get back to my friends in Lightning. Thank you for the tea and for taking care of her so well when I am unable. Harry gave his friend a smile and left to go tell his friends what he had found out. As he was leaving, Harry didn't notice the big man going up to the castle to talk to the headmaster, and if he did, he wouldn't have thought anything about it. When he got back, he found his friends all asleep, and decided to check on a few things back in the castle. He left quickly and went up to the castle, grabbing his invisibility cloak on the way. He just started wandering around the castle, and soon found himself in a part of the castle that he had never been into before. He found himself up in the third-floor corridor, and found Mrs. Norris prowling around and sniffing the hem of his cloak. He tried to shoo her away, for he didn't want to be caught up here. But before he could, he heard Filch, and ran into an adjacent classroom trying to avoid him. When he was sure that he couldn't be found, Harry decided to explore this new room, for he hadn't been here before. What he found was a mirror. When Harry looked into the mirror, he found that there were two other people looking back at him besides himself. One was a tall man that looked kind of like an older version of himself, except he had blue eyes, and the women had kind emerald green eyes and red hair. Hair like his adopted mom, and a caring smile for him. He sat there watching them and just being there with them. He didn't hear the person walking up behind him and was startled by the voice when it came. "I see you have found the mirror of Verized, Harry. I was wondering when you would find it. Is there anything that you would like to know?" There wasn't any unkindness in the voice of Harry's headmaster as he spoke, so Harry was pretty sure he wasn't going to be in trouble this time. "Who are these people in the mirror with me? Do you see them? Why do I feel so safe with them, when I don't know who they are?" "Those are your parents, Harry, and I don't see them. That also explains why you feel so safe when you see them. You see, Harry, the mirror of Verized shows your greatest desires. For a man that has gotten his greatest desires, it would show just him. Do you understand, Harry?" "Yes, I think I do. Professor, there is one other question I have. Why are you hiding the Sorcerer's Stone here in the school? Wouldn't it be safer at Gringotts?" To say that the headmaster was surprised that Harry knew about the stone would be an understatement. His face only showed a flicker of interest in how Harry knew about it, but then his facade fell back across his face. "Don't you worry about it, Harry, it is safe here. Why don't you go back to your friends in Lightning? Now go on, before Mr. Filch catches you out." The headmaster chuckled as he saw Harry run off towards the stables, and not get caught. Of course he wasn't going to get caught, for Dumbledore had sent Filch on an errand, but he wasn't going to tell Harry that. Fluffy Harry Weasley Chapter 15. Fluffy. After his talk with the headmaster at the mirror, Harry made his way down toward the front hall and out to the stables. On his way there, he was waylaid by the constantly shifting staircases, and found himself in the forbidden corridor. When he happened to find himself going into a room that he never previously noticed, what he found made his heart jump. He found himself running for his life down the stairs and out the front door and out to the stables. He wasn't sure what it was, but he was sure that it didn't look friendly. Harry was lucky that the beast didn't notice him before he got out of there. He had found what was protecting the stone, and he was sure that whatever it was, that the stone was safe. There was a three-headed dog standing on a trapdoor, and guarding the room. Harry was very certain that this kind of dog was called a Cerberus. When he got back to the stable, he decided not to tell his friends before the morning. He went and stopped by to see how Lightning was doing, and to make sure she was comfortable. As always, she was able to calm Harry down whenever he was having problems, and he was the same with her. He stood there just stroking her head absently while thinking about what actually the Cerberus was doing there. Weren't they supposed to be dangerous or something? "Looks like I'm going to have another talk with Hagrid tomorrow, girl." Harry smiled as he said this, and Lightning was looking at him like he was the one who had the extra heads. "Don't worry, girl, I haven't gone crazy yet. I just saw something that had scared the living daylights out of me, and it has gotten me curious." Harry checked her water and hay before patting her head and heading over to his sleeping bag and sleeping for the rest of the night. Harry had an interesting dream that night. He had found himself in a corridor with different puzzles that he and his friends had to get through before they could get to their goal. He found that there were 4 tasks that were set up for different people's expertise. He saw a plant, then a set of flying keys, then a giant chessboard, and finally he found that he was in a room with a bunch of potions, and he knew immediately who would be helping him with what. He found that there was another room at the end of it, but that he didn't know what it was because he couldn't see it. He woke up with a start and found that the others were coming around, and that it was morning. He decided that he would tell them about the dog, and what he had dreamed that night. When the 4 of them woke up that morning, they went about their different tasks in the stables, for they started to work there in the morning to help out with the other animals. As they were working, Harry brought up that he had a talk with the headmaster last night and that he had found a mirror called the Mirror of Verized. He also told them that afterwards, on his way back down to the stables, he got stuck up in the 3rd-floor corridor that was forbidden to enter because of the stupid staircases, and found a 3-headed dog guarding a trapdoor. "I think that this is where the Sorcerer's Stone is being kept." They had all agreed that they would talk to Hagrid sometime in the future about the dog, and what he knew about what it is. After getting done with their chores that morning, they all went to get cleaned up in their separate dorms, and go down to breakfast. At breakfast that morning, they found that they were going to be having some interesting classes coming up on the different things that they could find in the forest. It was more of a lecture than a class, but was still required for all the students to attend. The class was going to be that evening after regular classes, and the lecture was going to be given by Hagrid and Charlie Weasley. After breakfast, the four of them were approached by Professor Dumbledore to ask them a question. Harry, is Lightning well enough to possibly bring her around tonight for the rest of the student body to meet her, and to help Hagrid and Charlie with their talk tonight? Harry thought on it a minute, and after having a quick conversation with his friends he said, she should be all right with doing it, but not for a long amount of time. She is still young, and she doesn't know the school yet. Can we make it to be either the first or last thing that they talk about, so that she can be brought back to the stables without too much fuss? That shouldn't be a problem. Why don't you and your friends go to class now, and then right before the lecture, you can get out of your last class a bit early to go and get her ready. Thank you, Harry. You don't know how much that this means to me and the other teachers. It isn't often that you get a close-up look at a young unicorn foal while also learning about them. I promise that it won't be too stressful for her, and it won't take too long. With that, Dumbledore quickly dismissed the students and went off to his office while the students went to their first class of the day, which happened to be Double Transfiguration with the Slytherin. That whole day was about learning about different spells and stuff for their basic skills. None of the teachers gave homework that day, for they were wondering what was going to happen that night also. The day went by rather quickly, and before they knew it, the four friends were heading down to the stables to get Lightning ready for her debut in the castle. She could tell that her friends were excited about something, and she was going out somewhere. She was a little surprised to find that they were leading her to the castle, and into a giant room. When she saw Hagrid, she calmed down some, and even more when her friends stayed with her. Now everyone, I welcome you to the first annual creature lecture on what is out there in the forest. The first animal that we are going to be talking about is the unicorn. Now normally you wouldn't be able to see or approach one unless you were female and pure, but we are privileged to have a student here that has bonded with a baby one when he saved her when her mother was killed. Please everyone, keep it down as Harry Weasley and his friends bring Lightning forward. Please remember that she is less than a year old, and might frighten easily, so no sudden movements please. Harry and his friends led a young foal up to the front of the hall to the soft oohs and ahs of their fellow students. Lightning for her part was doing okay, but was a bit skittish when a Hufflepuff girl tried to pet her. She calmed down right away when Harry whispered something into her ear. They went up to the front of the hall and Hagrid and Charlie gave a small speech on the unicorn, and the students were allowed to come up and pet her a little bit before Harry led her back to the stables, telling his friends to go ahead and enjoy the lecture, he would be right back. After Harry made sure that Lightning was settled in, he went back up to the castle in time to hear about the werewolves, and saw that there happened to be one there. His name was Remus Lupin, and it was told to everyone in the hall that he was a student here at Hogwarts back in the time of the Marauders. Nobody happened to notice a little smile come across the werewolf's face at the mention of the Marauders. The rest of the lecture went quite well and everyone seemed to enjoy it. When it was done, the werewolf seemed to come up to Harry and his friends. Excuse me, but would you happen to be Harry Weasley? Yes, that is me. Why? No reason really, I just wanted to introduce myself. I was a friend of your parents James and Lily Potter before they were killed. Name's Remus Lupin, and if you ever need anything Harry, please feel free to owl me. Did you find that special place yet? Lupin asked with a twinkle in his eyes. If you mean the place with the boxes of stuff that my parents left for me for each year, then yes I have. Professor McGonagall showed it to me toward the first of the year. Yes, I will definitely owl you, Mr. Lupin. Thank you for introducing yourself. It is nice to meet friends of my parents. Harry gave him a smile, then went with his friends to their separate dorms. We have to get the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry Weasley, Chapter 16. We have to get the Sorcerer's Stone. A.N. Dream Sequence. Harry, Ron and Hermione were sitting in the Gryffindor common room discussing what they thought was going on, and what was possibly happening. They had come up with a few crazy ideas, but none of them seemed plausible. Well, our suspects are one person, and that's Snape. He seems to hate you, Harry, and it would be completely plausible that he is after the stone to bring back Voldemort. You said that you thought it was him that was cursing you at the Quidditch game, trying to get you killed. That makes sense considering that it stopped when I caught his robes on fire. Now how do we stop him from getting the stone, without us ourselves getting in trouble? Hermione was the smart one of the group, and always had a good head on her shoulders. They all sat there and thought about what they were going to do, and how they were going to do it. They decided to all go to bed and think on it. They were going to meet up with each other in the morning before breakfast to see what they had figured out. Little did they know that when they went to bed that night, they each would have a dream about what they had to do, and how to do it. Hermione's dream. Hermione climbed into her bed and went to sleep rather quickly. She was asleep for no more than 10 minutes when she started dreaming. She was sitting in the library when she saw a book on different creatures and what they were. She went to go get it and started reading. It said that the Cerebus, or three-headed dog, was only able to be calmed by music, and that they were only for guarding special places. Next she found herself, Ron and Harry going towards the dog, and finding it already asleep. They tried to get past him, but found their way blocked by the dog's huge paw. They got the paw out of the way and were about ready to go down through the trapdoor, when the music stopped. They jumped in and were caught in some kind of plant. She saw that she knew what it was and she helped them through it. The next thing she saw was a room of potions and Ron wasn't with them. Then she woke up with a start and found that it was morning already and she went and got ready for the day. Ron's dream. Ron was all ready to go get some sleep that night, and had fallen asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He started dreaming about something, and he tried to remember it all. Ron was obviously with Harry and Hermione, and they were getting ready to go and get the stone, when they heard a noise behind them in the common room. It was Neville, and he told them that they weren't going to go and lose the house points anymore. A flash of light and Neville was on the ground. The next thing he remembered was being on a giant chessboard and knowing that they had to win. Then he woke up and found that it was morning also. Harry's dream. Harry was also ready to go to bed right away and sleep. Like the others, he was exhausted and just wanted to sleep. But also like the others, he was to dream that night. Harry found himself going with Ron and Hermione towards the third-floor corridor under the invisibility cloak to avoid Filch. He found that they got past Fluffy, and went through the trapdoor. Next he remembered getting on a broomstick and flying somewhere. Next he remembered facing one of his professors in front of the mirror or Erisod, but he couldn't make out who it was foggy. Then he remembered waking up in the hospital wing and talking to the headmaster. He woke up with the knowledge that he was going to get it, but that something happened to his friends that they weren't with him at the end. It was morning when he woke up, so he got ready and noticed that Ron was already up and downstairs. When he got there, the three of them said at the same time, "We need to get the Sorcerer's Stone." They made plans to talk to Hagrid one last time to find out if there was anything that he could tell them. They went down to breakfast and vowed to talk to him after classes that day. A Talk with Hagrid Part 2. Harry Weasley Chapter 17. A Talk with Hagrid Part 2. The next day found the four of them going down to Hagrid's hut to talk to him about what he knew about Fluffy and the different ideas that they had dreamed about. Draco was just going to find out about the stone himself. When they reached the hut, Harry knocked on the door and it was answered by the friendly half-giant himself. "How may I help you for? I hope that it isn't anything that will get you into trouble." "Can we come in, Hagrid? We were wondering if we could talk to you about something important," Harry asked his friend with a smile and a lopsided grin. "Come on in, you guys. I was wondering when you would show up. Now how may I help you?" Hagrid had a feeling that he knew what they were going to talk about. He was floored when they actually told him. "Hagrid, what can you tell us about Fluffy and how do we get past him?" Hagrid looked at them and shook his head. "I shouldn't tell you all about that. How did you find out about Fluffy? I mean, that is supposed to be a secret. Why do you want to know how to get past him? You're not going in there to find the stone. I won't let you. If I have to, I will give you all detention till the end of the school year, so you won't have the opportunity to go down there." Hagrid was looking like he was serious, and wasn't going to let them get themselves killed. "Don't worry, Hagrid, we already know what's going to happen, and that we're meant to go save the stone from someone that is trying to get it. We think that it's Snape, because how he tried to hex Harry during the Quidditch match. We're not sure when we need to get it by, but we know that it is soon. The three of us each had a dream last night about each of our roles in the retrieving the stone. Now are you going to help us, or are we just going to go on what we know?" Hagrid let out a long breath, and looked at them. "I know that I shouldn't be doing this, but I believe you. One thing though, all four of you won't be able to go. If you're going to do this, it's best that it's only three of you doing it. Now since you said that three of you had dreams about it last night, which one of you didn't?" Draco raised his hand and said, "I didn't have a dream about what my part in it is, but I did have a dream about who the traitor is. I'm sorry to tell you all this, but it isn't Snape. My dream showed me who it was quite well. It's Quirrell. He has something hidden under his turban that is controlling him. I don't know who or what it is, but I know that it is evil." Draco shuddered when he said this, and the rest of them knew that they each had their own way of learning about what was going on. "Damn, I wouldn't have thought that Quirrell would have it in him to turn dark. But then neither did they think that he who must not be named would turn dark either. Well, we need to tell Professor Dumbledore immediately and hope that we can catch Quirrell before he goes down there. The 5 of them went straight up to the headmaster's office to talk to him. When they knocked on his door, they heard, "Come in, all of you." When they walked in, they found Professors Snape, McGonagall and the headmaster standing there in front of his desk discussing what was going on. "Professor, we have news about the Sorcerer's Stone. Professor Quirrell is after it for some reason. We all had dreams last night about either our tasks in getting the stone, or about who it was. That is after it." Hermione was talking a mile a minute, and the 3 professors looked at them shocked. "Excuse me, but are you accusing one of the professors of this? School of being a traitor? I will not hear of this nonsense. The 4 of you better be off to your dorms before you get detention or worse. Expelled." Snape snarled at the 4 of them, and it seemed that the other 2 professors agreed with him and the discussion was closed. The 4 of them were followed by Hagrid out of the office and went their separate ways to their dorm rooms. "I believe you on what you say, guys. I have only 2 pieces of advice for you if you still plan on going after it. 1. Remember that music soothes the savage beast, and 2. Be careful in there. There are many different types of traps that you're going to be facing. Not be very careful, and don't worry about Fluffy, just keep singing to him when you come across him." With that, Hagrid went his own way with a smile and a whistle on his lips. The 4 of them went on their own way to their own dorms. Draco told them, "Be careful, please. You're some of the only friends I truly have here. Don't do anything stupid, and get in and get out. I know that you're going to do it, but I didn't see what or if anything bad will happen to you all." Draco waved to his friends and went down to the dungeon to talk to Pansy and wait up to hear whether or not the trio was able to pull it off. "Well, I say we wait till tonight, so that we won't have any problems. Wait till everyone else has gone to sleep, and slip out under Harry's invisibility cloak." With that, they each sat down to finish up their homework for the end of the year, and to make sure that they were ready. 3 hours later, when they thought that everyone else was asleep, the 3 friends went to sneak out the portrait hole when they heard a voice behind them. "Stop! Where are you 3 going? You're going to sneak out again, aren't you? I won't let you." Neville was standing behind them, shaking, but definitely having his wand pointed at them, going to try to stop them. "I'm sorry, Neville, petrificus totalis." With that said, Neville fell to the floor petrified but still breathing. "Come on, guys, he won't be out forever." With that, the 3 friends made their way out of the portrait hole, and Harry wrapped the cloak around them as they walked to the 3rd floor corridor to face their fate with Fluffy in the chambers that lay beneath him. When they reached the corridor and the door, they heard music coming from behind the door. To calm Fluffy and the tasks. Harry Weasley, Chapter 18, Calming Fluffy and the Tasks. A.N. I am sorry that I am combining 2 chapters into this chapter, but I find that it is going to be too short without the tasks underneath Fluffy. Thank you all for your great reviews and following this story till the end. I am promising you that when I post this chapter, I will be posting the rest of the first year also. Donald. When they opened the door, they found a magical harp in the corner playing the Brahms lullabies. They saw that Fluffy was softly snoring, all 3 heads of him. They went up to look at Fluffy and try to figure out how they were going to get past him. They tried Wingardium Leviosa to levitate it, but they found that their magic wouldn't work on him. Harry tried to lift it by himself, but found that it was just too heavy. Harry and Ron tried to lift it with both their strengths, but it was still too heavy. The 3 of them decided that they would need to do it with all 3 of their strengths. The 3 of them lifted the heavy paw off of the trapdoor, and to the side. They opened the door and looked down in to see if they could see anything. "Well, who's going to go first?" "I think you should, Harry. Then I will go. Then Ron will follow me." Hermione was thinking about how this might work when they all felt the silence. "Do you guys hear that?" The music stopped. The 3 of them looked over their shoulder to see whether or not Fluffy had woken yet. They didn't see the heads where they had left them and turned back to the trapdoor. They were deciding how long they had, when Ron felt water fall on his shoulder. He let out a scream and jumped down the hole, quickly followed by Harry and Hermione and Fluffy snapping after them but just missing. As they fell, they all landed in a heap on a pile of plant material. Hermione lit her wand and looked around. "Oh my, looks like we landed in the devil's snare. Now what have I read about how to get out of this?" As Hermione was getting agitated about this, The three of them started sinking into the plant. Ron was beginning to get panicky and the plant was strangling him. I have it, guys. Just calm down and you will just pass through it. Just calm down. Hermione relaxed and settled through the devil's snare and passed through it. Harry decided that if she could do it, so could he. He first called out, "Are you all right, Hermione? Did it work?" Harry was calling through the plant down to her. "Yeah, I'm fine, Harry. It's just a small drop once you get through the plant. Just remember to relax." Harry finally was able to relax, and found himself going through the plant easily and had a short fall to the floor underneath. "Where's Ron? Why doesn't he do the same thing?" "Ron, just relax, and you will go right through and be fine." Ron wasn't able to relax for some reason, and didn't listen to Hermione and just kept struggling. "What was the other thing I heard about this? Come on, Hermione, you know there was something else that would save Ron. Think, think, think." "Duh, that's it." Hermione raised her wand and shouted, "Lumos." The plant shrank and Ron fell through to join his friends on the floor underneath. "Sorry it took so long, Ron. I couldn't remember that the devil's snare doesn't like sunlight or bright lights." Hermione smiled at Ron as he sat there getting his breath back. "Well, shall we get back to what we were doing? If I remember right from my dream, the next trap will be trying to catch a flying key out of the air out of hundreds of them." The three friends started walking along a lone corridor and were soon hearing the beats of thousands of wings coming from ahead of them. "I think we found what we were looking for." The three of them came across the flying keys and a broom on the other side. They went to the other side of the room to try the door, and found that even Alohomora wouldn't work to open it. Harry finally decided that he had to catch the key from the back of a broom. Harry climbed aboard the broom and went in search of the key. When he mounted it, the keys went wild, and he went off in search of it. He went about it like it was a snitch. He was searching all over the place, and eventually found it after going on a wild ride throughout the whole area. He caught it, and the keys went like they were going to go after him. He flew down rather fast and tossed the key to Hermione, where she opened the door rather quickly, and Harry flew through it after them, and the door was slammed shut and the rest of the keys slammed into the closed door. "Wow, that was interesting. I wonder who has set up these traps. Let's see here. The first one was definitely set up by Professor Sprout, and I could guess that the potions challenge would have been set up by Snape. The keys by Professor Flitwick, and the chessboard by Professor McGonagall. It seems that the traps were set up by the heads of households, and it's not going to be easy." The three of them agreed that they weren't going to make it through this without any problems, but knew that they could do it. They made their way to another door, and found it unlocked. When they entered, they found that the door shut behind them with a loud thud, and a bright light filled the room. They found themselves on a giant chessboard. When they went to cross the floor to the other door, the opposing king blocked their path, not letting them get through. "Looks like we're going to have to play to win this game. Okay, let me think. Hermione, you take the king-side castle. Harry, you take the queen-side bishop, and that makes me a knight. Now just follow my instructions, and we will be okay." Even though Ron wasn't sounding too sure of himself to his mind, he was actually sounding like he knew what he was doing. Harry and Hermione went to their assigned spots, and Ron climbed up on the knight's horse. "Ron, is this going to be like a real wizard's chess game?" Hermione was worried about this, and Ron didn't actually know. "Well, there is only one way to find out. White goes first, so I move that pawn over there up 2. When he said this, the pawn he indicated moved up 2 places. The other side moved a pawn up into place and knocked his pawn out with a vicious blow. "Yes, Hermione, it looks like it is just like a wizard's chess game." The rest of the game went pretty well when Ron saw that they could win if he sacrificed himself. "Okay, there is one way for us to win in 2 moves. I'm going to move up into check, then when their queen takes me out, Harry, you move up into checkmate on them. Now no arguing, I will be okay. I hope." Ron moved up to his spot, and called out, "Check." The opposing queen went and swung and knocked him out and off his horse. Hermione went to run to help him, but Harry stopped her just in time. "Don't move, Hermione, if you do, we lose." Harry made his move and called out, "Checkmate." The opposing king's sword fell out of his hands, and he collapsed to let them out through the door. Harry and Hermione ran to Ron's side and found him just knocked out but still breathing. "We need to get going, Hermione, he will be all right. Let's go and get the stone." Harry and Hermione went through the next door, and found that they were in a room full of potion bottles and both their doors blocked by flames. "Looks like we have a problem, Harry. We can't go back, and we can't go forward. Maybe these potions have something to do with this going on." Harry and Hermione went looking over the 7 bottles of different sizes, and found a note. They read it and found out that 3 were harmless, 2 were poison, and there was 1 each to go back and forward. The riddle was a complex one that Hermione sat there thinking on for about an hour. When she looked up finally, she said, "Well, Harry, now that I think about it, this is actually very easy. You see, the ones in the middle are the poison. The ones on each side of them are nothing, just plain old simple healing ones. The ones on the ends are the ones that we need to use. One will let one of us through the door ahead of us, and the other will let us through the other one. Now we just need to figure out which one is which. You will take the one to go ahead, and I will take the other one to go help get Ron out of here, then get Dumbledore and help. Now let me think." Hermione sat there thinking and pondering over the different clues that they were given about the potions. When she looked up, she smiled at him and said, "You take the one on this end, and I will take the other one. Good luck, Harry. Get the stone. Don't fight unless you have to. I don't know what's going to happen, but I have a feeling that I'm going to see you again." Hermione gave him a kiss on the cheek and a hug, wishing him good luck. She drank her potion and went through the door leading to where they were. Harry watched her go, and took his potion, and went through the other door to either his doom, or to get the stone. A meeting with Quirrell and Voldemort. Harry Weasley. Chapter 19. A meeting with Quirrell and Voldemort. When Harry went through the door to the other side, he saw Professor Quirrell looking into the mirror of Erisod. "There has got to be a way through this mirror to get the stone. I just have to figure it out. Welcome, Harry. I see that you have made it through the other tasks to make it to here. Why don't you join me in front of this mirror?" "No thank you, Professor. What are you doing here? Trying to find the Sorcerer's Stone? Why else?" "He knows, use the boy." Harry heard a voice of someone that wasn't there. He looked around to see if there was anyone there. "Come here, Weasley. My master thinks that you can help find the stone, or at least know what this stupid mirror does." Quirrell waved his hand and Harry was bound and being pulled towards them. "What do you see when you look into the mirror, Harry?" Harry looked into the mirror and saw his parents again smiling at him. "I see me winning the Quidditch Cup for my house, and holding it up after the final game." Harry hoped that he didn't sound as nervous as he was. "He's lying. Show me to him." "But you're too weak, Master. Why don't you let me take care of it? Are you questioning me, Quirrell? Now let me see him." Harry was surprised when he saw Professor Quirrell unwrap his ever-present turban, and found that he was facing the face of someone on the back of his head. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" "Why, my dear boy, I'm Lord Voldemort, and I want you to show my pawn here how to use this mirror. You see something, don't you?" Harry looked into the mirror again, and saw that his mirror self was putting the stone into his pocket. When Harry reached into his pocket, he felt the stone there. He didn't know how it got there, but he knew that he had to get it out of there. He found himself no longer being bound, so he ran for it. "Stop him, he has the stone." Quirrell cast a spell that surrounded Harry with flames, and stopped him cold in his tracks. He advanced on Harry and tried to take the stone from him. He started fighting with him, but let out a scream when Harry's skin was burning him. Harry found that this was happening, so he tried to pry Quirrell's hands off of his throat, and found that he was burning his flesh. As he did this, the stone rolled away about 5 feet, and Harry found himself rolling around with his professor trying to keep him away from the stone. He placed his hands on Quirrell's face, and it started melting. The last thing that Harry remembered before passing out was seeing Quirrell melting into a pile of ash. The next thing Harry remembered was waking up in the hospital wing. A.N. Sorry for the shortness of this chapter, but I had decided that I wanted the first year to be 20 chapters long. Harry wakes up in the hospital wing and has the leaving feast next chapter, so it will be longer. Thank you for reading and reviewing. Donald. Hospital Wing and Leaving Feast. Harry Weasley. Chapter 20, Hospital Wing and Leaving Feast. Harry woke up to find himself in the hospital wing again. He groaned out and reached out to get his glasses to see who was there with him. When he put them on, he found that he was alone in the ward, but not for long. The headmaster walked in shortly after he woke up and started munching on some of the sweets that were there at the end of his bed. "Oh, I'm so glad that you're awake, Harry. I need to speak to you." The twinkle that is usually in his eyes wasn't there at the time, In fact, he looked a bit mad. Why did you do what we had told you that wasn't necessary? I'm sorry, Professor, but we had dreams about it, and we knew that someone was after the stone. The dreams showed us going after it, and getting the stone back. I won't say that I wouldn't do it again if I was in a similar situation. Don't be mad at my friends, I take the full brunt of any punishment that is felt necessary, they only did it to help me out. Am I to be expelled? Harry was scared, but ready to go on with his life if he is expelled. No, Harry, you nor your friends are going to be punished for this. We were wrong in what we said, and we are grateful that you and your friends went after it. Now, is there anything else that you wanted to? No? Yes, Professor. What happened to the Sorcerer's Stone? What happened to Quirrell? How did I get back here? I will answer those questions in the order that they were asked, Harry. The stone was destroyed when Professor Quirrell tried to take it away from you. He was killed when Voldemort was expelled from his body and sent into oblivion again. How you got here, I was responsible for that. You see, Ms. Granger and your brother got out of the area and got a hold of me. I immediately went down to try to help you. When I got down there, you were passed out, the stone was no longer there, and Professor Quirrell was dead. What about Nicholas Flamel? How will he survive without it? Well, it seems that my friend and I had a long discussion and he decided that he had lived a long enough life. Don't worry, he has enough of the elixir to put his estate together and make plans for the future. He and his wife will be taking a trip for the last of their lives and have some fun. Now, when you get out of here, you will find that even though no one was to know about what happened, the whole school already knows about what happened. That is where all these gifts came from. Now I will let you get dressed and join your classmates in the Great Hall for the leaving feast. On his way out, the headmaster picked up one of the Bernie Bot's ever flavor beans. I had the most inevitable task of finding a tripe-flavored one once. I think that a toffee would be all right to have. He popped it into his mouth and grimaced. I guess I was wrong, this was puke, oh well. See you downstairs, Harry. When he left, the headmaster had his normal twinkle in his eyes when he smiled at Harry. Harry was checked over by the Medi-Witch and given a clean bill of health. He quickly got dressed and went down to meet his friends. He came down and saw Ron, Draco and Hermione coming down the stairs, and he greeted them. They made their way into the Great Hall for the leaving feast. They split ways when they entered the hall, which was decorated in the colors of the Slytherin house. Dumbledore stood up to address the students before the feast was started. Welcome to the end of the year feast. It seems that we need to award the House Cup at this time. With 310 points we have the Gryffindor house. With 340 points we have the Hufflepuff house. With 370 points we have the Ravenclaws. And with the most points we have 450 points for the Slytherins. The house tables roared, but none so loudly as the Slytherins. That is fine all. Congratulations to the Slytherins, but we have some extra points to add that have come to my attention. For Ms. Hermione Granger, 60 points for a great sense of potions and riddles. For Mr. Ronald Weasley, 60 points for a terrific game of chess. For Mr. Neville Longbottom, 5 points for showing that sometimes it takes standing up to your friends more than to go with them. To Mr. Draco Malfoy, 60 points for his help in showing the others who the spy was. That makes up only 75 points behind Slytherin. I wonder if he is going to acknowledge Harry's assistance in this. He did do the most of all of us. He did defeat Quirrell and Voldemort again. Hermione was excited and chattering, wondering what was going to happen. Finally, I give Mr. Harry Weasley 80 points for saving this school yet another time, and keeping he who must not be named from coming back again. Now, if my math is correct, I believe that there is a change of banners due. Congratulations, Gryffindor, on winning the House Cup. The rest of the feast was going quite well, and everyone was congratulating the Gryffindors and Draco on what they had done to help the school. They all went to bed that night full and ready to go home tomorrow. They all had happy dreams, and ready to get ready for a new summer, then a new year. Going Home, Harry Weasley, Chapter 21. Going Home. A.N. I just wanted to say that this is the last chapter of Year 1 based on Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. I hope that you have liked the story so far, and that the story will be following basically what happens with my own twists through the end of OOTP. Each year will start in the summer, and then go to the end of the year. Please read and review. Donald the next day found the school up and running quite early. They were all eating breakfast and talking about what they were going to be doing this summer. You going to come over for a while this summer, Hermione, aren't you? Harry was excited to have a friend come over for a while, and especially if it was Hermione. Of course I will, Harry. I will be coming over before your birthday. My parents and I are going to the south of France for the first couple of weeks on vacation though. I will be there in time to go to the lake for swimming and flying on the brooms to help you practice. We all will be having fun this summer. Doesn't your sister Ginny start here next year? We can help her out, and get her started on learning and reading up on different things that she is going to learn next year. Hermione was excited about seeing her friends again this summer, and having fun with the Weasleys. What about you, Draco? Do you think your parents will let you come over for a couple of weeks towards the end of the summer to stay? Maybe you can come over and invite Pansy over also so that the girls won't be outnumbered this summer. Harry and Ron asked this when they saw Draco come over to say goodbye. I don't think my parents would like that, but I will ask. We might be friends, but I should warn you, that Pansy and mine's fathers are supporters of he who must not be named, and wouldn't like us to fraternize with you all. So if you see us this summer out and about, don't be offended if we snub you, it's so that we won't be hurt by our parents or the Dark Lord. Don't worry about us, we have grown up learning how to get around the brutality, and we are survivors. Draco smiled at his friends, and said his goodbyes. The rest of the Slytherin house wasn't too worried about this, for Draco had a cover story already set up about his friendship with the Gryffindors. They all got up after breakfast and said their goodbyes to their favorite teachers, and made their way out to the carriages that would take them down to the train. Harry was waylaid a second when Hagrid stopped him and said, "Harry, I have something for you. It's a photo album that has a bunch of pictures of your parents from when they were younger and what they were like. It is a wizard ring book in that the pictures move. I hope you like it, and that it will help you remember them." Hagrid gave Harry a hug and sent him on his way with his new photo album. Harry went down to the stables one last time before heading home to make sure that Lightning had her way to the Burrow secured. "Now I will see you when I get home, girl, okay? You be careful, and do as Charlie asks you to. He should be here in a couple of hours to get you, and you will be traveling with him to my home. I'm sorry that I can't go with you at this time, but I will be there later. Take care of yourself. You're growing into a beautiful young filly. You're going to be a beautiful unicorn when you get older." Harry gave her a hug, and patted her on the horn before turning and going to the last carriage to get to the train. He could have stayed with Lightning but didn't want to miss out on going home with his friends on the train. He knew that she would be all right with his older brother on the way home. Harry found his friends in an empty compartment waiting for him. He sat down next to Hermione and started playing a game of chess with Ron. Hermione was reading Hogwarts: A History again, and Harry just smiled as he watched her. He didn't know what the feeling in his stomach was at this time, but if he did, he didn't think that he was old enough to fall in love. He knew that he liked her like a friend, and that he loved spending time with her, but love, he didn't know that it was what that was. After losing a couple of games to Ron, he decided to read the same book Hermione was reading at the time, and pulled out his copy. Ron, seeing that they were going to be reading on the rest of the way, decided to start his summer homework essay for potions, and to be happy with it. He found that it was getting easier for him now that he had actually started to study more frequently, and was getting good study habits. The Summer Before Second Year. Harry Weasley. Chapter 22, Summer Before Second Year. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Pansy and Draco all said their goodbyes once again before the train was back in London. They had all agreed that they weren't going to be able to show that they were friends to their parents because of their hatred for each other. They had all hoped that Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Parkinson wouldn't join the Dark Lord if he ever comes back, but weren't too sure. They agreed that they would owl each other during the summer, and try to get together for Harry's birthday at the end of July. When they got back to King's Cross, they went out and met their parents, and went their own ways. When Harry and Ron met the rest of the clan, they said their goodbyes to Hermione and reminded her that she was invited to come over after she got back from France. They had agreed to write and keep in touch. Hermione gave both Ron and Harry hugs goodbye, but it seemed that the hug she gave Harry lasted a little longer. No one seemed to notice, and they said their goodbyes. Harry walked up to his parents and asked if Charlie had made it back with Lightning to the Burrow yet. When said that they should be back there when they got home, he was happy, and couldn't wait to get back. They all piled into the Ford Ogola and went speeding off toward the Burrow. They were talking about what happened during the year, and what kind of new friends that they made. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were quite surprised that Harry and Ron had befriended Draco Malfoy, but they were happy that he was a friend of theirs. When they got to the Burrow, Harry quickly carried his trunk up to his room, then ran down to where Charlie was standing waiting with Lightning. Was she any trouble, Charlie? Did she do all right with the traveling? Harry was petting her while talking to his older brother with pride. She did fine, Harry. She took the traveling like a trooper. In fact, she slept most of the way. We ended up traveling along the ancient Wizards Road from Hogwarts to London. It was a long and arduous journey, but it was fun. I will have to send an owl to Hagrid thanking him on telling me about it. She's been waiting for you, Harry. She has a nice stall set up in Dad's old workshop. Go see her. I will send Ron down in a few minutes. Charlie left his brother to tend to his unicorn and went inside. The rest of the summer went by rather quickly, with Hermione coming over toward the middle of July, and spending the rest of the summer with them. Draco, Pansy and Neville came over for Harry's birthday, and surprisingly Draco and Pansy along with Neville ended up staying for the rest of the summer. It seems that Lucius and Mr. Parkinson decided that if their children could bury the hatchet with the Weasleys, so could they. The birthday party was a blast that had them all playing Quidditch and eating lots of food. The morning of Harry's birthday shone a bright and cheerful one. Harry woke up to find that there was a delicious aroma of all his favorite foods coming up from the kitchen. When he went downstairs, he found Draco, Neville and Pansy down there waiting for the rest of the clan. Good morning, you three. I'm glad that you two could come, Draco and Pansy. It looks like all the bad feelings between our families is going to naught. Good to see you, to Neville. Ginny will be down in a few minutes. Harry said this last part with a wink to the blushing Neville. He then noticed that Draco, Neville and Pansy had their trunks with them. He knew that Neville was going to stay for the rest of the summer, but he didn't think that Draco and Pansy was going to be able to. So you and Pansy are able to stay for the rest of the summer then, Draco. This is going to be a fun summer. We finally have enough people here to play 2 full teams for Quidditch. Harry patted Draco and Pansy on the back, welcoming them there. Since Neville is going to be staying in Ron's room, looks like you're bunking in my room, Draco, and I'm sure that there is plenty of room in Ginny's room for you, Pansy, with Hermione, isn't there? Mom? Harry looked over at his mother while she cooked breakfast. Yes, there is, and if there isn't, we can always make her room bigger with a spell. I think that Luna is going to be spending the rest of the summer also, so we probably will have to make them bigger. Oh, you all will be having fun this summer. She went back to her cooking, whistling and being happy. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, that sounds great. Draco and Pansy were happy to be with such a big happy family, for they were both only children. They all sat there drinking pumpkin juice, waiting for the rest of the clan to come downstairs. After about half-hour wait and them sitting there talking, the rest of the clan were making their way downstairs. After everyone greeted the newcomers, and wished Harry happy birthday, they sat down to a big breakfast. It seemed that no one paid any attention to having Draco and Pansy there. They all accepted that Harry, Ron and Hermione had made friends with them, and were glad that they were able to come for Harry's birthday. They all had a big breakfast, talking and chatting about what they were going to do that day. Luna showed up shortly after breakfast and joined them for the rest of the day. They spent the morning playing Quidditch, with the teams being on Harry's regulars, Seeker and Captain. Harry. Chasers. Ginny, Luna and Pansy. Beaters. George and Neville and Keeper. Bill. On Draco's dragons. Seeker and Captain. Draco. Chasers. Hermione, Arthur and Molly. Beaters. Fred and Percy and Keeper, Ron. They played the best of 3 games, and the first 2 went quite quickly when Harry caught the snitch in the first 5 minutes in the first game, and Draco caught it just after the 5-minute mark in the second game. The third game was a tight game that the score went back and forth, with a high-scoring game of 360 to 210 in favor of Draco's dragons. When Harry spotted the snitch, he hoped that one of his chasers could score one more time before he went for the snitch, but once he saw that Draco also saw the snitch, he decided that he had to go and get it quickly. Harry went into a steep dive for the snitch, and as he went to catch it, Ginny threw one last score and Harry caught the snitch, so that the final score was 370 to 360 in favor of Harry's regulars. After they got done with the Quidditch game, they went in to get showered and have lunch. Ron, who was in charge of making sure Harry was the last one down, had made sure that Harry was the last one to get into the shower by challenging him to a quick game of chess. 1.5 hours later, after Ron got out of the shower, Harry finally got into the shower, grumbling about being late for lunch on his birthday. After getting dressed in a pair of jeans and an emerald green t-shirt, he went down to what he was hoping still being food on the table. He got downstairs and found it awfully quiet, so he went into the kitchen in hopes of getting some food. "Mom, sorry I'm late in getting." Harry was struck speechless when all of a sudden there was a loud surprise ring out throughout the Burrow's kitchen and lower floor. He found his whole family, and his friends that were staying with them for the summer. There were also Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall along with Hagrid. There was a table that was laden to overflowing with gifts, and a spread of all his favorite foods. He sat at the head of the table to eat lunch blushing. After lunch, they went to the living room to open presents. Harry was surprised at all the gifts that he got, and found some interesting things there. The professors got him a pensieve and a book on different care of unicorns. Hagrid also got him a leash and collar for lightning. The male Gryffindors that weren't there got him a new Quidditch box of equipment, and the girls got him all kinds of stuff for lightning. Draco and Pansy got him a book on the Potter family line, and genealogy. Ginny got him a book on seeker skills from around the world, and a signed poster of his favorite team Puddlemore United. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley got him some new robes and sweets. Fred and George got him the new lineup from Zonko's in Hogsmeade. Ron got him a signed poster from the Chudley Cannons and a book on ancient charms from around the world. Luna got him a book on different ancient creatures that were thought to be either extinct or non-existent. Neville got him a book on herbology and what different plants are good for healing and potions. Percy got him a book on the history of the Aurors and the Ministry. Charlie got him a book on dragons and other magical creatures and their dangers. Bill got him something that he had found on one of his trips in Egypt, that he had already found not to be cursed, but a good luck charm. Harry looked at the table, and found that there were 2 more gifts on it, and only one person that he knows of that he hasn't gotten one from. That was Hermione, and he just wasn't sure who the other gift was from. Harry decided to open the one from Hermione first, so he pulled the large box towards him. He opened the present and looked inside the box. What he found inside the box surprised him, but he had a smile. "Thank you, my own. It is definitely nothing I would have thought that I would like." He pulled out a potion bottle and a note. When he opened the note, he read it and found that it said, "When you drink this potion, your wish will happen in 4 years' time from the drinking of this potion. Make sure that the wish is something that you have lost, and wish to have back later on." Harry smiled and drank the potion, hoping that his wish will come true. When he put it down, he went over and hugged Hermione and the rest of the group that was there. "Thank you everyone for what you got me. I appreciate it all." It was at this time that Harry remembered the other package, and went to open it. When he opened it, he found that there was a mirror in it, and a note saying, "Say the name of your birth parents and you will be able to talk to them." Harry gasped and looked for a note on whom it had been sent by. There was no sign of who might have sent it, but then he found a small emblem on the bottom of the mirror of a stag, dog, wolf and rat. He didn't know what it meant, but was sure that when he used it, he would find out. "Thank you for everything all. I am happy to have so many friends. So what would everyone like to do tonight now?" Harry took all his presents up to his room and came back down for the rest of the party. The party lasted for another couple of hours, and then the professors had to go, and everyone else went off to bed. The rest of the summer went well, and there wasn't any real problem till there was only a couple of weeks before they went back to school. Okay, I have done it. I got rid of the animosity between the Weasleys and the Malfoys. Who do you think I should bring in as the enemy? I have a few ideas. I will let you choose. So it's poll time. First poll, who is going to be the enemy? 1. The Dursleys. 2. Fudge in a more active role. 3. Crabbe and Goyle. Second poll, who is Harry bringing back? 1. Parents. 2. Parents. 3. Parents. Okay, that wasn't a fair poll. I just gave you a hint about what happens later in the story. Lily and James are being brought back to life. Thank you all for your reading of this story and for reviewing. Have a great time, and a great year. Donald. Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry Weasley. Chapter 23. Gilderoy Lockhart. When they got their letters for the upcoming school year a couple of weeks after Harry's 12th birthday, they found a full list of books by someone that the ladies knew of. Gilderoy Lockhart, the arrogant git, who had, as he so puts it in his own books, taken out werewolves, vampires, hags, giants and everything else evil and lethal. He was able to keep up his appearance easily, and win Witches Weekly's most eligible winning smile 5 years running. None of the boys or men were very well enamored with the man, but they did respect him. They all have heard about his exploits in taking on the evil in their midst. While they were a bit surprised that they had to have so many books, they all were able to get their lists together to get the books that year. It was going to be tight for the Weasleys, but Harry said that he would take care of Ron and Ginny's books also, since they were the closest to his age. He would have offered to take care of Percy, Fred and George's also, but the three of them quietly declined, saying that they would be able to take care of their own this year. Harry smiled when he heard this, but didn't say a thing. The Weasley clan was having breakfast one morning, when they heard a small pop inside the living room. When they went in there, Draco was surprised to find his house elf Dobby standing there. "What brings you here, Dobby? I thought that you would be at home helping with the manor. I'm not saying that I don't appreciate having you around, it's just that I didn't think that father would let you come here." Draco, even though he was sounding like he was a bit mad at the house elf, actually had a smile on his face when he saw the little being. "Mr. Draco, sir, Dobby is sorry for bothering your sir, but Mr. Luscious sir sent Dobby over to help you and your friends with anything that you might need. I'm also to help Mrs. Weasley ma'am with whatever might need to be done around here." Dobby was bowing to Draco and hoping that he wasn't in trouble. Dobby liked the young Master Malfoy, because he has always treated him well. "That is great, Dobby, I'm glad that you are here. Mrs. Weasley, my parents' house elf, is here to help out around here. Also, he is to help us with what we might need. His name is Dobby, and he is very loyal to me. Dobby, this is Mrs. Weasley, and this is her family: Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, Harry and Ginny Weasley. The others are Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood and you know Pansy already. We are all staying here this summer, and will be going back to school from here. I think that Harry might have a friend that is here that he might want your help with also, but that's up to him." As he introduced everyone, they all said their hellos and shook the elf's hand. The rest of the day went quite well, and they all went to look over their school lists to see what they were going to need this year. "Hey Ron, are you going to try out for the team this year?" Harry knew that Ron had always wanted to play on the house Quidditch team like all his brothers had. They all had practiced since they were old enough to fly. They had a small pitch in their backyard, and all were very good. "Yeah, I think I will. Maybe try out for a reserve spot, because none of the other positions have an opening. Maybe go for a reserved keeper spot." Ron was actually quite excited about doing this, and was all ready to try for it. "That's great, Ron. I hope that you get it. I know that Wood will be looking to at least train his replacement for he graduates after this year. I think you have a good chance, especially if Fred, George and I give a good recommendation for you being on the team. I know I will. You might have to talk them into doing it though." Harry chuckled a bit as he saw Ron running out of his room down to where the twins were at. Harry didn't tell him this, but he had already talked to the twins about them talking to Wood about giving Ron a chance at his replacement at keeper for when he graduates this year, and they were all for it. Ron came running back upstairs, slapping Harry across the back of the head when he got in there. "Why didn't you tell me that you had already talked to them, and they agreed to talk to Oliver about it? I thought I would let you find out for yourself. I thought that it would be better for your confidence if you had to ask them yourself, to make sure that you actually wanted them to do it. We knew that you wanted to, but we wanted you to know that you wanted to. So we decided that I would tell you that you would have to ask them yourself, but not tell you that they were going to talk to him also. Are you mad?" "No, I'm not mad. I'm actually glad that you did it. It makes me know that I really want to be on the team. Now Ron, you know that you're going to be going through a whole lot of training with him, and that he will push you just as much, if not more than the rest of the team. This is because he only wants the best to be his replacement. Believe me, by the end of this year, you will not only be just as good as he is, but you will also be the hands-down pick to be the Quidditch captain in a few more years when Fred and George graduate. I know that you're going to say that I will deserve to be the captain, but you will not only be trained to do it, but you're a great strategist. You will probably be an assistant captain every year till you are ready to be the captain. Oliver told me that he went through this also. He also started when he was in his second year, and became the captain in his 5th year. You will do great at it, Ron, you're a natural." Ron was blushing when Harry got done with his speech, but he knew that he was right. "Thank you, Harry, I really needed that." They talked about Quidditch for the rest of the afternoon, and then they went down to dinner and ate with their friends and family. Number 4 Privet Drive. It was a quiet evening at #4 when there was a loud knock on the door. Vernon Dursley went to the door and answered it. "Who are you? What can I do for you?" The men that were on the other side of the door pushed their way into the household, holding guns on the Dursleys. Dudley Dursley was lucky, in that he was spending the night at one of his friend's house, and wasn't home at that time. The robbers tied the two elder Dursleys up and rummaged through their house, stealing everything and anything. They let the Dursleys watch what they were doing, because they weren't going to let them live after this. They had already decided that they were going to kill them when they were done. When they got done with the ransacking of the house, they went into the living room where they had the Dursleys tied up. "Where is the child? We know that you have a child that also lives here. Where is he?" They were punching Vernon into submission, hoping that he would tell them. When Vernon wouldn't say anything, they turned their attention to his wife and started beating her with bats and pipes in hope that he would talk. When he wouldn't talk, they just beat her to death, and then beat him till he was dead. As they left the house, they torched the place, burning all evidence that they were there. As they disappeared with a pop, there were sirens heard in the distance. When the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic showed up, they didn't know why wizards would do this to a Muggle family. They knew that it was wizards because there was signs that the fire was caused magically. When Dudley came home the next morning, he found that his house was destroyed, and his family was dead. He was met by a kind-looking woman that introduced herself as Leanna Newkirk from the Child Welfare Service to take him somewhere where he would be safe. She took him to his Aunt Marge's, for she was his closest living relative. Dudley liked his aunt, and hoped that she would be able to love him like his family did. They cried for the loss of the other Dursleys, and laughed over what their life was like. Marge was Vernon's older sister, and was more than happy to take in Dudley. Since the next day was Dudley's 11th birthday, they decided to turn in early for the night. The next morning when they woke up and were down at breakfast, there was a brown owl that came flying in through the fireplace, and landed in front of Dudley. Marge looked like she was getting a bit nervous when she saw the owl, thinking, "Can it be possible, but his father was a squib like me? Well, I recognize the letter, it's from Hogwarts. I guess that Dudley is a wizard." She smiled as her nephew opened the letter up with trepidation and looked at it. "Aunt Marge, this is a letter from a school called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It says that I'm a wizard, and that I have been accepted to start there as a first year starting on September 1st. Do you think I would be okay for me to go there? I promise that I will be good, and make you proud of me." Dudley looked at her with pleading in his eyes. Marge just sighed, and looked at her young nephew. "You can go, Dudley, but we need to talk about some things first. Your father was and I am what is known as squibs. They are people that are born to magical people that don't have magical abilities. If I remember right, your mom's sister also was a witch, so I'm not surprised that this happened. You can go, and don't worry about the money. Your grandparents had set up a fund for any children or grandchildren that have the ability of a witch or wizard. You have a vault at the Wizard Ring Bank called Gringotts. We will go to Diagon Alley in a couple of days to get your supplies for the new school year. You might want to send a reply back to the headmaster saying that you will be attending this year. You said that my mom's sister was also a witch. Do you mean the one that was killed in a car accident 11 years ago? Killed with her husband and baby son?" This is what Dudley and Vernon had been told by Petunia that had happened to her sister and her family. He didn't know that his cousin was alive and attending school at the school where he was going to be attending this next year. Yes, that was her. Her name was Lily Potter. She was married to a nice man named James, and their son, who would only be a year older than you, was named Harry. As to them being killed in a car crash, that is wrong. You should know that there used to be an evil man out there that would kill those who despised him. They were killed on Halloween night in 1980, and there was rumors that Harry wasn't killed, that he deflected the killing curse. Those are only rumors, you understand, for his body was never found, and there was no word heard about the baby. We only hope that he had survived somehow, and is still out there." Marge knew that Harry was still alive, and she wasn't going to tell Dudley that. He would find out soon enough anyway. "Okay, Aunt Marge, I think that I will like going to this school. Thank you for letting me go, and I will keep my promise to be good, and to make you proud of me. I know that Dad and Grandma and Grandpa will be looking down on me with pride." He hugged his aunt, and went off to his room. "Harry, I hope that you can handle having your cousin in school with you. I know that you will find out soon enough. I better send off Owl to Albus to let him know that I am going to be taking care of Dudley from now on, since his parents were killed." She had heard through her sources in the ministry that it was done by wizards in a Muggle way, so she was wondering why. She went about her day with a song in her heart, but also with a bit of worry. A.N. Okay, what do you think about the new twist in this story? Before you say anything, I know that Dudley is actually a year older than Harry, but for the timeline continuity, I have made him a year younger. A.N. 2. I have another challenge for you all. If I get 500 reviews, I will do one of two things. I will either give you a preview of the final chapter of this story, which I can assure you that I can easily, because I have it already written. Or I will give you a preview of the sequel to this story, which is going to be about a new school, and have some of the characters that were students in this one, being teachers there. Thank you again for your kind reviews. Donald. Meeting the new Dada teacher in Diagon Alley, Harry Weasley. Chapter 24. Meeting the Dada teacher in Diagon Alley. The students went through the fire flow into the leaky cauldron to get their school supplies. They made their way through the bar to the back entrance to Diagon Alley. When they made the wand movements on the brick, they were approached by an elderly woman who didn't notice Harry at first, and asked if she could go through with them also. She explained that her nephew was going into his first year this year, and that she was a squib, so she wasn't able to get through without help. Mrs. Weasley said that it would be fine, and gave the lady a strange look when she had let out a gasp when she saw Harry. Is there a problem? You look like you have seen a ghost. Molly was a bit frightened for her children and their friends when she saw the look on the lady's face. No, I'm fine, I just thought I saw something that I thought would be impossible. She looked over at Harry and asked, May I ask your name, young man? Harry thought that the lady seemed to be a nice enough lady. My name is Harry, ma'am, nice to meet you. Harry was a very polite young man, and shook the lady's hand. As they walked through the alley, they were going into Gringotts, and the lady went in with them. Excuse me, Mrs. Weasley, but can I speak to you for a few minutes? I think that Mr. Weasley can go with the children, can't he? She had a pleading look on his face when she asked, so Mrs. Weasley nodded and herded her children with her husband down to the vaults. Now how may I help you, ma'am? I don't think that you wanted this to be a social visit. I don't know how I am going to put this, but I guess that I should start by introducing myself. My name is Marge Dursley, and that is my nephew Dudley. I am watching him because his parents were killed earlier this summer by wizards. I don't know whether you know of me or not, but is young Harry actually Harry Potter? She asked with a bit of nervousness. How did you know my adopted son's last name? I'm his aunt, and Dudley is his cousin. We thought that he was killed when his parents were killed, is why we didn't try to come find him. Dudley thinks that his cousin was killed with his parents. I know that Dumbledore, McGonagall and Hagrid know who Dudley is, and probably will be a bit surprised when he comes to school this year. You see, his father didn't know that he was a squib, and his mother disliked the wizard ring world when she found out that her sister was a witch and she wasn't. Please don't tell him who we are. I'm sure that he will find out during the school year himself. Has he been a good boy growing up? Yes, he has been a great son, and my husband and I love him and always have like one of our own. Please don't tell me that you're going to try to take him with you, because I will fight it to the death. Don't worry, I would never separate a child from the ones he knew as his parents for all of his life pretty much. I just want to know that he will be able to get to know his family, and we will be able to get to know you all also once he finds out. I hope that the two of them will get along well during their time together in the school. So do I, Marge, so do I. Would you two like to join us for lunch once we're done with our shopping? You are more than welcome to. That sounds great, we would love to. The two ladies were joined 20 minutes later by the children and Mr. Weasley. They went off to get their supplies and went into Flourish and Bots last and found it bustling with patrons. When they finally made their way to the front, they found that the Dada teacher was signing autographs of himself and copies of his books. Now ladies and gentlemen, I will be here for about 2 hours and will be signing autographs the whole time. I see someone else that is a celebrity in the wizarding world. Mr. Harry Weasley. Come up, boy. You will be getting all your books for the school year's Dada for free, and all your friends also. All I want is a picture of the two of us together for the paper. While Harry was going through this, someone slipped up behind Ginny and slipped a book into her bag of books. She didn't notice him, and was too preoccupied till later to find it. She noticed it, and figured that it was something that was required for her this year. She figured that she would look it over later. Wizarding Road, Harry Weasley. Chapter 25, Wizarding Road. August 31st found Harry sitting in the makeshift stables that Lightning had been using that summer. Hey girl, we head back to Hogwarts tomorrow. You have grown so much in the last few months. I am so proud of you. and hope that your travels are safe tomorrow. I don't know yet, but I'm going to talk to Mom and Charlie to see if I can travel with you tomorrow, maybe have the others join us in our travels. I know that Ginny, Fred, George and Percy will be taking the train, but maybe I can convince them to allow Hermione, Ron, Draco, Pansy and Neville to travel with the three of us tomorrow. I really want to check out that road that you traveled on to get here. Charlie says that it is an ancient road that was used by the Roman wizards when they occupied this part of England way back when. Well, I will let you know later today if we're able to travel with you. Take care, Lightning Girl. Harry petted her and gave her a hug before heading out and back to the house. When he got back to the Burrow, he found his mother and older brother sitting in the kitchen with Professor Dumbledore and Hagrid. Good morning, professors. What brings you around today? Harry had a smile on his face when he saw two of his favorite people at Hogwarts in his kitchen. Well, Harry, we had a couple of things to discuss with your mother, and the one thing that we didn't need you here for is done being discussed. Will you please sit down, Harry, and we will start this meeting. How is Lightning doing, Harry? Is she growing big and hardy? Are you taking good care of her? She's doing good, growing like a normal unicorn should at her age. I am taking really good care of her, sir. Now that is one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about, Mom and Charlie. I was wondering if Hermione, Ron, Draco, Pansy, Neville and I could travel with her back to Hogwarts tomorrow. I know that she didn't really know Pansy when we left, but she has grown to love Lightning like we all have. Percy, Fred and George would be traveling with Ginny and Luna, of course. Maybe the two of them could travel with us starting next year. Harry looked over at them with hope in his eyes. The adults looked at Harry like he was a bit hyperactive, but they knew he had a lot of love for the young unicorn. They weren't going to deny him his request, but weren't sure about the others traveling with them. Harry, we don't have a problem with you traveling with Lightning back and forth between the school and here, but why the others? Well, I have a few good reasons. 1. They have also bonded with Lightning, and she would feel more comfortable if all her family traveled with her. 2. It would be a great learning experience for everyone, both in the care and transportation of unicorns and the history of the Wizard Ring Road. 3. It will also show you that we are responsible enough to handle this trip in the future, so that Charlie won't have to keep coming from Romania to travel with her. Harry smiled at them, showing that he had thunk out everything already. Well, Harry, you have given us 3 good reasons for allowing you and your friends to travel with Lightning. You have our permission to travel with them. You should know that you will be leaving awfully early tomorrow to make it to the school in time, so you and your friends should get to sleep early tonight, and make sure that Lightning is ready for the trip before you do. Mrs. Weasley was proud of her son, and was going to let him go anyway. Thank you, Mom, Charlie, Professor Dumbledore and Hagrid, we won't disappoint you. With that, Harry ran upstairs to tell the others that they needed to be ready to leave early tomorrow, because we were all going to travel with Lightning on the Wizarding Road. He then went off and made sure that Lightning was ready to go tomorrow, and had all her stuff ready and packed for the trip. We're all going with you tomorrow, girl. Lightning gave him a nuzzle on his cheek, and neighed her affirmative. The rest of the day was spent packing all their stuff, and making sure that they were ready for traveling the next day. They had an early dinner, and all went to bed early that night, too excited about traveling the way they were. They all had pleasant dreams that night, and slept pretty much peacefully. The next day found the Ron, Charlie and Harry Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson sitting down at breakfast with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and Hagrid early on September 1st. They were discussing what they were going to find when they started on the road, and how long it would take them to get there. While it only took us a couple of hours at the beginning of the summer to get here, Harry, that was with only myself and Lightning. We won't be getting to Hogwarts till about 2 hours before the sorting feast tonight because we're going in such a large group. We will be taking a picnic lunch with us on the way, and have fun traveling the road. You all should feel privileged. This road is usually only open for Aurors, hit wizards and ministry business. We have been given special permission from the Magical Creature Department and the head of the Wizarding Law Enforcement Agency to use it twice a year. Now I have a question for you all. I have been in touch with Professor Binns, and he was wondering if you all would like to work on a project for his class on the history of the road for his class. Ron gave a groan when he heard this, but gave them a smile. Well, it sounds like a lot of fun to do. What is he expecting for the beginning of the school year on this, anything? Well, he wants to talk to you all after the first class this year about this, but he isn't expecting anything on it right away. He says that you might find some interesting things going on with the road, like sightings of magical creatures and ghosts. He said that he knows of at least 2 ghosts formerly of Hogwarts that travel that road all the time. Well, I think that we should get going. With that, the group got up, gathering their trunks, which the adults had shrunk for them to be able to carry easily, and the picnic basket. They headed out towards the barn and put the reins on Lightning to get going. We are also leaving this early, so that we won't be seen by the muggles in the area. Once we get on the road, we don't have to worry about it. Come on, Lightning, are you ready to go? They headed out towards the edge of town, and out towards the edge of the local forest. The road starts here in the middle of the forest, and we won't be having any problems anymore. Now that we're here, it will go faster now. Lightning nuzzled her head in Harry's hand and nudged him towards her back. Harry looked at Charlie and Hagrid, and wondered what was up with the unicorn. Both Hagrid and Charlie were looking at Harry with surprise on their faces. Looks like she wants you to ride her for a while, Harry. You should do it, it will further the bond between the two of you, and it is also a privilege that most people don't ever get the chance to do. You're the first one that she has had any inclining to let ride her, not that we have been trying, for she has been too young until now. Go ahead, you should be able to ride her for a while, but I wouldn't recommend doing it for longer than a couple of hours. Harry beamed and climbed up on her back, and took her into a walk. While they were walking, they came across pixies and other small magical creatures, and also they came across Hagrid's old friend Firenze and a group of centaurs that were on their way back to the Forbidden Forest. Firenze, it is good to see you again. As you can see, Lightning is doing great. Harry smiled at the young centaur and shook his hand. It is good to see you too, Mr. Harry Weasley. I am glad that you and your unicorn are getting along good. Are you all heading back to Hogwarts now? Yeah, it seems that they wanted to travel with Lightning back to school. The group said their goodbyes to the centaurs and were back on the road to school. 3 hours later, they were all getting a bit hungry, so they decided to stop for lunch. When they stopped, they found a small clearing that was the perfect size for them to have lunch in. When they were all settled in for lunch, they were approached by a couple of ghosts, who asked if they could join them for their lunch, well, not to eat but to chat. After they said that it would be all right, they explained that they were the ghosts that their professor had said was traveling this road, and that they were happy to meet them. They spent about an hour with them, giving them a history about the road and what kind of creatures and people that travel it. They enjoyed their lunch and company before starting off again. Lightning let each of the students a chance to ride her for a while on the way there, and they were all happy. They got back to Hogwarts just in time to settle Lightning in and make it up to their dorms to put their stuff away and come down to the Great Hall in time for the rest of the students to get there. Sorting Feast and Dudley Dursley. Harry Weasley. Chapter 26. The Sorting Feast and Dudley Dursley. Hagrid led in a small bunch of first years into the hall. They all looked terrified, and looked on in awe of the sights. When Professor McGonagall brought in the sorting hat and stool, they looked on at it when its brim opened up to sing a song. Sorting song. Though I may look ragged and torn, I was made more than 800 years ago to sort you into your separate houses pending what you are like. Whether you be brave and strong with the pride of the lion, in which you will be sorted into the noble house of Gryffindor. Or if you are the kindest of souls, who will never hurt or turn your back on a friend, then you may be in the house of Hufflepuff. If you have the brains and the willingness to learn whatever you can and all you can, then the house of Ravenclaw is the one for you. But if you're one that is looking for power, and are of the sly and sneaky like a snake type, but can be a friend to those that prove themselves worthy, then the house of Salazar Slytherin is for you. Now come put me onto your head, for I am the sorting hat, and I will sort you into the house you belong. End of song. With the ending of the song, the rest of the hall erupted in roars of applause and cheers. After all the students calmed down, Professor McGonagall came up and took out a sheet of names. When I call your name, you are to come up and place the hat on your head to be sorted into your house. Randall Combone, Ravenclaw. Mia Connors, Gryffindor. Michelle Connors, Hufflepuff. Mihal Corner, Ravenclaw. Mark Crandall, Slytherin. Colin Creevey, Gryffindor. Dudley Dursley, Ravenclaw. When this last name came out, if anyone had been paying attention to the head table, they would have noticed that Professors Dumbledore and Hagrid, along with Professor McGonagall, when she read the name, were a bit shocked but covered it well. They would talk about this later. Luna Lovegood, Ravenclaw. Claus McTaggart, Slytherin. Miles O'Keefe, Hufflepuff. Bobby Stormchaser, Hufflepuff. Ginevra Weasley, Gryffindor. With the last name there ended up being 3 new students to each house, and they were all greeted with enthusiasm by their peers. Professor Dumbledore stood up and told them to dig in. While they were eating, some of the professors were talking at the head table. Harry received a note for him to come to the headmaster's office directly after dinner, and he could bring his friends Ron and Hermione with him also. He was given the password to the gargoyle, and told that he would be meeting someone that he might want to meet there. Harry and his friends headed up to the headmaster's office after the meal, not noticing that they were being followed. When they got there, Harry gave the password, and he and his friends walked up the stairs followed by a nervous first year. They heard a enter when they knocked on the door, and they all entered. "Ah, Mr. Weasley, Ms. Granger and Mr. Dursley, good for you 4 to join me, would you all sit please?" Lemon drop. When they all declined the offer, he set the tray down and began. "I bet you are wondering why I asked you all here, and why Mr. Dursley is also here. Well, to put it short, Harry, Dudley is your cousin. His mother and your mother were sisters. His parents were killed this summer by a wizard hit squad, but we do not know who sent them at this time. He is now living with your Aunt Marge, who is a squib and also your late Uncle Vernon's sister. Vernon Dursley didn't know that he was a squib, and has hated magic his whole life, thinking that they are freaks. Is there any questions that you two would like to ask either me or each other?" "Yes, Professor. Why haven't I been told this before?" Harry asked his friend and mentor. "That is a very good question, Harry. We didn't know about him being a wizard, and didn't want to harm your growing up any with the Weasleys. I was actually going to tell you when you turned 17, but that was shot out of the water when he got his letter. Yes, Dudley. I was told that my cousin was killed in a car accident with his parents. I recently found out that wasn't the case, but my aunt didn't know that he was still alive either. Why is that? We didn't want to send Harry to live with you and your parents because of the attitude of your parents towards his parents. Now if there aren't any more questions, I think that you should all go to your dorms, because you have classes tomorrow. Good night all, and sweet dreams." The students were led out of the office by Professor McGonagall to their dorms. At the Ravenclaw dorm, Harry and his friends said good night to Dudley, and that they would talk to him tomorrow. They headed to their own dorm and went right to sleep. I know that some of the people that were sorted weren't really in the story, but they're filler people. I don't have a copy of the first 4 books in front of me, so I don't know who was sorted where. Anyway, this was the year that Harry and Ron missed the feast in the books anyway. I hope that you're enjoying the story so far. I am enjoying writing it. Donald. The First Class. Harry Weasley. Chapter 27, The First Class. The 5 friends went down to their first class of the school year with Professor Lockhart. When they first saw him in his professor robes at the sorting feast, they thought that he was a fake, but they thought that they would give him a chance. They walked into the classroom and found that the girls were all sitting up front, and that included Pansy and Hermione, who left the boys to their own designs on where to sit. Ron, Draco and Harry sat in the back of the room with Neville, Seamus and Dean. What do you guys think about the professor so far? Have any of you talked to anyone who have had a class with him yet? Draco asked his other friends. I hear that he is a bit eccentric, but seems to know what he is talking about. I heard from a couple of first years that had him right after breakfast this morning, that he made them comfortable with the subject. They were more astonished that they were here, than with the teacher or the class it seems. Crabbe said this from in front of the other 6 where he sat with Goyle. It seems that since last year, they had started to treat the other students with more respect. They were also smarter than they at first seemed. Draco had explained to the rest of them that they weren't stupid, just a little slow. They were actually quite good at certain things, and they were followers, not leaders. They weren't to be worried about what's going on with what their fathers were doing, because they follow what Draco does anyway. Headmaster's office. While the 8 of them talked, the headmaster was talking to Marge Dursley, who he had invited to come to Hogwarts to have tea that evening. Well, Marge, I'm glad to announce to you that Harry and Dudley now know who each other are, and seem to get along fine. They were a bit surprised to hear about each other, but they have been spending some of their extra time getting to know each other and about their respective families. It seems that Dudley is liking this school a lot, and is getting along with his fellow students well. He was sorted into the Ravenclaw house, and all his professors seem to like him. None of them know that he is related to Harry, and only a couple of students do. I figured I would let them tell everyone if they wanted to. He smiled at the lady who was sitting there with a smile on her face. I'm glad to hear that, Albus. I know that they both are orphans now, and that they could use each other. Harry might have been adopted by the Weasleys, but he is still a Potter. When do you think I can let him know who I am? Even though I think he knows who I am by now, because we met up in Diagon Alley when we went to get their school supplies this year. Like you said, he knows who you are, and I think that at any time that you want, you can come up to get to know him better. Maybe I can get things worked out so that you and Dudley can spend the Christmas holidays with the Weasleys this year. I will work on that for you, and send Fox with a reply for you. I know that you don't have an owl to keep in touch with Dudley during the school year. Can I offer the services of one of the school owls for you to take 4 with? You? Is that possible? I would really appreciate it if you could. Thank you, Albus. You have been nice to me and my family. Is there something that you're not telling me that I should know? Marge, being the ever-knowing lady that she is, hit the nail on the head right away. Yes, there is something, and I would prefer that if I tell you, that you don't tell Harry or Dudley what I tell you. I will let you take the owl with you anyways, but this must be kept a secret for now. Albus didn't have his usual twinkle in his eyes when he said this, but it came back with a force when Marge nodded. So he told her about the secret that he had been keeping for the last 30 years of his life. Back to the Dada classroom, Harry and the rest were sitting there talking quietly when Professor Lockhart came in carrying what looked like owl cage with a cover on it. Class, now if you would kindly put your books away. This first class will be practical and you will only need your wands. With a flourish after the class put their wands away, he lifted off the cover and the class found it filled with pixies. Okay, I am not one to flame my reviewers, and I am not going to do it now. I just have a comment to one of mine, and please don't take this the wrong way. This is supposed to be a good comment and it will also clear some things up for those of you that don't follow the books, or don't remember little things. I will not mention the name of the reviewer, so as not to make them mad. To the reviewer who asked, Dudley is the same person who in the books is his obnoxious cousin that picks on him all the time. Now who can guess what Dumbledore's secret is? Thank you all for reviewing and reading. Donald. Lockhart's First Mistake. Harry Weasley. Chapter 28. Lockhart's First Mistake. When he lifted the cover to reveal a cage full of pixies, the whole class let out a collective gasp. These students are Cornish Pixies, and I want you to use your wands and without killing them, put them back into their cage when I release them. With that he opened the door to the cage, and the pixies flew out. He immediately sprinted to the door of his office, and told them, go ahead and get started. At that he shut himself into his office and watched out of a magical window that the students couldn't see. He was pretty sure that these students should be able to take care of the pixies, but was there just in case. As soon as he let them out, they scattered for the hills and there was spells being shouted at them left and right. A pair of them took and picked Neville up and hung him upside down. Pansy shot a stunning spell at the pixies that had him in the air, but they were too fast, and she accidentally hit Neville. When he was hanging there upside down and unconscious, there were a few snickers from around the room, but mostly there was screams of terror. Hermione was the one that decided that what they needed was a plan, so she cast the sonorous charm on herself, and yelled out, team up 2 at a time, and try to stun them without hitting the other students. We outnumber them by at least 2 to 1, so we should be able to take them out. Hermione immediately teamed up with Harry, and Ron hooked up with Neville after he revived him and got him down. Draco and Pansy, Crabbe and Goyle, Dean and Seamus, and Padma and Blaise Zambini were a team of cohorts. They went about going after the pixies with utter abandon. Hermione and Harry were doing pretty good with theirs in that they first cornered it, and cast a stunner at it, which it easily dodged, but wasn't able to dodge the one shot by Harry at the same time. He was hit and put into his cage with no problem. They sat down for a minute to catch their thoughts as they watched the rest of the class take down their pixies. Ron and Neville were able to cast a freeze spell on theirs, and saw that it was freezing too much, so they made the mistake of unfreezing it before they put it in the cage. The pixie flew off laughing at them, and was taken down by a quick-thinking Ron who shot a stunner at the odd pixie. A red-faced Ron and Neville picked up theirs and put it in the cage, then joined Harry and Hermione waiting for the rest. Draco and Pansy used a shocking curse on their pixie and immediately put it in the cage with a laugh at the commotion that Ron and Neville had while with theirs. Dean and Seamus cast a cheering charm on their pixie, and while it was laughing at them, and flying directly at them to be caught, they decided to put it in the cage right away before casting the counter curse. Padma and Blaze were having a bit of trouble with theirs in that it wouldn't stay still even though they had stunned it a couple of times. When they were finally able to stun it out, they had a good laugh as they put it in the cage. Now the most hilarious one had to be Crabbe and Goyle, in that they couldn't get theirs at all, so the rest of the class were helping them grab their pixie. When they finally got the last pixie into the cage, they were dismissed by a laughing Professor Lockhart, who had emerged after they caught the last one. No homework tonight, just read up on the proper ways to take out Cornish Pixies. The Dueling Club, Harry Weasley, Chapter 29, The Dueling Club. Welcome second-year Gryffindor and Slytherin to another day of defense against the dark arts. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, am going to be teaching you about dueling today. We will be starting a dueling club this year, and it will involve every year. You will be going against your own year, and the best male and female from each year will be going up against each other to see how they do. Now put your books away, and get up from your tables, so I can put them against the wall so you can practice. As soon as the class got up, the professor waved his wand, and the tables went to the side of the room. Okay, team up 2 to a team. The class broke up into teams of 2. Harry teamed up with Hermione, Ron with Neville, Draco with Pansy and of course Crabbe with Goyle. They had gone to one end of the room to do their practices, and work on their shield spells that they were working on that day. There was Protegas and other spells being cast left and right. When the class was over, the class were pretty much able to cast and protect themselves. The Dueling Club will be meeting in the Great Hall after dinner tonight. You will all be required to be there, for it is part of your grade. You are dismissed now. As he said this, the bell rang, ending the class. The whole class picked up their books and bags, leaving the classroom happy but tired. They all headed down to the hall for lunch. That night after dinner, they all met up in the Great Hall for their first club meeting. As they sat down, they were set up to team up for the class. Harry was set up against Draco for the first duel, and they were sitting there getting ready for it. They were watching Dean Thomas go up against Blaise Zambini in a duel, and Blaise had just cast a Serpentissa spell, sending a rather large snake at Dean. Dean, being afraid of snakes, was shaking at the sight, and couldn't move when it came toward him. Harry, seeing this, jumped up and onto the stage and started hissing at the snake to leave him alone. The snake looked at Harry a second, and then headed back at Blaise. Blaise passed out, and everyone was looking at Harry wondering why he had sent the snake back at Blaise. Hardly anyone noticed that the snake went back into Blaise's wand and didn't hurt him at all. Parselmouth was heard throughout the hall, and everyone was looking at Harry with a combination of awe, fear, and respect. They all knew what he was, and they weren't sure that they should fear the one who is supposed to be the hero of the wizard ring world. Harry, how were you able to do that? That is supposed to be an ability of only dark wizards. You're not one, are you? Ron was getting excited for his brother, and wondering what was going on. Why didn't you tell us you were able to talk to snakes? I don't know how I did it, Ron, it just came out. No, I am not a dark wizard, and I wish that you wouldn't spread around that I might be. Let's get out of here, before everyone else starts looking at me with more weird looks. They all left the hall and headed up to their respective dorms. They thought hard and long that night on what happened. Dean had been thanking Harry for saving his life, and hanging around him more and more. Parselmouth, Harry Weasley, Chapter 30, Parselmouth. Harry walked up to the headmaster's office with a worried look on his face. He had spent the last 3 hours in the library checking out what a Parselmouth was, and he was actually wondering why he was one. He had read that the last one was Lord Voldemort himself, and that only dark witches and wizards were one, because they were descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself. He gave the password to the headmaster's office when he got to the gargoyles. Skittles, and he walked up the stairs and knocked on the door. Come in, Harry. Harry walked in and found that he was in the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts, and he had no idea on what he was going to ask or say. Please sit down, Harry, I think I know why you're here. You want to know why you can speak with the snakes, especially since it is only known to occur in dark witches and wizards. Am I correct in assuming that this is why you are here at this time? Dumbledore gave Harry one of his twinkling smiles, that always made people feel better. Yes, sir, that is why I am here. How did you know? Never mind. Why do I have this ability? I'm not a dark wizard, nor am I a descendant of Salazar Slytherin as far as I know. Wouldn't I know if I was the heir of Slytherin? Harry was completely dumbfounded now, and he wanted answers. It doesn't matter how I know that was why you're here. No, you're not a dark wizard or a descendant of Slytherin, which would have made you an heir of Slytherin. There is only one known heir, and he is Voldemort. You see, when the Dark Lord gave you that scar, he also transferred some of his power to you. Which means that he gave you the ability to speak the snake tongue. It would also mean that you have some other abilities that I would like to explore with you sometime. Now, is there anything else that you need, Harry? No, I think that is all. Unless you have some more books that I can look into more about this power, and the powers that I might have. Harry looked at him with anticipation, hoping that he could help him. He also knew that he would have to go to his special room to get the New Year's trunk that he hadn't opened yet. I might have a couple of books that you could borrow, but I think that the trunk that you will be opening soon will have the books you need and in more details. You also won't have to return those books, for they're your own. Again, Dumbledore had completely surprised Harry in his knowledge about what he knew. Thank you, Headmaster. I will probably be looking into those now. May I be excused, please? Harry was looking excited about the possibility of learning about what he may be able to do. Yes, Harry, you may go. Now don't stay up too long while you are in there. You can take the trunk up to your dorm with you if you want. I'm sure that Ms. Granger and your brother would love to see what you got. Don't worry, they aren't magically sealed into that room, and they might help you in what you have to do this year. Dumbledore gave Harry one of his knowing smiles and dismissed him. Harry immediately left the office and went down to the room that held the trunks. He decided to take the trunk for this year with him up to his dorm and open it there. When he dragged it part of the way there, Dobby popped in and helped him with the trunk by taking it the rest of the way there. When he got there, he dragged Hermione and Ron up to his dorm to see what was in the trunk. "Come on, guys, I was told that this might help us out. I was also told that this should give me more information on why I can do the snake tongue more, also what other powers I might have. This should be interesting and be of help with our studying." Harry took them up and opened the trunk. What they found in there would change their lives forever. For when they opened the trunk, they found not only invisibility cloaks for all three of them, but also books for their knowledge and fun reading. It seems that Harry got a new invisibility cloak each year, because he keeps outgrowing the old ones. The books that they found were some of the most interesting. There was a book on advanced Ani-Magi training and what to do to prepare. A book on the powers and talents of Salazar Slytherin and Tom Riddle. A history of the heirs of Hogwarts, and what they could do. Does this mean that either you're one of the heirs, and are supposed to find the others, or you may be the heir of all of them? I don't know, Hermione, but I don't think that I'm the heir of all of them. Let's look through that book more first. Now I want to see what else is in this trunk. They looked through the trunk some more, and Harry found that there was more money in it for him and noticed that there was a pouch for each of his two other friends. He was wondering why there was in this trunk, but not in the last trunk. Then he saw the note. Harry's note: "My dearest Harry, I hope that this note finds you well. I bet you are wondering why the bags are starting in this trunk and not in your last year's. Well, that is not yours or theirs fault. You see, the trunk only puts the bags in there when they start going through the trunks with you. There will only be up to 8 extra bags that will be put in here each year. Once that limit is reached, then you can let any more people go through the trunk with you. Now the money won't go down at any time in which you get, for the money is coming directly from our private vault that you will get access to when you become of age. Which is 17, or you get married, if for some reason you do before then. Love, your mom and dad." Back to Harry, Ron and Hermione. Wow, Harry. This is great. Do you think that they know that there is a total of 9 of us that you would want to go through the trunks with you? Ron was getting a smile on his face that Harry knew well. I don't know, Ron, but here you two go. It should be enough for you two to get through the rest of the year without any problems. Harry tossed them their own bags that when they looked in them, they found that they each contained around 5,000 gold galleons and were bottomless and feather light. Thank you, Harry, we will definitely put these to good use. Hermione and Ron thanked him profusely. You're welcome, guys. I think that they did this because they are like me. They don't want me to end up like some rich witches and wizards and be stuck up. They want me to help my friends. Spend it well, guys. You will get more next year. I will make sure that we open up the trunk before Christmas next year, most definitely. They had fun going through some of the books and finding out what is going on. Okay. I'm sorry that I almost forgot to put in the trunks this year. Please read and review. No, Dobby hasn't been freed in this story. He doesn't need to be. He works at Hogwarts during the year to help out Dumbledore and Draco if need be. Donald. The First Victim, Harry Weasley. Chapter 31. The First Victim. The friends were going through the books quite well, and Harry was meeting with the headmaster on Friday nights to find out more about what his powers might be. Harry had already found out that he was a natural Animagi of the Phoenix, and that all he needed to do was practice. He also found out that he could not only speak with snakes, but also with all magical beings. He learned that since he was a natural Animagi, he didn't have to register that one as it, but if he decided to become another kind, which he found that he could a lot easier than others, he would have to register it. They had discussed whether he should at least go through the formalities of figuring out what he wanted to be, and that his friends were going to want to do this also. The headmaster said that it should be all right, but he would discuss it with McGonagall first to see if she would supervise them in doing it. He found out that he had an affinity with animals and the dark arts. Harry was going to be learning not how to do the dark arts, but how to defeat them. A week later, while the group was in the library studying, Dumbledore called them up to his office. When they got there, they were told to come in and take a seat. There were 2 other people in the room besides them and Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall was there with her stern look as usual, and there was a representative of the ministry, who introduced himself as Marcus Deschutes, head of Animagi registration. He told them that he was there to get their paperwork filled out, and will be back when they were ready to be tested and licensed to be Animagi. Harry told him that he was ready, that he had already been certified as a natural Animagi, and that he wanted to be tested for his second form. Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Mr. Deschutes, I haven't been practicing anything besides my natural form, but as my friends can attest to, my second form seems to want to come out. They can see it in the background as a shadow when I transform into my phoenix form. Harry had a smile on his face at the shocked looks on the other's face. He knew that they were going to be even more surprised when they found out what his second form is. Okay, Mr. Weasley, just sign these papers here, and we can go ahead and test you if you think that you're ready. Mr. Deschutes also handed the paperwork to the others to fill out and sign. Then handed them to Professor McGonagall to sign as the Animagi trainer, and then to the headmaster to give his signature. When all the papers were in order, he turned to Harry and said, "Well, Mr. Weasley, if you can show me what your other form is, we can get this over with quickly." Harry stood there with a smile on his face and transformed first into his phoenix form to show that he can do that, and to show what he was talking about, his shadow in the background. He concentrated and brought the second form to the front of his conscience, and transformed into it. To say that the adults were surprised would be an understatement. He turned into a beautiful golden griffin that was the perfect size for the office. Harry then turned back to himself and explained that he read that he could change the size to any size that he wanted to fit the circumstances. The tester congratulated Harry on his transformation, and put his seal of approval on his Animagi license, telling Harry that he was now officially licensed as a registered Animagi, handing him his card saying so. Now the rest of you, if you can learn that quickly, I suspect that I will be back here within the next couple of weeks. He left with a goodbye to the adults, and without even looking at the paperwork. He suspected, but didn't want to make sure of it till he was in his office, that where he thought that it would be blank, it would show what each of them would be becoming. He expected great things from Harry Weasley and his friends, and he was glad that they were on the side of the good. The rest of you will be meeting with me once a week until we can figure out what you all are going to become. Then we will meet 3 times a week till we get it done. McGonagall looked at her students with pride, and was not only shocked, but had even more pride for them when Hermione told her that they already went through the process finding out what they were to become, and just needed her help with the transformation. Well, I suppose that this shouldn't even take a week, if you all want to meet me every night to do this. It is Monday night now. If we start tomorrow with this, we will be able to have you all tested by next Monday night. How does that sound to you all? They all gave a cheer over this, and were all talking to themselves when Dumbledore gave a wink to Harry of congratulations. Now may I ask what each of you have found out to be your forms? Sure, Headmaster, we would love to tell you all what we are to become. Hermione handed him a list of the different types of creatures that they are becoming. It also included Harry's so that he could keep a list for future references. The list: Draco Malfoy. Form: Dragon abilities, Flight and Magical. Dudley Dursley. Form: Pegasus abilities, Land Flight and Magical. Ginny Weasley. Form: Great Dane. Abilities: Land. Harry Weasley. Form: Phoenix. Abilities: Flight, Magical, Natural Form. Form: Golden Griffin. Abilities: Flight, Magical. Hermione Granger. Form: Otter abilities, swimming and water. Luna Lovegood. Form: unicorn. Abilities: land and magical. Neville Longbottom. Form: penguin. Abilities: land, water, swimming. Pansy Parkinson. Form: dolphin. Abilities: water and swimming. Ron Weasley. Form: seagull. Abilities: flight. Well, what do you think? Do you like the wide variety of creatures that you will have at your disposal if needed in an attack? We are all willing to help protect the school if needed, sir. We just ask that you give us some leniency in what we may do in our protecting, and in our training. I know that might be a lot to ask, but we feel that we are the ones that will be the main force in protecting the school in case of an attack. Harry looked at his headmaster and mentor in the eye, letting him know that he knew what he was talking about. Okay, your group will have some leeway in what your training will be like for this. I trust that you won't let it go crazy and make me regret my decision. Now off to bed for the 9 of you. It's getting late, and you have classes tomorrow. The 9 students made their way down out of the headmaster's office and to their dorms. As they passed the girls' bathroom that Hermione had hid in the year before, they noticed that there was water flooding from under the door, and that there was something written on the wall above the pool. It read, "Beware, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. The heir of Slytherin has returned. Beware, for death will only follow the heir." Under the note was Mrs. Norris laying there stiff as a board. Harry bent down to check her out, just as Mr. Filch came around the corner to see what was wrong. When he saw Harry bent over his cat, he went hysterical. "You killed her, you never liked her, now she's dead. You're going to be expelled for this one, Weasley." While he was ranting, McGonagall and Dumbledore came up and looked at the cat. "Don't worry, Argus, she's just petrified. She's not dead. We can bring her back, but we need to make a potion. That will take a while. Now you 9 get back to your dorms like you were heading to, and not a word of this to any of the students. We don't want to cause a panic. Now do we?" They made their way to their dorms quietly, and none of them took notice that Ginny was more pale than the rest of them. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry Weasley. Chapter 32, Chamber of Secrets. Harry was sitting in the headmaster's office having tea and discussing what was happening. He asked him about what the Chamber of Secrets was, and Albus was telling him. "You see, Harry, back when the founders made Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin made this chamber that was his secret compound. He had called it the Chamber of Secrets. No one knows exactly where the entrance is anymore, and how to open it. Whoever opened it, it is said, has to have the ability to speak with snakes. Now you're the only one that I know besides Voldemort himself that is a Parselmouth. Well, unless there is another heir of Slytherin in the castle. I don't think there is, but there would have to be, considering I know that you didn't open it. I don't want you going off and trying to find out who the heir is, because it could mean the death of you. I know that you don't go looking for trouble, and I hope that it doesn't come looking for you. Just stay out of this, and we will try to find out what happened. Is there anything else you need, Harry?" "No, I think that is all, Professor. If there is an heir, what will happen to them when they are caught?" "Well, they will be expelled immediately for opening the chamber, of course. Now don't you go worrying your head about this. It is something that the Board of Governors of the school will take care of when it comes up. Good night, Harry, and please don't discuss what we talked about with anyone. We don't want to start a panic now, do we?" "I won't say a word to anyone, sir. Good night, and have a good evening." Harry left the headmaster's office with a smile and a skip to his walk. He knew that there was something up, and he was going to find out what it is. He wasn't going to go against the headmaster completely. He wasn't going to bring his friends into this at first. He was going to do some research on the chamber, and find out what happened the last time it was opened. He went immediately to the library to find out what information it had on the chamber, and took out some books on the history, myths and legends of the Chamber of Secrets. While he was looking, Hermione just happened to be in the library at the same time, and saw what the book was he checked out. "Some light reading, Harry? I didn't think that you would be interested in something like that. I wouldn't have thought you to be a history buff. Well, enjoy your book." With that, Hermione walked over to their usual study table, and got down to her mound of homework. Harry sat down near her, pulling out his own books for his homework. He had slipped the other book into his bag for later reading. This is more important right now. He needed to get caught up on his homework, so that he could have more time for Quidditch. After doing his homework and saying his goodbyes to Hermione, Harry left for the Gryffindor common room to do some light reading. When he got there, he found that everyone else was gone for the day, either out in the courtyard or to Hogsmeade. He remembered that he was going to meet the team at the Three Broomsticks later today, so he set his watch for an hour before he was supposed to meet them, so he wouldn't forget. He found that he had around 3 hours before he was to meet them, so he got down to reading on the history of the chamber. He found that the last time that it was opened was 50 years ago, and a young girl was killed. He found that a young man was accused of opening it, and was expelled from the school. He saw that the young man was one Rubeus Hagrid, and that the creature that he supposedly let out of the chamber was an acromantula, which lived deep in the Forbidden Forest. Albus Dumbledore kept him on after his wand was snapped as the game's keeper, and keeper of the keys of Hogwarts. As he kept reading, he found many contradicting evidence saying that it couldn't have been Hagrid because he couldn't speak Parselmouth. Others said that he had heard it spoken enough to get into the chamber, and to let out the creature. Harry knew that it couldn't have been Hagrid or the acromantula, because the affected being or person is petrified, and the spiders can't do that. By the time that Harry realized this, he was wondering what had caused Mrs. Norris to become petrified like that, and if it will happen to others. He hoped that it wouldn't. The Diary Harry Weasley Chapter 33, The Diary. A.N. Okay, this is a rewrite of the original Chapter 33 for me. I found once I wrote Chapter 34, that I had made a mistake, and this makes it fixed. Thank you, and if you have already read this chapter, please read again so that you can get the rewrite. Donald. Harry and his friends were off walking and looking around under their cloaks one night when they found themselves hiding from Filch in the girls' bathroom. While they were hiding, they heard someone come in and throw something over the stall door, which hit Harry in the head. When he looked, he found it to be a diary. He decided that he would look at it later to see whose it was, and if he could find who to give it back to. After the wait, he and his friends went out of the bathroom, and headed back to their dorms. When Harry got back to his dorm, he decided it was time to see whose diary it was. When he looked at the cover, he found that there wasn't any name on it of who it belonged to. He found that it was empty, in fact. Well, empty until he was looking into it for a minute or two and words became clear on the paper in front of him. "Who is this that I'm speaking to?" The diary said. "I am Harry Weasley. Who are you?" "I am Tom Marvolo Riddle. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry." "The pleasure is mine. Why can I see what is being written in this book?" "This is my essence that is in this book, and I can communicate with whomever has the book at the time. So basically I can answer your basic questions." Harry thought that this could be a convenient usage for a diary, and decided to test it out. "Who was your last owner?" "I am sorry, Harry, that is one thing I can't answer. I can't let anyone know who my previous owners were. Is there anything else that you want to know?" "Will these attacks continue?" "Yes, but someone can stop them if they tried." Harry was surprised at this, and decided that he didn't want to know what was going on at this time. He hid the diary in his trunk under a few clothes and old socks. He went to sleep that night having weird dreams about talking heads, and weird snakes that decided that they wanted to eat people. He woke up with a start at midnight, sweating bullets. "Calm down, Harry, it was just a dream, a terrible one, but just a dream." He tried calming down and getting back to sleep. He eventually got back to sleep, only to sleep for a couple of more hours before having to get up. When he got up, he went down to breakfast and ate very little. He went through the classes that day without paying much attention. When he went back up to his dorm that night, he found that the diary was gone. He went through all his stuff, and found that whoever got it without disturbing his stuff too much. I wonder who was able to get into my trunk without leaving a trace. I will have to talk to Dumbledore about this, and see what he has to say about this. See if he knows who this Tom Marvolo Riddle is. He made his way to the headmaster's office, and found that he didn't know the password. He tried different types of candy, both muggle and magical. He finally got in on cockroach clusters, and made his way up to his office. "Come in, Harry, and have a seat. How may I help you this evening?" "Professor, I was wondering if you could tell me a couple of things. Someone had thrown a diary into a place I was standing the other night, and I had looked at it, and found that it had held the essence of some former student of this school, and that it is said that it would help whoever holds the diary. I went to look for it after class today, and found that someone was able to get into my trunk, and take it out without making any disturbance. My questions are, do you know who could have done this? The second question is, do you know who a Tom Marvolo Riddle was?" Harry was surprised at the reaction that he got from the name. He wasn't sure that he wanted to know after what Dumbledore looked like when he heard the name. "I don't know who could have gotten into your trunk, Harry, but we will look into it. Did you say Tom Marvolo Riddle? Where did you hear that name from? Tell me, Harry. That is a name that most people don't even use anymore, and the person doesn't even like it anymore. It was the name of he person who had owned the diary first, I guess, and had left his essence in it. Why do you ask? Who is he? Harry was nervous now, and wasn't sure that he wanted to know. Tom Riddle is also known as Lord Voldemort, and if it was his diary that is here in the school, then he might be the one controlling the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets. We need to find them quickly, and stop them, Harry. I don't want you to do anything rash, Harry, but if you see anything that would point to someone that is being possessed or whatever, then let me know. I will, Professor. Thank you for the information, and I will keep an eye out for you. Good night, Professor. I better get back to my dorm and get some sleep. With that, Harry left the headmaster's office and headed back to the Gryffindor's dorm room. On his way there, he ran into Colin Creevey, who surprised him with his ever-present camera. Say cheese, Harry. Colin had snapped the picture before Harry could even think about it. Thanks, Harry, this is going straight into my photo album. With that, he ran off in the other direction to do just that. No problem, Colin. It's my pleasure to let you take my photo. Harry was shaking his head as he made his way back to the Gryffindor common room. He needed to get his rest, for they had a big game tomorrow against the Slytherin, and they had planned on winning. Harry was in his dorm room, and asleep by the time his head hit the pillow. Colin gets petrified. Harry Weasley Chapter 34. Colin gets petrified. The game was a close one, and Harry had just spotted the snitch. He was diving for it, when the bludger smacked him in the arm and he started to fall. Luckily he had just caught the snitch, and was only about 10 feet off the ground. He landed on his arm though, and heard the most distinctive sound of his arm breaking. While he was glad that he caught the snitch, he knew that it was going to hurt to get it fixed. When he saw that Professor Lockhart was coming towards him with his wand out, he moaned out, "No, not him." Harry was unable to do anything about it though, and when the professor waved his wand above Harry's arm, he felt like his whole arm just went limp. When he looked down, he exclaimed, "What happened to my arm? What did you do with it?" Harry then passed out when he realized that his arm had no bones in it anymore. Madame Pomfrey ran up, and when she looked at Harry, she asked the same thing. "What in the blazes did you do to him, Gilderoy?" She was pissed at his interference with the healing of a student. "I am going to have to give him a Skele-Gro potion to rebuild his arm now. It wouldn't have hurt that badly if I would have been able to just use a spell to fix the arm, but now he is going to be in extreme pain for the rest of the night as he regrows all the bones in his arm. You are a menace to students with your wand when you go to extremes like this, Professor." She conjured up a stretcher and took the snitch from Harry's other hand and handed it to Madame Hooch. Harry couldn't hear the cheers from the stands for his catching of the snitch, and would have been at least a bit happier about breaking his arm, if he had known that they had won the game. He was brought into the infirmary, and was awoken by Madame Pomfrey, and told to take the potion. "This is going to be very painful, Harry. It always is when we have to regrow bones completely like this. I'm sorry about this, but with the spell that he did on you, he took away all the bones in your arm instead of just fixing them. It will take all night to regrow them, but you will be better in the morning, and still be able to play Quidditch." She smiled down at him as he took the foul-tasting potion, and watched as he grimaced in pain. She just told him to try to get some sleep. It won't be really bad for another hour or so. Harry fell into a fitful sleep and was awakened 3 hours later by the pain. When he woke up, he noticed that there was someone else in the bed next to him. When he saw who it was, he let out a gasp. "Madame Pomfrey, what happened to Colin? Why is he here, and why is he so still?" Poppy pulled the screen between the two students and just shook her head at Harry. "I'm sorry, Harry, but he was petrified a couple of hours ago. He's not dead, but we are doing our best to try to wake him up." She smiled down at Harry. "How are you doing so far, Harry? Is it hurting a whole lot?" "I'm fine, ma'am, thank you. It hurts a bit, but I can handle it, thank you." Harry gave her one of his smiles, and tried to get back to sleep. He had a fitful sleep, but was happy when his arm was back to normal in the morning. Unbeknownst to Harry, when he went back up to his dorm that morning, the whole school had known about what had happened to Colin, and were all getting worried about what was happening around the school. He was met by Ron, Ginny, Hermione and Neville when he got through the door. "Where have you been, Harry? Did you hear about what happened to Colin?" Harry told his friends what he knew, and that he wasn't sure what was going on. They then went down to breakfast and sat there wondering with the rest of the school what was going on. There were rumors going around that there was an heir of Slytherin running around, but no one knew who it was. They found that there was a way to bring the victims around, but it took mandrake root, and they weren't ready for harvesting for another month or so. So they just had to wait and see. The rest of the month went well, but with nervous anxiety among all the students and professors. The students are worried. Harry Weasley, Chapter 35. The students are worried. When the rest of the school had heard that one of the students was a victim this time, they were in complete chaos. The professors weren't able to keep control for long during each class, for they were trying to calm their students' nerves. Some of the most productive classes were Dada, Charms and Potions, for they were the ones that taught them how to take care of themselves better. Well, Charms and Dada were teaching them how to take care of themselves more. Potions was teaching them how to concoct the potion that was going to take and bring them out of the petrification. Harry and his friends were some of the calmest of the students, not because they weren't scared, but because they were trying to figure out what or whom was doing this. They were in the library most of their free time trying to find out more information about the last time that the chamber was opened. They got permission to go into the restricted section to get the information that they needed, and were poring over the books that they had found. Everyone was looking towards the first and second years that were working to find out what was going on, and were helping them as much as they can. They were given permission from the head of house for the Ravenclaw house to go into the house private library and do some research, as long as they had either Dudley or Luna with them. They had no problem with that stipulation in their use of the library, and were looking forward to looking into the private books. They had thanked Professor Flitwick for his permission, and told him that they wouldn't abuse his trust in this. He told them that he just wanted them to be able to find out what was going on, and that they got it done quickly. I know that there should be something in those books that should be able to help you out. Please, whatever you do, find out quickly. The students are really getting worried. They assured the tiny professor that they were working on it during their free time when they were done with their studying and on their weekends. One thing that they found out was that it was someone that had claimed to be the heir of Slytherin last time also, and that the person had claimed that he didn't do it, but that after he was expelled that the attacks had stopped. The weird thing was that the name of the student was nowhere to be found. On the bright side, the 8 others that had been going for their Ani Magi forms had finally gotten their training done. They had met with Professor McGonagall twice a week while getting it done. The official for the ministry came by one afternoon to test them on their transformation, and was proud to announce that they were the youngest ever to not only complete their transformation, but also to be registered. They 9 of them decided to let their parents and guardians know about their achievements in this. They all owled them letting them know. They then decided that they would go out to the lake to have a little fun. They ended up going to the lake because 2 of them were of the water type. They all went down there and changed into their forms. Hermione and Pansy dived into the lake as they transformed into the otter and dolphin forms respectively. They splashed and played in the lake with the giant squid while the others were either flying or running around. Before they went down there, Harry went and let Lightning out to play with them. She was a little surprised and scared when she first saw Luna's form, but came up to her like an old friend. Luna's unicorn form went off and played with Lightning for a while along with the others. Harry stayed in his phoenix form so as not to scare any of the others with his griffin form. Neville dove into the lake with the other 2 to go looking around, and Ginny ran around with Luna and Lightning. The others took off to go flying around the school grounds. Draco's massive form was having fun playing with some of the other big flyers. Harry finally decided that he would join in with the other flyers and turned into his golden griffin form. The 9 of them all came out after a couple of hours when Professor Dumbledore came down looking for them. He told them that it was time for dinner and that they should come in for it. The Heir of Slytherin. Harry Weasley, Chapter 36. The Heir of Slytherin. A.N. Okay, here is a couple of things that you should know. 1. To answer one of my reviewer's concerns, this is not anywhere near like the books. There is only slight similarities in that it will be basically the same plots, but there will be complete differences in the way it is written. 2. If you found that chapters 33 and 34 contradict each other, please reread chapter 33. I have fixed the contradiction in it. Thank you, and please keep reading and reviewing. Donald. While they were reading up on what happened before, there was one thing that kept coming up each time. Heir of Slytherin. No one knew who it was back then, and they still didn't know who it was. All anyone knew was that the heir was the one that could open the chamber, and that the heir was a Parselmouth. Well, as far as anyone knew, there was only one Parselmouth in Hogwarts at this time, so everyone was looking at Harry with some trepidation from the time that they found out what was going on. The Slytherins were either jeering Harry or cheering that the heir was a Gryffindor. Well, that was except the 4 friends that he had in the Slytherin house. Draco, Pansy, Crabbe and Goyle weren't quite sure what to think about it, but they knew that Harry wasn't opening up the chamber, and couldn't have been the heir that they were looking for. The group was meeting in the room of requirements to find out if they could find out who or what was going on. They had all the books from both the restricted area of the library, and the ones from Professor Flitwick's private library that were on the Chamber of Secrets, who the heir of Slytherin has been, the history of the Slytherin lineage, and the different types of creatures that could cause the petrification without killing the people. They had it down to a couple of creatures that it could be, but neither one of them were seen in many a century. They finally found out who it was that was accused of opening the chamber the last time, but they didn't believe it. It was their friend Hagrid. He was accused of bringing out a monster that had killed the student, a acromantula. They looked up the acromantula, and found that they couldn't petrify anything. So they found that it was impossible for it to be the cause this time, and they didn't believe that it was the problem back then. When they decided to take their inquiries to Professor Dumbledore, they decided that they would approach him together. They made their way up to his office, and knocked on his door. When they got the permission to enter, they each took a seat and started in with their tale to the headmaster. "Professor, we think we might have found what it is that has been attacking the students. We think that it is either a Medusa, or a basilisk. They are both able to speak snake tongue, and are both able to petrify without killing. Now neither of them are common around this area, and we aren't even sure if it is possible for either of them to exist in the castle without anyone knowing about it." Hermione told the headmaster with some pride in her research. "Thank you all for your research, and I will look into this. We don't know who the heir is yet, and I can assure you that we aren't accusing you, Harry. Some of the students might accuse you for a couple of weeks, but it should calm down after then. Now is there anything else that you wanted to talk to me about?" Dumbledore had his twinkle in his eyes that seemed to fill the whole room. "No, that's all, sir, except that we were wondering, why was Hagrid accused and expelled when the student was obviously petrified to death? The acromantula that he was accused of hiding and raising wasn't able to petrify anyone." "Well, that was a long story. You see, at the time we weren't sure whether or not the student was petrified or not. You see, she just sat there dead. We couldn't do anything to save her, and what the acromantulas do is similar to that. So you see, once we found out what really happened, we couldn't do anything about it. Now if there isn't anything else, I am quite busy." The students took that as if they were dismissed. Harry told his friends that he would meet them back in the ROR. He had something else that he had to ask the headmaster. Harry stayed back as the rest left the room. "Excuse me, Professor, can I ask you one last something?" "Go ahead, Harry, even though I think I know what you're going to ask already. Do you think that this has anything to do with that diary of Tom's?" "It is a possibility, Harry, but at this time I am not sure. You see, Tom was the heir of Slytherin back then, but by the time we found that out, it was too late. He had already left the school, and become Lord Voldemort. Then his reign of terror had begun. If there isn't anything else, Harry, I truly am busy. You should go and catch up with your friends." Harry thanked the headmaster and quickly left the office to catch up with his friends. When he caught up with them, he was excited about what possibly could be happening. What he didn't know was that his suspicions were going to be brought up in a rather interesting way later. It's not him, Harry Weasley, Chapter 37, It's Not Him. When Harry went down to breakfast that next morning, he found that the stares of the students and professors were on him. "What's going on here? Why is everyone looking at me like that?" Harry asked his best friend and brother Ron. "Everyone thinks either you are the heir of Slytherin, or know who it is." "Don't worry, Harry, those of us that know you don't think so. Draco, Pansy, Greg and Vincent are trying to dispel the myth around the Slytherin house, while Luna is spreading the word around the Ravenclaws. The Hufflepuffs don't really think that it is that way, but Dudley has a few friends in there, and he is trying to get them to see the light." Ron was trying to sound enthusiastic about this, but Harry knew that it was going to be a hard time of it, until they found out what was going on. "Hey Weasley, have you set your beast on anyone lately?" The voice of Blaise Zambini was grating on Harry's nerves already, and he didn't really have anything nice to say. "No, why are you volunteering, Zambini? I hear that it like little Slytherin wannabes." Harry's scowl was one that would match and make Snape's look like a nice one. The rest of the day went by similar to this, and Harry was constantly harangued by both the students and professors that either didn't get the message or didn't believe it that Harry didn't have anything to do with it. They all thought that since Harry could speak with snakes as a parselmouth, that he would be the one that would know about it. Of course, no one could possibly have any clue to the truth about what was happening. In fact, if Harry had his choice, he would have preferred that it was him when he found out later whom it was. At lunch that day, Harry spent the time in the ROR looking through the books that he had borrowed from the Charms professor, and was looking into different things about Tom Riddle and what he has done before and since he left Hogwarts. He found that there wasn't much written on his history and what he had done. It was found out that shortly after he left the school, he started in on his plan on taking over the wizarding world. He started out on his reign of terror, and put together his band of followers shortly thereafter. He found that there wasn't much more to find out, but that there were rumors that Salazar Slytherin had a large monster in his chamber, and that it was one that could petrify its victims. He shook his head, and hoped that it wasn't true, or if it was, that it wasn't there anymore. Harry went to the rest of his classes that day and found that even though there weren't any more that were accusing him of it, there were some more that were on his side and believed him now. He was happy for this, and found that he was having a good day. At dinner that night, he walked into the hall with a slight smile on his face, and sat at the Gryffindor table next to Ron and Hermione. Hey, it seems that our plan on dissuading the students about me being the heir is working. I haven't really been bothered about it since lunch. Harry was smiling when he said this, but his smile was soon turning into a frown when he heard the unmistakable voice of Blaise Zambini yelling over to him. Hey Weasley, I hear that you weren't around most of the day. Were you down in the chamber playing with your little pet? Maybe you were planning on your next victim. So who is it going to be? Maybe your little mudblood girlfriend there. Yeah, that's it, she is going to be the next. He was cut off rather quickly when Draco decked him to shut him up. Draco didn't like the little pretender to the throne of the Slytherin house. Snape looked down at his favorite student with a sneer and told him, as much as I hate to say this, Mr. Malfoy, you will be having detention with me tonight. Meet me in my classroom after you have dinner, and you will be cleaning cauldrons tonight. He went back to his dinner, and if he had noticed the Draco was smirking after that, he didn't let on. It was worth it, he shouldn't have been saying what he was. Everyone should know that Harry wouldn't be the one who is doing this. I don't personally know who it is, but I know that the great Salazar Slytherin wouldn't choose a proud Gryffindor as his heir. Draco finished up his dinner and made his way out of the Great Hall down to the potions classroom for his detention. He knew that he had to face his punishment for what he did. He also knew that it was worth getting the detention to defend one of his friends. He never thought at the beginning of his first year that he would become friends with Harry Weasley, or that his parents would turn their back on the Death Eaters completely, but it has happened. A Malfoy and a Weasley were friends now, and their parents were on speaking terms. This is going to be one to go down in the history books. Maybe it will even be in the next version of Hogwarts a history about how the Slytherin and the Gryffindor houses have put aside their differences. This is going to be an interesting next 5.5 years that we're here at the school. I wonder what will happen over the next few years. He was mumbling to himself as he started in on his detention, then on his homework that night. So do you think that Draco meant what he said in there tonight, Ron? Harry was a bit worried, but he didn't want to voice his concerns to anyone else that would think he is crazy. Sure I do, Harry. He hasn't shown any type of dissent towards us. I know what the history of our families are, but even Mum and Dad are happy that we are all getting along now. They're even getting along with the Malfoys now. I never thought that it would happen, but it has. Hey Hermione, I think that the next version of Hogwarts a history will have something in it about us and how we have brought the houses together. What do you think? Ron turned to the other member of the trio that was quickly turning into a lot more people. I think you are right, Ron, and I also believe that he should be trusted. He hasn't done anything to prove us wrong about his intent. I am happy to have them on our side instead of against us, actually. Hermione went back to her book that she was reading, and was happy that her friends were showing interest in their work more. Binding the Curses, Harry Weasley, Chapter 38, Binding the Curses. So what do you think today's class is going to be about, Ron? Harry was talking to his brother one morning about their next Dada class. They were told to expect an interesting surprise this day. They weren't sure about what to expect from this strange professor and what was going to go on today. Harry, don't worry. I don't think that he would do anything that would truly endanger the students. Now on to what I think is going to be going on today. I don't know. Hopefully he won't try something like the Pixie incident again. Ron wasn't acting like it, but he was also nervous. After breakfast that day, they went down to their first class of the day, which happened to be the aforementioned Dada class. The 7 friends walked into class, and took their seats among the different areas of the room. When they were all seated, the professor made his way into the classroom. "Good morning, class. I hope you are all ready for a day of surprises. Now if you all would settle down, we will get started." Professor Lockhart sounded like he knew what he was talking about, so the class calmed down rather quickly. "Excuse me, Professor, but what are we going to be doing today?" Hermione was as always one to get to the point. She wasn't being rude or contradictory, she was just being curious. "Excellent question, Ms. Granger. I was just about to get into that question. Now today we will be discussing the different uses of the binding spell. It is used to bind evil creatures and spells to the spot that they are cast from. Now can anyone tell me what is a good way to use this in a battle?" Professor Lockhart looked out over the classroom of anxious faces, and pointed to Hermione, who happened to be one of 2 or 3 that had their hands raised. He was happy that there was at least one that could answer the question. "Yes, Ms. Granger, you have an answer for my question?" "Yes, Professor. A few good ways to use this spell in battle is to use the spell against a banshee to keep her from her screaming, which would hurt the victims." Hermione was proud of her knowledge, and was sure that she was right. "Very good, Ms. Granger, that is correct. 10 points to Gryffindor. Now how about you, Mr. Malfoy? Do you have any ideas?" He had turned to the Slytherin blonde boy as he asked him. "Yes, Professor, there is one spell that I know that it can't be used against, which is too bad because if it was able to be used, then it would have saved quite a few lives. The aforementioned spell is Avada Kedavra, or the Killing Curse. The binding spell can be used on the other 2 unforgivables, but just doesn't work on the Killing Curse because it's just too powerful." Draco looked at his professor with a bit of sadness in his eyes. He knew what he was talking about, for he had heard stories about what Voldemort's first reign was like, and that people had tried to use the binding spell to block it. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. You are correct in saying that it can't block the Killing Curse. 10 points to Slytherin for the use of it to block the unforgivables and another 10 points for the lesson on its uselessness in blocking the Killing Curse." He had looked over the class, and there wasn't any objections for his giving extra point to the Slytherin house for once. He was proud of this class, and he thought that they would definitely be able to confront whatever may come their way trouble-wise. The rest of the class went rather uneventfully except when they tried to get Neville to cast the spell. He went and did pretty well with the spell, except when he said one of the words, he accidentally mispronounced it, and the binding spell was now a bouncing spell. He went on around the class bouncing off the walls and off of the different students. Professor Lockhart, to his own amazement, thought that he was doing something good, and tried to counter the spell that Neville cast. When he did, Neville was really bouncing around now, and he hit the ground hard. He had broken his arm in 3 places, and was sent to the hospital wing where he spent the rest of the day healing up. Now class, that goes to show that with the mispronouncing of one word will do with a spell. Can anyone tell me what the one word was that Mr. Longbottom mispronounced? He looked around the room, and caught the eye of Harry. "Yes, Mr. Weasley, do you know that?" Answer: "Yes, sir. I think that the word he mispronounced was grandium, where he should have said grandum. You see, with the first pronouncement, it's bouncing, and the second it's binding." Harry was proud that he had known the answer, and the professor was smiling his winning smile. "Very good, Mr. Weasley, that will be 20 points to Gryffindor for the answer. Well, it looks like class is almost over, so I will let you go early today." Class dismissed. With that, all the students packed up their bags, and made their way to their next class, which for them happened to be potions. They were all talking as they made their way down to the dungeon for the class. Moaning Myrtle. Harry Weasley. Chapter 39. Moaning Myrtle. The next few weeks were spent with their heads in the books, and finding out about different things that could be done. They were talking about who the heir could be, when Hermione said that, maybe Myrtle would know. I think she was around back then. Maybe she would know either who the student was that was killed, or who the heir would be. That sounds like a good idea, Mwan. You're talking about Moaning Myrtle, right? The ghost that's in the closed-down girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor, aren't you? Harry was now interested in what she was talking about more, because he had read that she was a student around that time, but no one knew when or where she died. Only that she had shown up as a ghost shortly after that incident. Well, when shall we go talk to her? I mean, if we're all going to do it, I don't think that we should go during the day. Maybe we can all get together tonight and head to the bathroom to talk to her. Draco was contemplating this and how they would do it. It wasn't like they all had invisibility cloaks to get around without being noticed. Well, I can help with that, so we won't be caught. You all know that I have my own invisibility cloak. Well, I think that I can get us each one, but you aren't to use them unless it's in use for one of our outings or pranks. Do you all understand? Harry was being serious about this. He didn't want to get everyone in trouble for this, and he also didn't want them to abuse the right of having one of these cloaks. He knew that there was already one for each of them in the trunk, but he just hasn't given them out yet. He knew that the Marauders were behind that, and that they were hoping that they would form the new Marauders group. Harry was planning on bringing this up to them eventually, and decided that if it went well tonight, that they might bring up the possibility within the next couple of weeks. They could set up a good prank for once all these problems were done with, and that they could do it quickly. You mean that you have more of these cloaks, Harry? Why haven't you told us this before? Ron was getting a little bit mad at this, but once Harry explained it to them, they were understanding why he hadn't brought it up before. Yes, I have one for each of us, and there is more in there for when we get too big for our cloaks. I mean, get too tall to fit into them, not too big in weight. Now if you will all follow me up to my dorm, I have them up there. He led them up to his room, and got the trunk that had them all in it. Okay, now these are special, in that they were given to us from my parents. He handed them each one, and then they walked out into the common room. That night they all met outside the Ravenclaw common room waiting for Luna and Dudley to come down to meet them. They made their way down to the third-floor laboratory which had Moaning Myrtle in it. They were all dressed under their invisibility cloaks, and each of them made it there without an incident. When they walked in, Hermione, Ginny and Luna walked over to where Myrtle was usually at and asked her to come out. When she did, she gave a loud gasp when she saw the boys in the room with them. What are they doing in here? This is the girls' bathroom. They aren't supposed to be in here. She was becoming rather mad now, and wasn't about to let them get away with it. Calm down, Myrtle, please. We just came in here to get some information from you if possible. Do you remember much from back when you were in school here? Do you know either who the girl was who died, or who the heir of Slytherin was back then? Hermione was trying to be nice to the hysterical girl, and was actually doing pretty well at it. I can answer both your questions, Hermione. One, the girl that died back then was I. I don't know how I died, only that I saw these red slits for eyes, and then I was dead. The heir of Slytherin back then was Tom Riddle, but I couldn't do anything to save Hagrid, for by the time I had known it, I was already dead and couldn't tell anyone. I felt sorry for him when I heard that he was accused of doing this and was expelled because of it. I wonder if there is anything that I can do to reverse what had happened. Myrtle was contemplating this at the time, and everyone could sense that there was something else that might have been going on between the two of them back then. Hermione, Ginny and Luna all had a knowing smile on their faces as they figured out what was going on. The boys of course were completely clueless, and wouldn't have known what was going on if it bit them on the nose. We can talk to Dumbledore and see if there is a way of reversing the ruling on Hagrid if you were to testify about what you know, Myrtle. Would you be willing to do so? Maybe if we got some people to come down here to talk to you and find out what you know. Are you sure that you don't know what the beast was that was released and killed you? Of course I will talk to the headmaster. I have no problems with him. He was always friendly to me back then, like he was with all the students. Yes, I am sure that I don't know what it was that killed me, but I know that it was big. They thanked Myrtle, and made their way out of the bathroom and up to their dorms. They decided that they would talk to the headmaster about this tomorrow morning after breakfast and before classes started. Hagrid's Freedom. Harry Weasley. Chapter 40. Hagrid's Freedom. The next day found the 9 friends all eating breakfast rather quickly and then going up to the head table asking if they could have a talk with the headmaster before classes that day. He had told them the password, and that he would meet them in a few minutes. They found themselves sitting in the headmaster's office recounting what they had found out the last night. They told him that they felt that with Myrtle's testimony that Hagrid should be able to be proven innocent of all wrongdoing back then. I understand that you all would like to prove your friend's innocence in this, and I will do everything that I can to help him. This may take a few weeks to get it all straightened out, and I don't want you to tell Hagrid about this. I want to spring it on him as a surprise. Now, is there anything else that you have found out about what is terrorizing the school and students? Well, there is one other thing, Headmaster. Myrtle said that she didn't know exactly what had killed her, but that it was big, and had red slitted eyes. Do you know of any creatures that this might refer to? We have only found 2 creatures that would do what it is doing at this time, and they both fit her description. The creatures are the basilisk and the cockatrice. They both are big and have red slitted eyes. Now if we knew something else that would help out, like how it was getting in and out of the chamber, then we might know which one it is. Hermione was going into her contemplating mode right now, and they knew not to bother her when she had something going on in her mind. She was really going at it now, and was about to go to the library when she was reminded that they still had to get to classes that day. You can go to the library to work on it when we get done with classes today, Mwan. But for now, we need to get to Transfigurations with Professor McGonagall before we are late. Harry said this, and with that they were on their way to the classroom. They were happy, and when they were done with that class, they went on to Charms, then lunch, and then to a double class of Care of Magical Creatures. They were barely able to keep their calm when they were taking Hagrid's class, but kept their cool around him. After dinner that night, Hermione found herself studying late into the night in the ROR trying to figure out what was going on. She had just found what she was looking for, when she heard the door open to the ROR, and she quickly held up a mirror to look behind her. What she saw petrified her, and she had a note in her hand when she fell. The mysterious figure that let the creature in, took her out of the room and to somewhere she would be found. Hagrid found himself exonerated quite a bit quicker than what the headmaster had originally said. He found that after Dumbledore talked to Myrtle that night, he was exonerated of the problem back then the next day. He was happy and had invited the 9 students down to his cabin to thank them for what they had done. When they went down to the cabin, they had all thought that Hermione was already there, and when Hagrid asked about her, they were all worried. She was going to the ROR to research about what might have been doing this. I hope that she is all right. Maybe we should go look for her. Hagrid wasn't the only one that was worried for their friend. They decided that they would go look for her in the castle. The first place they decided to look was the ROR, and when they got there, they found that it was empty, and there was no sign of her. They then made a floor-by-floor search for her, and couldn't find her until they were by the hospital wing. When they got there, they found her body laying on the floor, petrified and laying there stiff as a board. When Harry knelt down beside her, he felt for a pulse and was relieved when he found one. She's still alive, she's just like Colin and Mrs. Norris were, just petrified. Maybe there was something that we didn't know about that is keeping them from dying. Hopefully there is, and that no one will be killed. Harry was being hopeful in his assumptions, and everyone knew it. They weren't going to say anything, and didn't when he picked her up and carried her into the hospital wing. He put her in the bed that the Medi-Witch told him to, and then sat there wondering what she had found, if anything. Please, Mwan, please come back to us. We can't do this without you. You are the light in our lives, and you are the one to keep us in line. Harry was crying at this time for his friend. He didn't cry for Colin, and no one was quite sure why he was being so emotional over Hermione. Not Hermione Chapter 41, not Hermione A.N. Okay, this is my new version of the setup for the chapters. I hope you like it. If I get enough bad reviews about the title of the story not being there anymore, I will start putting it there again. Thank you as always for reading and reviewing. Donald. Disclaimer. As always, I don't own Harry Potter. That privilege goes to the great mastermind of Ms. J.K. Rowling's. Thank you, J.K., for inspiring us fan-fiction writers of Harry Potter and letting us use your characters and universe in our own ways. Harry was spending most of his free time with his friend and confidant Hermione. He was hoping that they would be able to figure out what was going on, and how to bring them back to the land of the living. While he was there on his constant vigilance, her parents had come and visited at the same time. He hadn't met her parents yet, and found them to be kind, gentle folks. I swear, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I will do anything within my power to get Hermione out of this. I just hope that it isn't anything permanent. The next thing he said was mumbled, but the Grangers heard him all the same, and they had a smile on their faces, for they liked Harry from the beginning. They had heard all during last summer about Harry this and Harry that. I promise that something like this will never happen to her again. I think that I love her. I know that you might think that I'm too young to know what love is, but I have seen many things in my young life, and believe me, I am glad that I grew up with loving parents. Harry had a tear in his eye at this, but quickly wiped it away. Don't worry, Harry. I'm sure that you know what you're doing, and that you will find a way to bring her back to all of us. We have heard a whole lot about you, young man, and I'm glad that our daughter has found someone that cares about her so much. Don't worry, we won't tell her what you just told us until you tell her yourself. I know that you are young, but we have also heard a lot about the life you have had. Thank you for caring about our daughter so much as to be able to talk to us about it like this." Hermione's father placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, and he and his wife made their way out of the hospital wing and down to the Great Hall to get something to eat. They just knew that they could trust their daughter's life in the hands of this young man. Harry spent the rest of the night in either the hospital wing, or up in the ROR reading more about what she might have been studying about, or if she had found something out. When he got in there, he found the book that she had been studying, but there wasn't anything out of the ordinary out of it, so he didn't make the connection to what had happened. He decided to go down to see Lightning to see how she was doing. When he got down there, he found her doing good, and she was as happy to see him as he was to see her. "Hey girl, are you having a good day? I have some sad news, girl." Hermione was one of the students that have recently been petrified. "I know you like her, and I like her also. She isn't dead, just sleeping. We have a cure that is known of, we just have to wait for the mandrake root to mature. We know that she is going to be okay, and we are all happy. You want to go out for a run, girl? Maybe we can go out and have some fun." Harry took her out to the pasture, and let her out for a run. He watched her go and have fun. He was glad that she was doing so good, and growing to be a beautiful young unicorn. "You know what, girl? You are going to be a beautiful unicorn as you get older. Not that you're not already, just even more when you get older." Harry was proud of his young charge, and was happy that he was able to save her in his first year. As Harry was watching her, he was getting the strange feeling that someone or something was watching him. He quickly looked around, and didn't see anything, but still had that strange feeling. He shrugged it off as just a weird feeling, and watched his young charge. Unbeknownst to Harry, he was being watched from a tower high up in the castle. Albus Dumbledore was watching him through one of his scrying mirrors that he has to see what is going on at different places on the school grounds. He had tuned it into Harry when he saw him leave the castle, for he wanted to make sure that he was all right. He was smiling at the young Harry Weasley while he watched. "So much like your mother, Harry, she would have done the same thing without any hesitation. She was known to take in the hurt and young that were without their parents. You remind me of her so much, and in more than just your eyes." Albus gently rubbed his eyes, then took out the colored contacts that he always wore to reveal the emerald green eyes that he had. No one except maybe Minerva knew that he was Harry's great-grandfather on his mother's side. No, Lily Potter wasn't a mudblood, in fact she came from a long line of great wizards. Dudley Dursley wasn't a half-blood as most people would have believed. Both his parents were squibs, but Petunia didn't know it either. He went on through the books that he was reading, and decided that he would tell Harry once he turned 15 about his true heritage. That would give him some time to just be a kid some more. James wasn't the only one who was giving Harry and his friends this stuff in the trunks. Albus was doing this for some time now, to make sure that he was ready when Voldemort came back. Yes, Dumbledore knew that the Dark Lord was coming back. He just didn't know when or how. He hoped that Harry was ready to fulfill the prophecy that was made about him so many years ago. "Oh Harry, I hope that everything will go good for you, my grandson, for you are meant for great things. Fudge, I hope you're ready to go down in a few years. We're not ready to take you down at this time, but we will in a couple more years, for it is prophesied." He looked down at the piece of paper that was in his hand, and read it over again. It was one of the last prophecies that was made by Constance Weasley before her death 10 years ago. She was the matriarch of the Weasley clan back then, and she also did a reading for all the Weasleys including Harry about when they would die. The prophecy went like this: "He who would take down the Dark Lord, will also take down the evil incarnate that fills the leadership role in the wizard ring community. The prophecy of the new leader, he will take him down in his 15th year, and he will be replaced by one of my own. Whether it is my son, or one of his sons, it does not matter, for a red-headed man will bring the wizard ring world back into the right place of mind. He who would take down the Dark Lord will also take down the evil incarnate that fills the leadership role in the wizard ring community in his 15th year. End of prophecy. Albus was reading this again when Minerva McGonagall walked in on him and his musing. "Reading that old prophecy again, Albus? At least it was made by a seer that isn't known as a fraud." She smiled at the old man, for she knew who had made that prophecy, and that the lady was one of the most talented seers that had walked this world. In fact, she was the one who used to teach divination here at Hogwarts before she retired 40 years ago. Minerva didn't know where Albus had gotten the fraud that is teaching it now, but she wasn't that bad she had guessed. Just an old man musing over some old manuscripts, my dear. Now is there anything that I can do for you, Minnie? Albus turned his sparkling green eyes back toward her. He didn't try to put the contacts back in, or hide the fact that he had the same green eyes as both Harry Weasley and Lily Evans, Potter, for Minerva. McGonagall knew the story. I was just wondering if you knew where your grandson was off to at this time. He isn't in his common room, and it is getting late. She was getting a little bit worried, but calmed down when she saw the mirror that he had set on the said person. Oh, he off with his unicorn yearling. He is so much like your daughter was, isn't he? I remember. When Lily had taken in a hurt raven, and brought it back to health, she was a great person, and so was James. I'm sorry, I shouldn't bring them up so much, should I? She was a bit horrified that she had brought back sad memories for Albus, for he had lost more family than some in this war. It's all right, Minnie, I still think about my children every once in a while, and it's still good to be reminded about it. Yes, it seems that he is just like Lily was in more ways than one. Albus was smiling with the constant sparkle in his eyes at that time. Everything was going to be good, she knew now. I Hear Voices Chapter 42 I Hear Voices A.N. Hey everyone, this is a momentous occasion. This chapter marks the last chapter on the first of 7 pages of outline I have written out for this story. So that means, 1 page down, 6 to go. Please keep up the reading and reviewing. Donald. Harry was walking between classes that Monday morning with his friends, when he heard a strange voice coming from the walls, it seemed. It kept saying, kill, 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 kill them all. Harry was getting worried now, and asked if any of the others had heard the voices also, or whether he was just going crazy. We haven't heard anything, mate. I don't know what you're hearing, but maybe you should go see Dumbledore about it. He would be able to tell you what might be happening. Ron was looking a little white in the face, when he was told what the voice was saying. Go ahead, Harry, we will tell McGonagall what happened, and that you should be back for some of the class. Okay, thanks, Ron, I think I will do that. Harry made his way up to the headmaster's office and found that he didn't know the password. He started naming off different types of candy and sweets when he finally came up with Bertie Bott's every flavor beans as the password. When the gargoyles sprang to life and showed the moving staircase, Harry climbed aboard for the ride up. When he knocked, he heard a soft enter, and he entered the office of one of his favorite people in the school. Good morning, headmaster, is it okay if I talk with you for a few minutes? Sure, Harry, have a seat. Lemon drop. When Harry politely refused, the headmaster motioned for him to go ahead and tell him. What was up? Well, sir, it seems that I am hearing voices in the walls. They keep saying, kill, 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 kill them all. Do you have any idea what or whom they are? Harry had a worried look on his face when he told the headmaster this, and wasn't sure if he wanted to know what he had thought of this. He didn't want to be known as a weirdo or anything like that. The funny thing about this, sir, is that I'm the only one that can hear these voices. Whenever I hear them, none of the people who are with me can hear them. Well, Harry, that sounds like a problem. Is there any other weird experiences that you may have had while on your walks between classes, or up to the library or the Great Hall? No, sir, and it was just only this morning that I started hearing these voices. It's like they are weird hissing sounds that I am hearing. You know, like you would think that snakes would sound like if they talked. Hissing and extending their SS's. I know that it sounds weird, but do you think that it might have something to do with my parcel mouth ability? Now Harry was really getting worried, for he didn't want people to think that he was the one who had opened the chamber. It might have something to do with that ability, Harry, but remember, we have already figured out that you're not the one who has opened the chamber. Now I am going to have to do some research on this phenomenon. Maybe you can do some more research also. I know that you and your friends will try to do the research as much as you can. Don't worry about it, Harry, you will be able to find out what you can. Now you better be getting to class. I think that Professor McGonagall will be wondering where you have been. Here is a note for her to keep you from getting into trouble. Oh, and Harry, remember that no matter what is going on isn't your fault. As Harry was walking out the door, the headmaster remembered something and handed it to him. This was found clutched in Ms. Granger's hand when she was brought into the hospital wing. It may prove quite interesting. It's a bit cryptic, but you might be able to figure out what she is talking about. Good day, Harry, and try to stay out of trouble, will you? The headmaster had a twinkle in his eyes as he dismissed Harry, and Harry was getting a little confused by his headmaster's quirkiness. Harry made it to Transfiguration with about an hour left in the class. He handed the note to Professor McGonagall explaining where he was at. "That is fine, Mr. Weasley. Please take a seat and start on your assignment." She smiled at Harry knowing that there was something that was going on, but didn't want to interfere. "Thank you, Professor." Harry made his way to sit between Draco and Pansy, for that was the only seat left open. He found that he was quite able to do the assignment without any problem. He sat there and done the transformation of the feather into a stick and back again. "Don't you two think that this is easy? I hope that we will be getting into more complicated transfigurations soon." Harry just smiled over at his two Slytherin friends with one of his warm smiles. "You are a bit off, don't you know that, Harry? I mean, we will be learning more spectacular transfigurations later on, but right now we need to learn the basics." Pansy loved teasing Harry about his obsession with transfigurations, but she knew that he was one of the best in their class at it. "Oh hush, Pansy, I know you want my help with this, and I will help you all out like I always do. Now let's get back to the assignment." Harry was smiling as he knew that Pansy was going to be thankful for the help. She wasn't stupid, but this wasn't her greatest subject. She would also help Harry out in his least favorite subject of potions. She and Draco were a couple of the best in the class. Even though Snape still didn't like the Gryffindors that much, he wasn't that rude with them anymore since most of his second-year Slytherins were friends with the Gryffindors. The note, Chapter 43. The note. Harry and the rest of his friends were meeting in the ROR that night to see if they could figure out what the note that Hermione had clutched in her hand read. They unfolded it, and looked it over. What they found was a copied page from a book, and some notes on what it all meant. Page 356 of the Book of Weird and Fascinating Beasts of the World. The beast that can petrify with just his look can be defeated without looking at him by chopping off his head. To get at him without looking at him, use a mirror so as not to look into his eyes. This beast is very intelligent, and thought to be loyal to the one who raised it. It can grow to be over 50 feet long, and has the body of a snake. The group was stunned at this passage, and even more stunned when they found that there was a note on the bottom of the paragraph stating that the book seemed to have the parts that said what the beast was blacked out or magically removed for some reason. Hermione's notes were a bit more organized than that, and she had pretty much figured out what it was. She had a small note on the bottom under what could be described as different ways to stop from being petrified or killed. Looks like the thing snuck up on her. That's the only way that she could have been caught by it. But from what it says here, it couldn't have brought her to the hospital wing. Whoever released the thing probably didn't know who it was, or had a change of heart after it happened, so they brought her to the hospital wing where she was found. Now let's see what she says that the creature is. They looked over her meticulous notes, and found that they were right with their first assumption. Damn, it's a basilisk that we're facing. Not only are their eyes deadly, but also their bite is poisonous. We need to be careful if we ever go after it. What do you think we should do, Harry? Draco was the one who was talking about this in the open. "I think that we should tell Dumbledore what we found, and let him take care of it. Maybe if there is anything that can be done, he would know. We should also talk to Hagrid about the different ways to take them out, and where we might find them in the school. I think that it is in the Chamber of Secrets, but where is it? Do either of you four know?" Harry was looking at Draco, Pansy, Crabbe and Goyle with interest, for if anyone either knew or could find out, it is them. "There are rumors about where it is, but they are only rumors, Harry. Some say that the entrance is in a remote out-of-the-way place in the castle. The only thing that is concrete is that the chamber is underneath the castle in the catacombs deep in the earth. The whereabouts of the entrance are known only to a few people. All of them are either dead, or not on our side." Draco was looking worried, but he knew that what he was talking about was not passed on to everyone in the Slytherin house. The only ones that knew of it were Voldemort, and the one who opened it. He wasn't even sure if Dumbledore knew about where the entrance was. "Okay, thank you, Draco. Is there anything else that anyone has either heard, or found out?" Harry was looking around the group of friends, and they all shook their heads. "Okay, then I think that we should call it a night. We will be talking to both Professor Dumbledore and to Hagrid tomorrow." They all went their own ways after that and had restful night's sleep. When they woke up in the morning, they all went up to the headmaster's office to speak to him. When they knocked on his door, they were surprised to find that he was in there with Professor McGonagall having tea. "Excuse me, professors, I hope that we aren't disturbing you during your morning ritual. We have some important news about what is happening with the students." Hermione's note was very descriptive about what we are facing. It is a basilisk, and it is in the Chamber of Secrets somewhere. We know that the chamber is under the castle. In the catacombs someplace, but we don't know where the entrance is. All we know is that there is only one person in the world that knows where it is, and they aren't on our side. It is the air that has been opening the chamber up. The students were a bit agitated, and they were looking to the headmaster for guidance. I'm sorry that I can't help you with that. I wouldn't help even if I could. You aren't to be worrying yourselves about this. We will take care of it. The students and Mrs. Norris will be back to normal in a few weeks when the potion is made, then we will try to take care of this by then. Thank you for your information. It is really helpful. The students were dismissed with this, and they made their way down to Hagrid's cabin. Talking to Hagrid Chapter 44 Talking to Hagrid. The group of them made their way down to Hagrid's cabin, and knocked on his door. When they were ushered in, they looked at him and started talking all at once. Hold on you guys, one at a time please. Okay now you Harry, what is going on here? Why are you all down here to talk to me? Well Hagrid, we know that you know a lot about different creatures and what they can and will do. We found out what it is that is attacking the students. We were wondering if you could tell us how that a 50+ foot long basilisk can get around the school unnoticed to attack the students. Is it possible to be done without us noticing it? Harry was a little nervous when he was talking about this. They were technically going behind the headmaster's back with talking to Hagrid about this. Well, from what I know about basilisks, the young ones aren't as deadly as the full-grown ones, and the full-grown ones are just too big to do what is being done now. The only way that it can be done without being detected is through magic, or it's going through the pipes. I don't know whether or not that is the way, but it makes sense to me. Have you talked to the headmaster about this yet? He looked at the students with a, "You better have or else," look that they knew would make Hermione proud. Of course we have Hagrid, in fact he was the first one we went to this morning with our suspicions. Now you said that it is more than likely that it's getting at the students through the pipes. Does that mean that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in one of the pipes or something like that? That would make sense. Now don't you all go getting yourselves killed by going after this thing. The only thing that I can say is follow the spiders. They will lead you to where you need to go, but don't you dare go looking for trouble. If you feel like you want to go after this thing, make sure you have a lot of backup in the form of a professor or two. I also would recommend that I go with you, so as that I can keep you all out of trouble. Now off with you. Enjoy this fine Saturday morning. You know, with all your abilities in Animagus, you should be able to take it out yourself. But I don't want you to go after it by yourself anyway. You aren't that experienced with your powers yet. With that, the 8 students made their way out to the lake to discuss their options. Well, we should follow what he said. I know for one that he is right. We aren't fully trained in our Animagus powers to be able to take it on by ourselves. We might be able to in a couple of years, but right now we need to follow the spiders with a few professors to back us up. Who do you think we should take with us? Harry was talking and figuring out to himself at the same time. Well, I think that we should at least take Hagrid and Professor Lockhart with us. Maybe we can get Professor Flitwick to come with us to help out also. I don't think that Professor McGonagall will be of much help in this situation, and Professor Snape will be more than likely to help it take some of us out. No offense to the Slytherins, but he still hates the Gryffindors for some reason. Now I don't like the idea of going and following the spiders to find where we are to go, but I will swallow my pride and follow you to help out Harry. Ron was shaking a little bit at the idea of following spiders anywhere, but Harry knew that he could count on Ron to help out. Okay, that sounds like some good people to help us out, so we ask Professors Lockhart and Flitwick along with Hagrid to join us when we go down to go after the basilisk. This is agreed to by all of you, right? Harry looked at his 8 friends and they all nodded their heads in agreement. They decided to approach Professor Flitwick first to see if they could get his help in this endeavor. They had decided that they would talk to him Monday after class, and just enjoy the rest of the weekend. They had a Quidditch game this afternoon, and they went to get ready for the game. Quidditch. Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw Chapter 45. Quidditch Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw. The match that day was one that was going to be an interesting one. The Gryffindor team was in the lead for the Quidditch Cup, and they were facing the second-place team in the Ravenclaws. Harry wasn't too worried, but still this wasn't going to be an easy match. Madam Hooch blew her whistle after giving her instructions to the 2 team captains. Now you 2 teams play clean and have a good match. On my whistle you are to kick off, and then I will let the balls go for the match to begin. Tweet, the whistle went off, and all 14 players from both teams kicked off into the air. Madam Hooch let the bludgers and the quaffle go before she let the snitch go, indicating the start of the game. Katie Bell took the quaffle and went into a race towards the Ravenclaw goalposts at top speed. She passed the quaffle off to Angelina Spinnet, who shoots and scores. The score was now 10-0 in favor of Gryffindor. Harry was high above the crowd and action, keeping an eye out for the snitch, while also keeping from being hit by the bludger. He saw that the Ravenclaw seeker was tailing him along, and that Cho was also looking for the snitch. "How are you doing today, Cho? Isn't it a beautiful day for the match?" Harry was trying to make nice talk to the girl with the black hair. "Well, hello, Harry. Yes, it is a great day to fly and have a good match. The chaser for Ravenclaw just scored on a good beat of Oliver Wood. The score was now Ravenclaw 10 Gryffindor 10, a tie score. I am doing great, thank you for asking. So how are you enjoying it here at Hogwarts so far?" She was being nice, and they were having a nice little conversation far above the deafening crowds while also searching for the snitch. "I am finding that this is a great school, and that I am meeting new and interesting friends. Have you heard anything about what is going on with the heir of Slytherin, or who it might be?" As they were talking, Angelina took the quaffle and scored another time. It was now 20-10 in favor of Gryffindor. "The only thing that I have heard were the rumors that it might have been you, but that was squashed in the bud when so many people were for you not being it. I never believed it in a for a minute that you were the heir, Harry. I'm glad that things turned out good, and that you aren't it. How is your unicorn Lightning, and your friend Hermione doing?" She was curious and concerned for Harry's well-being. They might have been adversaries on the Quidditch pitch, but she liked Harry as a friend, and was concerned for his well-being. The scoring was now going at a fevered pitch, and it was now tied at 120 points. "They are both doing great. Hermione should be getting out of the hospital wing along with Mrs. Filch and Colin Creevey within the month. Lightning is growing like a weed, and she is doing great." As they were having this last conversation, Ravenclaw took the lead by 30 points, and it looked like their keeper was blocking all of Gryffindor's shots pretty well. "Damn, well, if you will excuse me, Cho. I need to go get the snitch before your team gets too far ahead of us and we don't win." He gave her a wry smile, and reached behind her head and grabbed the snitch before she knew what was happening. "Thank you for the conversation, Cho. It was great talking to you again. I hope that classes are doing good, and keep doing good for you. Now if you will excuse me, I just caught the snitch while you were trying to figure out what I was talking about to see that it was right behind you. Good game, and better luck next time." Harry made his way down to the pitch with the snitch in his hand. The crowd was going crazy with the way that Harry caught the snitch. Gryffindor won. Gryffindor won. The final score of this game, folks, was 270-150 for the Gryffindors. Thank you all for joining us today for this most interesting game. With that, the students made their way away from the pitch and the teams went on their way after congratulating each other on a good game. The Gryffindor team, along with the other friends of Harry's, made their traditional trip to Hogsmeade for an after-game party. It went great, but they were all wondering when the other friend will be joining them again. I know that this chapter was probably lame, but it was just a filler chapter. I will be getting more into the story more in next chapter. Thank you for everyone's reading and reviewing. Donald. Professor Flitwick, Chapter 46. Professor Flitwick. Harry decided that they needed to talk to Professor Flitwick as soon as they could. They decided that since they had his class the next day right before lunch, that they would stay behind from his charms class for a few minutes afterwards. So after an interesting class on the different cleansing and cleaning charms, Harry, Draco, Ron, Pansy, Crabbe and Goyle stayed after class to talk to the diminutive professor. "Excuse me, sir, but is it possible that we could talk to you for a few minutes before lunch today?" Harry was very polite toward his professors now, and even was beginning to get along with Professor Snape. "Yes, Mr. Weasley. How may I help you?" The little professor was levitating books up to the different shelves in the classroom, and talking to the students at the same time. Even though he was still a professor, he was also the head of the Ravenclaw house, and it was for no reason. He was one of the most intelligent, bright men in the school. His small nature wasn't quite known to the students, but there have always been rumors going around to what might his parentage be. "We were wondering if we could get your help in case we were to go after the basilisk that is in the Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid had suggested that we ask you to come with us if we find out how and where it is. We're not even quite sure how to get to it, but we do. Know where it is. It is in the catacombs underneath Hogwarts. The basilisk has been getting up to bother the students through the pipes, that's why he was unseen. All we need to know now is where the pipe leads to up here. Do you have any ideas or knowledge of where it might be, Professor? Harry was smiling at the professor with a friendly smile. Well, Mr. Weasley, I don't have any knowledge of the location of the entrance, but there are as many rumors about the entrance as there is about my parentage running around this school. The professor was chuckling as he thought of the different rumors that have gone through the school about why he was so short. Everything from him being a midget to a part goblin, dwarf, or something in between. No one knew that he was just short, nothing else to it. So he guessed that he would be considered by the Muggles as a midget. He always loved hearing tales of what the students thought. As for your request that I come help you in your fight against the foul beast, I would be privileged to accompany you and Hagrid and any other professor that you might think would be able to help out. Just let me know the where and when. He thanked the students and dismissed them with a wave of his hand. They made their way down to the Great Hall for their lunch. At lunch that day, they told their other friends what they had found out, and that they would now have to find out where the entrance was. As they were eating, they thought of the different places that the beast would be able to come out when it hit them like a brick wall. Of course, who was its last victim the last time? Moaning Myrtle, of course. Maybe the entrance is in the bathroom where she hides. Ron was the one to come up with this hypothesis. You know, Ron, maybe Hermione is rubbing off on us. You have come up with the most logical idea yet. We should go check with Myrtle tonight before we take this to the professors. We will meet tonight at her lavatory and talk to her again. They all ate their lunch in relative silence, and then went on about the rest of their classes for the day. They weren't able to talk to Myrtle that night, because they had different detentions that happened to be brought on by their inattentiveness in class that day. Talking to Moaning Myrtle, Chapter 47. Talking to Moaning Myrtle. The group ended up talking to the ghost in the bathroom the next night. When they met up, they were walking into the bathroom and looking for her. Hey Myrtle, it's us. Can you come out to talk to us for a bit? We have some questions that you might be able to answer for us. Harry had a light mood to his voice so as to not send the young ghost into hysterics, like she usually goes into when surprised or someone she doesn't like comes into her realm. Hey Harry, how can I help you and your friends? You said that there was something that you wanted to know from me. If there is anything that I can do, I will. You helped my friend get his status back as a wizard. She was actually smiling at them when she was talking. Yes, Myrtle, we were wondering a couple of things. That is, if it isn't too sad for you to remember these things. We were wondering if it was the basilisk that killed you. Whether this was where you were killed, or whether it was someplace else. Where you might have seen him come out of. Harry was asking these things with a calm and easy manner. He knew from what he had learned from some of the girls in the school, that Myrtle was a bit skittish around boys. Well, I don't know exactly what killed me, Harry, for you see all I saw was the red slitted eyes, and then I was dead. I guess that it could have been the basilisk. They have the red slitted eyes, don't they? Yes, it was in this bathroom, in fact in this very stall that I was sitting and hiding from some of the older students that were teasing me when I died. Where I saw him come out of is a difficult thing too. Remember, let me think a second. While she was sitting there thinking, Harry was talking to the others about what she had said. Well, that settles that. It seems that we're going to have to go after ourselves a basilisk. Have any of you read anything about how to take one down? I mean, I have done a lot of reading on them since we have been having this problem, but the only thing that the books say is to strike first and to strike fast. Preferably with a sword to cut off its head. I know that I don't have a sword ready, do any of you? No, we don't, but I'm sure that there will be a way when we go down there. I don't think that any of the professors will let us go down there unprepared. Now what are we waiting for? Myrtle to tell us where the entrance is if she remembers. Well, guys and gals, I think we might be in for a long run. Why don't we sit and wait? Harry, want to play a game or two of wizard ring chess while we wait? Ron was actually smiling when he asked this. Sure, Ron, even though I know you're going to kick my butt. Harry and the rest of them settled in for what turned out to be most of the night. Myrtle, it turns out, didn't have a great memory, so she was sitting there thinking hard. It seems that Myrtle was a Hufflepuff, so she wasn't the brightest in the bunch. When she finally snapped to attention, Ron had managed to win 5 out of 6 games against Harry. Harry was lucky in that he won 1 game against Ron. When Myrtle came out of her stall, she was looking at Harry with interest, for he had just beat Ron. I remember now where it had come out of. Look directly across from my stall, under the sink. You should find some kind of indication as to where the entrance is there. Myrtle was happy about this happening, and told them good luck in their adventure. They decided that they would go down to visit Lightning one last time before telling the professors in the morning about what they had found out. They went down to the stables, and played with her for a couple of hours, and then went to their separate chambers. Guineas missing. Chapter 48. Guineas missing. A.N. Okay, this might seem a bit lame, but I have to get it so that only Harry, Ron and Lockhart are the only ones going down there to fight them. So I'm having the others petrified like the other three, and having Dumbledore, Hagrid and Flitwick called to the ministry for urgent business. This is different from what the books say, so please read and review. Donald. The scene that was going on in the castle when Harry and Ron woke up was a mess to say the least. They went down to the common room to find out what was going on. When they got down there, they found that there was a doom and gloom session going on. What happened? Where is everyone? Harry was really worried now, and turned to Ron to see if he knew what was going on. I have no idea, Harry. I have just got down here myself. Why don't we go see if we can find the rest of the gang, or at least one of the professors to see if they know what is going on. Maybe the headmaster will know what is going on. Ron was as worried as Harry was, and as they were making their way out the portrait hole, they were stopped by Professor McGonagall. Where do you two think you're going? She had that stern look on her face like, you're not going anywhere, and if you try, you will have detention or worse for the rest of the school year. We were just wondering what was going on, Professor. Is something wrong? Everyone's running around with their heads cut off. Harry was really worried now. From the look on their house head's face, they knew something was wrong. There's nothing wrong that the two of you need to worry about. Now classes have been cancelled for the day. Why don't you two go do some homework or something? There is to be no one leaving this dorm today, do you understand? She furrowed her brow, and was looking extremely stern now. Yes, Professor. We do have a few things that we can work on, I guess. They looked at her with wonderment in their eyes, and interest in what was going on. Let's go up to the dorm, Ron. I left my books up there. Harry led him up to their dorm looking for Neville to see if he knew what was going on. When they got to their dorm, they found that Neville wasn't there. I wonder where he is. I didn't see him downstairs, and I don't think that he has left the dorm. Harry was talking more to himself than to Ron, but Ron heard him all the same. I don't know, Harry. Do you think that he might have went down to breakfast early this morning? Wait, we're talking about Neville here. Let's look to see if there are any clues around his bed. Ron was looking through his bed area and found that it wasn't even slept in last night. Did you say it wasn't slept in last night? That means that he wasn't even in the dorm last night. I wonder if Professor McGonagall knows about this. Let's go downstairs to see if she's still around. They went downstairs to look for their head of house. When they got down there, they found that she had already left, and that the portrait hole was blocked, not letting anyone in or out. Darn it, she's not here, and we can't get out. Harry, Ron, have you seen Ginny around? We can't seem to find her anywhere. The twins Fred and George were their older brothers, and if they couldn't find her, then something was wrong. No, we haven't seen her all day, guys. Neville's missing also, I wonder. Do you think that Fred went off to have some alone time together, George finished. They were always finishing each other's sentences, and it was a bit annoying sometimes. They're both too young, and we would have known about it if they were more than just friends at this time. Heck, you don't see Harry and Hermione going off and snogging, do you? Or even me and Luna. Sorry, Harry, I know that it was supposed to be a secret, and it's a little hard for you seeing her like this, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Ron could be a giant prat sometimes, but he knew that he might have hit a nerve with Harry when he mentioned Hermione there. It's okay, Ron, at least you mentioned you and Luna also in that statement. Just don't do it again. Harry smacked him on the arm and gave Fred and George an innocent smile. Don't tell anyone what you just heard. The four of us aren't dating yet, but we're making like we're already taken for when we're ready to take it farther. You guys understand, don't you? Mom and Dad would freak if they found out that we're already interested in a couple of girls. At least they know the girls, and like them. Ron was talking to the twins now, and Harry made his way over to where Professor McGonagall just came through the portrait hole to talk to her. Excuse me, Professor, but can I talk to you for a couple of minutes? Harry was smiling at her, hoping that he might be able to get in some information. What he heard next was shocking and made him dumbfounded for a second before he just nodded his head at her. "You're 5, the Weasley boys, please come with me. There is something that I need to talk to you about." She had a kind tone to her voice this time, and Harry, Ron, Fred, George and Percy followed her out the portrait hole to her office. "What is going on, Professor? Is there something that is the matter? Did something happen to our parents or Ginny?" "Oh God, not Ginny. What happened? She was missing this morning, and we can't find her or Neville." The 4 of them were getting a bit anxious now, and wanted to know what was going on. "Well, as for Mr. Longbottom, you don't have to worry about where he is, he has been found. He and the rest of your little group were petrified last night, all but Ms. Weasley for some reason. What we found when we found their bodies is what is concerning us though. Will the 4 of you follow me again, and I will show you what we found." She led them to where they found the bodies, which just happened to be right in front of the bathroom that Moaning Myrtle was hiding. What was on the wall written in blood made their blood run cold. The note said, "Beware of the Chamber of Secrets. The blood traitor has been taken, and will be sacrificed for her family's support of the Muggle-borns. She has been taken to the chamber to be sacrificed. Where is Professor Dumbledore, Flitwick and Hagrid? They were going to help us go after the Basilisk Professor. We have to find them so that we can go get Ginny." The 4 Weasley boys were now getting really nervous and mad now. "The professors that you have spoken of were called to the ministry last night on business. They aren't able to be gotten a hold of, and if we were able to, they wouldn't be able to get back in time. Professor Lockhart, you're going to have to go down there alone to take care of the problem." McGonagall was looking stern at the Dada professor like he wasn't going to have the help of the students in this. "Yes, Minerva, I will go down there immediately to take care of this problem." With that statement, he went to his chambers to get ready, at least that's what they thought he was doing. Exposing the Imposter and Opening the Chapter 49. Exposing the imposter and opening the chamber. Harry and Ron turned on their 3 brothers with their wands out. "You 3 go back to the dorm and make sure everyone is all right. You're not coming with us. We work better alone, and we don't want you to get hurt." They were looking serious when they said this, and Fred, George and Percy weren't sure that they wanted to argue with them. But also they didn't want to face their mother if something would happen to the youngest Weasleys without them trying to help out. "I don't think so, you 2. You're not going to go down there at all, and if you think you are, you don't think that we will let you go without our help, do you?" Percy was stern when he said this, and Fred and George were nodding their heads in agreement with their older brother. "We thought so." At a nod from Harry, they raised their wands yelling, "Petrificus Totalis," and Stupefy, while dodging the 3rd one's attempt at stopping them. They stunned the 3rd one also before putting them in the bathroom and went off to find Lockhart to tell him what they knew. When they got to the Dada classroom, they found him packing his stuff up quickly and getting ready to leave. "What do you think you're doing, Professor? Aren't you going to help out our sister? Why are you leaving?" The 2 students were completely dumbstruck by the look that their professor had as he was getting ready to leave. "Well, yes, I was actually leaving. So sorry for your sister, she was a smart student, but there isn't anything that I can do to help her, you know. Don't believe everything that you read in books, boys. Sometimes they are totally falsified." With that, he turned his back on them and continued on with his packing. What he didn't notice when he turned his back was them pointing their wands at him, and then he felt the cold point of a wand in his back as they told him this. "We don't think so. You are going to help us, and the only reason we're taking you with us is because there is no one else that we can trust to help us here. Now march, and I will take that before you think about doing something stupid." Ron took his wand, and they started marching him out of the classroom and towards the bathroom. On their way to the bathroom, they were talking about what was wrong with what Lockhart was doing. "Why did you say that you did all those things if you didn't? I mean, did any of it actually happen?" Ron was more than a bit mad at the teacher that the females were all going goo-goo over. "Do you think that the readers out there are interested in hearing that Horace the Honorable had defeated the Hag of Horichy, or that Matilda the Lame was the one who talked the Banshee from taking down the village that had taken her homeland? No, they wanted someone that they could love and was heroic like. You don't know this, but I wasn't a Gryffindor like you 2. I was actually a Slytherin. Yes, I was one of the dreaded Snape children. I didn't do all those things, but I am one of those that would take advantage of those that were of weak minds. I would get their stories, and then use a memory charm on them to make it so that they forgot what it was that they just told me that they did. Then I would take their stories and say I did it. Now doesn't that sound like it is a most Slytherin thing to do?" I actually went to school with your parents, Ron, and they didn't like me at the time either. That is actually funny that I was one of those that were looked down at because of the way I looked, and for the house I was in. Now I'm one of the most beautiful wizards in the world. Now you are leading me down to take out the basilisk, as you obviously figured out that is the problem. Have you found out a way to take it down, or are we going to go in and fly by the seat of our pants on this one? The professor was looking like the two of them didn't know what they were doing, and he was worried that they would get him killed along with themselves, instead of an innocent young girl that got herself taken away by the true evil. We know how we're supposed to take it out, but we aren't sure where we are to get one. It is said that it is best to take off its head before it can look you in the eye, or bite you. Do you have anything that can be used to take off the head of the basilisk? Harry was looking at their prisoner from a new point of view right now. He didn't trust him to help them, but he promised that they would take a professor with them. When they got to the bathroom, Harry went looking around the sinks that Myrtle told them about while Ron kept an eye on their prisoner. While he was looking, he could hear the voice of the basilisk as if it were far away, but still loud enough to hear. Damn, we need to get in there to help her. Harry was mumbling under his breath until he found the symbol of the snake on the faucet. When he saw it, he muttered, "Open," in Parselmouth, and the sinks started to move out of the way. Come on, you two, I think that this is the way in. Harry moved out of the way, and showed them that the sinks and mirrors were moving out of the way to reveal the entrance to a large pipe that lead underground. Come on, you first, Professor, I don't want you at our backs yet. Professor Lockhart hesitated before the prodding of Ron's wand pushed him to jump into the pipe. After he went in, Harry told Ron to go down and he soon followed. What he found when he got to the bottom of the shaft made his heart freeze. Fighting Lockhart, Chapter 50. Fighting Lockhart. When Harry came out the bottom of the shaft, what he found made his blood freeze. He found that Ron was knocked out, and Lockhart had his wand pointed at him when he came out. Now Harry, you are going to go over there and awake your brother there, and then I will preform a memory charm on both of you so that you won't remember any of this. What will happen is that the rest of the professors will find that I brought you out, and that you two won't remember anything about it. I will have looked like I had saved you two when you went down to save your sister. I will say that I was able to kill the basilisk, but not before he killed young Ms. Weasley and ate her. I had brought you two back, and you were so shocked by what happened that you don't remember anything. Now if you two will please go over there and stand while I think about how to do this without causing any commotion. Harry went over and revived Ron and they stood over by the wall. What do you think he is really going to do to us, Harry? I'm sorry that he got the drop on me, but he was down here waiting for me, and knocked me out with one punch. I have got to learn to defend myself more if we make it out of this alive. Ron was really freaking out now, and wasn't sure about what to do. Don't worry, Ron. I don't think that he is that stupid. Now just follow my lead while I figure out something to do about the situation we are in. Maybe if we distract him enough, I might be able to get a stunner on him and then we can go rescue Ginny. Then maybe if we can, we wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. Don't worry, Ron, Ginny's not dead. I can tell that whomever it is that took her down here didn't want her to die. Harry was smiling as they talked quietly and watched the professor. Lockhart, in his own defense, was standing there primping and preeming about what he was going to do, and that he had to look good going about it. Now are you two ready to be taken out of the picture? Are there any last words or requests that you might have? He was cocky in that he thought that the two boys didn't have an idea up their sleeves at this time. He was right in thinking this, but he didn't have to act so pompous about it. He was laughing actually as the students were watching. Now who should I take care of first? How about you, Ron? That way Harry can watch another of his family be taken down. Yes, that should do it. Maybe I will save him so that he can see what became of his little sister before I charm his memory. He was chuckling menacingly when he said this. Ron and Harry were now smiling, for they saw that the wand he had was Ron's old broken one, and he hadn't noticed it yet. I didn't know you still had that one on you, Ron. That is brilliant. Hopefully he will try to use it and it will backfire on him like it always does on you. Harry was whispering a bit so as the professor wouldn't hear them. What are you talking about, Harry? That is my wand. Wait, I see what you mean. He has my broken one, doesn't he? This should be interesting to say the least. Shall we go on down the hall here to see what he will do? See if he is crazy enough to try anything. Ron and Harry started walking down the dank corridor with Harry having his wand out. Ron didn't have his out, because he didn't want the professor to think that he still had his wand. Where do you two think you're going? Come on, I'm good with these charms, so don't tempt me." When they kept walking, Lockhart pointed the wand at them and tried to cast the memory charm. When he did, it backfired, causing part of the ceiling to fall between Ron and Harry, and Professor Lockhart to look at Ron weirdly. "Who are you? What am I doing here?" "I think that the charm backfired, Harry. Are you all right? Harry, why don't you go on and get Ginny while I stay here with Lockhart and start clearing some of this away for your exit for there?" Ron started clearing away the rubble as he heard Harry agree with him on this. As he was clearing all the rubble away, he told the professor who he was, and what was going on. Inside the Chamber, Chapter 51. Inside the Chamber. After Harry left Ron with Lockhart to take care of him and to start digging a hole big enough for him and Ginny to crawl through when they got back, he started walking down the corridor and looking for something that might be what he is looking for. As he was walking, he kept hearing the voice of what he could only assume was the basilisk. It kept telling him that he was sorry for hurting his friends, and that he was only put down here by Salazar Slytherin to watch over his chamber. He understood why he was down here, and that he wouldn't stop him from taking out the evil. He only asked that the young Parselmouth would be able to somehow let him live out the last days of his life. Harry thought on this while he was walking down the corridor. He didn't know how long the basilisk had to live, but he didn't think that it was long. From what he had read in the books, the basilisk weren't immortal. They only lived for what seemed like just over a millennium. "I will let you be, as long as you don't attack me, old one. I know that you only have a little bit longer to live from what I have read in the books about your kind. If you have truly been down here since Salazar's time, you only have a short time before you go on to where basilisks go when they die. Just let me get there and find my sister, and I will let them know up top that you were defeated. Your sister is the little red-headed one, isn't she? She is in much danger from one of my original master's heirs. He is down here, but he isn't. He is in spirit, but getting stronger. Please hurry, young Parselmouth, she needs you quickly. No one has been killed this time, was there?" "No, old one, no one was killed this time. They were all lucky in that they didn't get the full blast of your vision. I am on my way, but how much farther is it till I find out where you are?" "You don't have much farther, we can hear your footsteps on the other side of the chamber door. You should be on the other side of an ancient door. Just use your snake speak to order the door to be opened, and you will find us in there." "Thank you, old one." Open. When Harry said this, the doors that he was standing in front of creaked open, and he found himself in a large chamber that had statues of large snakes and doors all around. "Wow, the Chamber of Secrets. It is huge, much bigger than I thought it would be." Harry was in awe as he looked around for Ginny. He found her on the far side of the chamber with a boy in black standing over her muttering some words. The boy was transparent, but Harry could tell that he was becoming more and more into life, while Ginny seemed to breathe shallower and shallower. "You're too late, Harry, I have finally gotten my body back." Tom Riddle, the younger version, was laughing when he said this. Harry heard from the old one that he still had about 10 minutes to save his sister. Harry was running through his mind what he could do, and it came to him with a quick thought. He sent a message to the old one. "Hey, old one, can I have your help in something quickly? I need to destroy the diary before he can get his body back. I'm thinking that if we used your fang and sent it through the diary, it will be destroyed and so will his essence. I will let you have one of my fangs, young one, to destroy the crazy one. I can tell that my time is up anyway. Do you see that sword that is sitting on the dais over there? That is the sword of Gryffindor. Use it to kill me, and take my fang. I am almost dead anyway, so don't worry about it." Harry went and grabbed the sword and walked over to the basilisk. "Are you ready, old one? I will make this as quick as possible, so you won't suffer that much." As the basilisk lowered his head, Harry ran the sword through one of its eyes and into his brain, killing him instantly. He then took out one of the fangs, and turned towards the boy in black. "Are you ready to die again, Tom?" Harry was smiling, for he was near the diary, and he was ready to take down this menace to society. Tom turned towards the young Gryffindor and said, "You're too late, young one. I can already feel the life draining from the young girl's body. There is nothing that you can do." "Boy, you are crazy, Tommy boy. Not only will I save my sister's life, but I will also end this now." With that, Harry took the fang and drove it through the heart of the diary, and Tom Marvolo Riddle's ghostly essence was no more. "Goodbye and good riddance, Tommy boy. I hope that I will never have to face you again." Harry ran over to Ginny and picked her up, checking her pulse. When he found that she was still alive, he walked out of the chamber saying goodbye and thank you to the old basilisk. By the time that Ron, Harry, Gilderoy and Ginny made their way out of the chamber, Dumbledore and the rest were back from the ministry, and Ginny was awake again. "Thank you for saving me, Harry and Ron. I didn't mean to let the thing out. Is everyone okay? Tom was manipulating me through the diary. Is he gone?" Ginny was crying now, because she was afraid that she was going to be expelled for this. "Everyone's okay, or will be in a couple of days when the potion is done that will bring them out of their sleep. Don't worry, Ginny, I don't think that they will expel you for this after you tell them what happened." Harry and Ron were comforting their little sister, not knowing if what they just said was true or not. "You are correct, Mr. Weasley, we won't be expelling her for this. We know that it wasn't her fault, and that she was controlled by the memory of Tom Riddle. Now why don't three get to the hospital wing to get checked out? What happened to Lockhart? He seems to be out of it." Dumbledore was asking this question, but he thought that he knew what was wrong. "It was a backfired memory charm, sir. He doesn't remember what happened, or who or what he is. It's like a complete mind wipe that happened. It wasn't our fault that this happened, sir. He was a fraud, and he tried to cast it with Ron's old broken wand." Harry was smiling at the thought, but was worried for the man. "Ah, I see. Well, it seems that it's to St. Mungo's for him to see what they can do to help him. Now off to the hospital wing. Your friends have all taken the potion and are about ready to leave there also. You shouldn't be there long, just long enough for Madame Pomfrey to make sure that you're okay." Dumbledore had his twinkle in his eyes again, and the three students made their way to the hospital wing. They weren't in the wing for long before they were all shuttled off with their friends. The rest of the school year went quite well and quietly. Hermione and the others caught up on their missed homework with the help of the others. Ginny had no long-lasting side effects of being controlled by Tom. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Draco, Pansy, Neville, Dudley, Luna and surprisingly enough Parvati Patil got closer as friends over the rest of the year. It seems that Dudley and Parvati had hit it off as friends right away, and she was at his side in the hospital wing while he was out of it. At the leaving feast that year, it was quite a feast. Gryffindor won the house and the Quidditch Cup again. Ron and Harry were given special commendations for their work in the saving of their sister, and what they did to help save the school. Everyone was excited about the upcoming summer holiday, for they were going to be having fun this summer. Hermione's parents invited Harry to come along with them on vacation to France, and he readily agreed after getting permission from the Weasleys. They were going to be gone for a couple of weeks, but be back in time to go to the Burrow for the rest of the summer holiday and Harry's birthday. What Harry didn't know, and wasn't going to find out, was that her parents wanted to meet Harry and to get to know him better. They knew that Harry and Hermione were getting closer, and they wanted to know the boy that might one day become their daughter's boyfriend, and someday their son-in-law. Dudley was invited to come over to the Burrow along with the Patil twins, and they said that they would come over for Harry's birthday and then stay for the rest of the summer. I know that it didn't go as the book went, but I hoped you liked year 2 just as much. This one chapter covered what had originally been scheduled to be 5 chapters, so that I can fit more ideas into the story, or cut down the size of the story. As always, please read and review, and starting next chapter we will be having the summer between 2nd and 3rd year. Thank you again for your reviews. Donald.